that is the crux. If we live without fear, then we are free. Because fear gets a hold of you, and you think about your mortality, and you think about what people think about you, and you're afraid of this, and you're afraid of that. Once you eradicate fear from your life, you're done. That's it. There's nothing but love. That's it. It's just love. You enjoy life. I swear to God. I swear to God, that's what happened to me, man.
Yeah. But yeah, it was just a wonderful, wonderful experience to be liberated from that.
Liberation would probably be the word you would use in that experience. And I know that maybe some people don't feel that, but give it time, you probably will.
Did you ever see that movie V for Vendetta?
Yeah, yeah.
You remember when that girl, she,
I was a long time ago, bro.
but remember that girl was tortured by V. Remember? She was tortured and imprisoned, and then when she was finally given the option to leave, or when she was given the option, like, it was time for her to die, she faced her fear, and then from there she was liberated. Like, there's no better feeling.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm talking about. There's no fear of death, and I mean this in the complete sense that I'm saying it. There is absolutely none. It's almost like a relief. It's like, I remember, like, my mind would tell me, "I'm Paul, you're going to die eventually. Everybody dies eventually. Everybody, And I'd be like, "Hey, are you trying to make me happy? Are you giving me pleasure relief?" I would talk back to my mind, like, it's not like I'm schizophrenic, but like, I could see I said this earlier. Your mind is your own worst enemy, but if you learn to control it and you learn to eradicate the fear, that's it. That's it. That's nirvana, bro. Nirvana on Earth. You don't need to fucking go anywhere to find it. It's on Earth. And this is what we were talking about earlier, right? I think somebody has hijacked our way of living and our life and the way we think. Yeah, no, seriously. And they put all this shit in their heads. We are not. This is not how we are supposed to live.
They did social control things too. Like,
yeah,
they had people commit crimes to make us live in fear. Because I honestly truly believe in my heart that if we didn't have government, we could govern ourselves.
Shut up. I hate government, bro. I hate it with a passion.
You're not the only one.
Diabolical thing that was ever made. And I think that if anybody wants to take power over another human being, that should be grounds for fucking hanging them from the nearest tree. Nobody should have power over another human being, free will to live their life.
Well, I mean, within reason, there are certain things that are automatic failures of life. Like,
of course, you have.
If murder is witnessed by three or more people, I would say 3 or more people. I think
you're done.
I think Lunatic brought this up one time. He said if 3 or more people, maybe it was Orion. If 3 or more people witness you commit murder, then that should be enough for conviction.
Yeah, I agree. I know it's harsh. Anyway.
And then there's some other things too, like pedophilia. I think that should be an automatic death sentence. So same with rape. I think rape should be.
I agree. Well, rape, yeah. But
there's a problem with rape. There too many people cry rape and. Well,
I was accused of it. Yeah, Sheep, you wouldn't believe this. I told my buddies all day I was accused of it, and the cop actually said to me, "Paul, I'll not go anywhere." This girl was well known for crying rape.
Yeah.
But it was a nightmare I went through. Like, I know I didn't do it, but the very fact that people might hear that and might believe that I did it was, that was sentence enough. It was kind of living in a nightmare. I never did it. But they knew that she was a habitual line stepper. She used to say this about all the guys she went with. They knew it. They've seen it before. And I remember the cop. She turned me some ball. We blonde her girls. Well, not going anywhere. You're all right. We know about her. But she put me through a nightmare. You know what I mean?
But yeah, man. What a wonderful feeling it is to live
without fear.
Without fear, or at least knowing that, like, if fear is presented, like if you all of a sudden you start feeling afraid, that you have the strength to overcome it. It's okay to be afraid for whatever.
Whatever it is, mortality, somebody else, just face it and go, fuck.
Well, I mean, you know you're going to die someday. We all are. There's not one of us that isn't going to escape that. So.
Are you trying to make me happy?
Am I trying to make you happy? I mean,
well, that's what I tell.
I mean, when I came to terms with my own mortality, I was like 27, 28, and I literally cried it out for like 2 or 3 weeks. I would cry about it, like, am I worthy enough to go to heaven? And then I come to the realization, it doesn't matter if I go to heaven. All that matters is if I love God, if I devote my life to God and doing everything that I can to, be the best person that He wants me to be. I want to be the person I'm supposed to be, not the person I deserve to be, not the person I need to be, not the person I want to be. I want to be the person that I'm supposed to be. That God has a plan. That God has a plan for me. And I knew at that moment, like I even told myself, I don't want to live in this world anymore. I hate this world. But I knew that I couldn't remove myself from this world, so I had to accept the fact that I may live for the next 50 or 60 or even 70 years, in this world, and I have to accept every step that I have to take in this world. And so as we get closer to our termination date, that's a joyous thing. Even Jesus said, greater is the day of death than the day of birth.
Termination. So, you have a poetic way of putting things.
But anyway, yeah, man, like no matter what you're going through, just know that, you don't get to pick the end. God does, but there is an end.
Yeah. Yeah.
No matter what.
Yeah. And don't worry about it. Just embrace it.
Hey, I'll make it easy for you this way. How about this way, Peter?
Go ahead.
God said that nobody shall live past 120. So you know that at the most you can live to 120.
I'll do my best.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, it was in Genesis, man.
What about Moses? Wasn't he hundreds of years old?
Noah?
No, Moses.
Moses wasn't. He was 100 something.
I'm looking it up now.
No, that was kind of a.
Noah was the one that lived to be like 500 and something.
Yeah, and he liked to drink apparently.
600 and something. Yeah.
God still loved him though. You're a bit of a fucking alcoholic.
Okay, well it says 120 here for Moses. There you go.
There you go.
Nobody lived past 120, man. And like I've heard there's a Guinness Book of World Records that the oldest person to ever live in modern times is 123, but they can't determine their birth date, so that's skeptical at best.
You just look up on Wikipedia because I think Sheepdog edited Wikipedia for 120 years.
Do what?
You edit Wikipedia.
Do I edit Wikipedia?
No, fuck. Your man, whoever was talking there now, the Australian or the New Zealander, I'm sorry. I mixed up here. Yeah. He says, 120 year, and you said 120 year.
Well, that's what God decreed. It was like Genesis.
No, I didn't look at Wikipedia. I went to a website.
Oh, website.
And I looked up Noah, and they believe Noah was...
I think they said he was 109 or 113 or something like that.
969.
Those are all my jokes take off.
Well, they've got different counts here. 500, 777.
Who the hell are you?
Are you talking about Noah or are you talking about Moses?
Noah.
Noah, yeah. Noah was still part of the flood breed. But everybody after the flood was decreed to not live past 120. And there was a huge cutoff. So Noah's children lived to like 400, and the next generation lived to like 275, and eventually it got cut down to under 120 over like a 400-year period.
Woman in the Philippines was 114.
I mean, it happens. I saw a lady the other day. She's like 110. She was on the news.
Why is it always females?
But it's never past 120.
They sleep a lot. Every time I ask my girlfriend for a shag, she up sleeping, go away.
Oh.
Okay, so they got a woman here called Maria Moreno, 115.
Marina Abramovich?
Maybe it's a play on words. No, her name is Maria Bramias. I know that Morama. Morea. Mora. Look it up, guys. Jesus.
That's your claim, dude.
No, this is the internet's claim.
It shall be. Yes.
Well, I think I'm going to live to at least 130, 140.
Hey, you're a fucking optimist, aren't you?
I know, dude.
Well, I've got 100 years to go. If I want to live to 140, 50, I'll be 100 years to live. Fucking hell, that's ancient.
Genesis 6:3. Isn't that funny? 6 times 3 is 666. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not strive with man forever, for he is indeed flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years.
So 120 is a cutoff.
120 is a cutoff.
Well, I wonder if the government comes to your door and just fucking injects you with vaccines when you turn 120 and kills you.
That's their mouth.
If
That's their mouth. No, they come and pick you up, and then they take you to the edge of the earth and throw you off.
You know, in sports, the sports people, when they get big scores or they break records, they don't go over the previous record.
No.
Have you noticed that? They stop and say, okay, I retire now. I don't want to show this person up.
How do they break records?
Yeah, there's some type of hierarchy in our society we don't know about.
How do they break records if they don't go over the previous record?
Okay, like highest run score, highest innings, or longest serving baseball or football or cricket or whatever. And then, oh no, I retire now. Oh no, I don't want to beat this guy's score. In Australia, it happens all the time. There's this weird hidden hierarchy.
Right, like you're not good enough to beat this record? Or you haven't done these things to beat this record?
Or you're not part of their cult or their religious belief or their sect or whatever. So you're not allowed to go past them.
Those bastards.
There was a cricketer called Mark Taylor, and he had the highest score ever in Test cricket. But he stopped. He didn't beat Don Bradman's high score.
Why not?
Well, he wasn't allowed to. He matched the score, then he retired. It was 369 or some shit. Here it is. Here it is. Taylor equals Bradman at 334, then he retired. Not out. Don Bradman was his.
Did he just Did he just go like, all right?
Yeah.
That's me though.
He made. I just posted. Australians captain finished second test of Pakistan, 334 not out, including the highest test score of legendary Don Bradman. He declared the following morning.
Right.
So yeah, how interesting.
What the fuck? So he could have come back and scored one more run.
He retired. He stopped playing. But Don Bradman, turned out Don Bradman was actually Freemason. They found out later on.
There you go.
Yep.
I bet you.
So he wasn't allowed to beat that guy's score.
I bet you when he retired on that, they probably let him into the club, high ranking and everything.
Yeah, well, that's the rumor. Once you get up like elite level sports, you get indoctrinated or let into these hierarchies and shit.
Well, they can buy their way up too, because that's what happened with Shaquille O'Neal.
Well, they can.
Oh, really?
They can.
Yeah. He's a big police officer now.
He's a what?
He's a police officer now in Florida.
He's whatever he wants to be. He's got a PhD. You know that?
He was given a PhD, dude. He's not going to be a fucking professor.
But you know what, though? In my opinion, like I've seen a lot of the things that he does. He's actually a nice guy. I haven't heard any rumors of him doing all that weird shit. But yeah. I've seen him do nice things for people that couldn't afford it.
He took the vaccine and had a massive heart attack.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Yep. They covered up in the media.
We're not allowed to talk about that, but Jamie Foxx had a stroke too. But we're not allowed to
how convenient. And Madonna, now she's keeled over yesterday.
So she died? Or
Shaquille O'Neal and heart health. He shares his advice.
I heard she's in the ICU. But back to Flat Earth. I hate that we can't talk about it. Not on the live stream anyway.
1.22 mile. 1.22 mile or some shit like that.
What's the number in kilometers?
40.
No. What's the formula in kilometers?
In kilometers? Fuck me, bro.
It's so many kilometers.
Okay, 1.22 would
per
be
1 meter of height.
Probably 666.
Did you see the interview with the Hollywood producer? He was talking about the this submarine crap.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No.
And he's doing this interview. He's saying, 33 this, 66 that, 99 that. And I'm just like, this guy's mocking us or some shit. It was
so Madonna is in the hospital in the ICU with a bacterial infection. I'm going to say I'm going to bring it back to Flat Earth.
Yeah, Madonna's got
good man, thank you. Appreciate it.
She's been dating all those, she's been dating all these, people.
Mm-hmm.
Not surprised she's got fucking bacterial vag or whatever fuck she got.
She's dating the devil.
Yeah, she is.
She's a man, dude.
I don't even know what a bacterial infection means. It doesn't make sense. Like maybe
she has like spinal meningitis or something like that.
Oh god.
I'm just saying. Yeah. I mean there's bacterial spinal meningitis.
Yeah, no, I've read this is bullshit. They invent these diseases, the government, so now
I have a
bacterial. Yeah.
She's living in the material world.
The irony. But I'm saying a bacterial infection can't exist. So you could have like some type of reaction or some type of inflammation.
Well, right, like your own bacteria is overgrowing or something like that.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen. So she may have some type of poisoning or some type of
right.
Some type of reaction, but a bacterial infection doesn't make sense. Like you can't have a bacterial infection.
And
I'll look it up.
No, I already know about. You got to watch the Eddie Bravo podcast. You have Rockfin?
No.
You need to go to Rockfin, ROKFIN, and look up Eddie Bravo's podcasts. And he's got some people that he talks about with that.
Dr. Andrew Kaufman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So okay, look at this, right?
Shit for years.
Now I typed in bacterial infections, and I went to this website, Cleveland Medical Clinic, which I don't fully subscribe to because this is a cult owned, all these clinics. So bacterial infections are diseases that affect the skin, lungs, brain, and heart. Bullshit. Straight away, I know that's not true. Even for my grade school education,
How?
you get single cell organisms multiplying and releasing toxins. No, that's not true.
There's decay. There's decay of the tissue, but that's at best.
Well, you have to explain.
Yeah, there you go. That's a better argument. If you had decomposition or some type of other type of reaction, yeah, that would work. If you have a gunshot wound or something, right?
Hey, Blatek.
And parasites got into your gunshot wound, yes, or stabbing or something.
Blatek. I have to rudely bring this back to flat Earth.
Why?
Yeah, please.
Because we're on a live stream, buddy.
Well, why you want to talk about flat Earth? It's boring, and no one cares about it anymore.
No, but we don't. So we stream live on YouTube and on Rumble, and that is a gateway for people to learn the truth about all of the lies. All the lies that dude. Once you learn the Earth is flat, everything else, all the other lies make sense. Like you can point out every single lie.
That was my argument from the start. I said, guys, you just got to, if people don't believe in flat Earth, expose the lies and corruption, and then flat Earth comes later.
I mean, it's true, but flat Earth is the final lie. It literally, once you know the Earth is flat, then you are open to all kinds of different narratives out there that explain things better than what's going on. Because let's face it, when they tell you that, it's scientific, and then when you ask for the scientific evidence, and then there isn't. It's a story. They tell you a story.
Yeah.
So, I mean, flat Earth is a big, big part of exposing the lie. Big part.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the biggest.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Flat Earth was the final lie for me. Like, I already figured out all the other lies, and then I'm like, oh my God, this is it. This is you can't lie to me about anything anymore now.
Yeah, you become very cynical and you question everything. And all of a sudden you notice you start to see lies everywhere.
Yeah, they keep trying. Yeah, they keep trying. But.
Yeah. Like that movie, They Live. But once he exposed the lies, he saw all the lies.
Yep.
Everything was open to him.
Mm-hmm.
This is why flat Earth is so good, man.
Fair enough. Hey, do you have the link for the Rumble?
The Rumble? The
announcements.
Hold on. I think it's under Helioskeptic.
It's under Helio in the list, okay.
Mm-hmm. On Rumble. I'll pull it up real quick and drop a link to one of the live streams.
Okay. I was just looking in your list here that I thought they might have a...
Yeah, you can do Sheepdog Legend. Is my Rumble attached on my name? I'm only following 2 or 3 accounts anyway. But yeah, man, like we got to keep it on topic with like flat Earth and everything like that, because I mean that's literally what this server is for.
Sheepdog, you hear the guy? What was his name last night? He was talking about Cavendish. Kept calling it an experiment, and every time we asked him to, identify the independent variable, dependent control, he'd be like, "All right, fine, so we won't call it an experiment." But he was making an argument for science. Dude, it went on for 4 hours. You got to watch I think TOS clipped it. He definitely clipped it and put it on YouTube. But he literally was going in a circle with ISS. Every time we'd ask for a proof, he'd go to the ISS and then the curvature from the ISS. Then mass attracts mass was his naturally observed phenomenon. And then,
no, you should invite me to talk to this guy about the ISS and the fake science. I've destroyed it.
So. Yeah, but we shouldn't have even gotten to the ISS because you can't get to space. And we were trying to get him to prove the curvature, the motion, and the second law of thermodynamics violation, but he just kept going to space. And it was, he must have been trolling or something, but it was 4 hours. Jedi did a great job with them. Heretic, yeah, everybody. There was like 40 people in here. It was kind of very entertaining. If you watch Huey, if Huey was in here, the conversation would have been over in 3 seconds. Let's just put it that way. He wouldn't have entertained anything past the word experiment.
Oh no, he would have muted him like a million times, and then.
But it was almost more entertaining this way. So I'm glad he wasn't in here.
No, it's fun to watch people drag people around. I got much respect for QE. He just has zero patience anymore. He's been doing it for so long.
Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, Jedi's pretty good at exhibiting patience and getting through. And AI and Wolfgang, I've heard recently, they're fantastic.
Oh yeah. Well, I know AI. Wolfgang, I've heard a few times. I don't hear much of Wolfgang. He's usually up in the lobby.
Yeah. Every time he jumps in, though, he's just so calm and collected and concise, and he gets through to people like he's like the A team. He'll come in and try to close them if everyone.
Let's not forget Creation Bear. It's done really well.
CB, man.
I can go
CB,
on.
bro.
I know.
CB has that good demeanor, too.
He's so calm.
What do you mean by science? Well,
he's a good moderator too. I like CB when he moderates. But yeah, no, it's good to see everybody doing their own unique, jumping in their own unique way.
Yeah, it's kind of necessary with the different personality types that come in here, even though they all have the same tactics. But, like the kid last night, no matter who tried, you weren't getting through to him. He was probably in the middle of aerospace engineering and university, and you just couldn't shake his belief because you would take away his whole world.
There's some people that literally spend every waking moment trying to debunk flat Earth. And so they'll read every single talking point and they'll watch every single video.
They get paid for it.
Then they'll come in here and cite the Cavendish quote-unquote experiment, and you ask them what type of gravity was used, and they'll say Einsteinian. They don't even know the basis for the most basic points. And it's just funny to listen to flat earthers steel man every one of their arguments.
Well, I mean, the biggest thing is if you know if you listen to what their observation is, and they say it's a scientific experiment, all you got to do is ask for the independent variable, the dependent variable, and the control.
Oh yeah, that's what they're and the naturally observed phenomenon. He's saying mass attracting mass. It's well, first of all, it's the same thing. You're using the same term. Second of all, it's a concept. It's not tangible. It's not physical. It can't. That's not naturally observed. Plus, the mass is coming from a man-made torsion balance, and so it's the whole argument is just bunk. But they entertained it. It was funny. You ever listen to that lady Brenda, or I don't know if it's a lady. I think it is on QE's channel.
Oh yeah, is she British? He gives him a lot of shit, and he takes it too. He's so sweet with her.
Oh no, that's Betty. That's Betty. She's
Betty. Okay.
Yeah, she's
she gives him so much shit.
Yeah, she's from the Netherlands. I think she's funny. She interrupts him a lot. He has a soft spot for her. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. And he lets her do it. It's funny.
Yeah, she brightens up the show. But Brenda's a Glober, but she doesn't know anything. She's suffering from severe Dunning Kruger. But if you have time to look up just Brenda keyword in some of his clips, she says some of the funniest things I've ever heard.
Oh, I'm sure.
And she sounds like a dude.
That probably explains a lot right there. Oh.
Yeah, Brenda is a dude. I've seen a picture of him.
Wait, have you seriously? Because if you know him,
The name's Brent. No, it is a dude. Yeah, Brenda von Hausen on Twitter. Yeah, she's done videos.
Brenda von Hausen?
Something like that. It is a dude. Yeah.
I think she's transitioned though, right? Because I think she identifies as a girl.
No.
Like they always say she.
Once a dude, always a dude.
Yeah,
does she claim to be a woman though? That's my question.
Well, I guess so.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Von Hassel?
Von Hausen, maybe. Yeah, she does debate videos and stuff.
I may have lost connection. Everything went kind of silent there. The Bay video was. Maybe. I don't fucking know, mate. I like good debate, but I'm shit as chess.
Van Essen?
Do me a favor.
No.
This tune. Now, please, just one favor. Just listen to this tune. If I give you one bit of advice, it would be wear sunscreen. No one. It would speak Chinese.
Yeah, I don't know about sunscreen.
You know what? I'm working on that issue.
I haven't touched it in years. Skin's fine.
I gotta stop eating shitty food. I have a soft spot for crafty American Chinese food. Probably not a good thing. What's up, Flat Earth Professor Dude? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Let's see. How about some music to wake everybody up?
Anyone have bot access? Maybe play a few clips.
I got bot access. You can drop the link in the live stream, and I'll see if it's okay for the bot.
All right, let me find something.
Of course, you'll play into PMAX emotions there, Morvis.
Right. See,
I'm about to make your ears bleed, PMAX.
Yeah, my ears are really bleeding. Ouch.
Ouch.
Ouch. Oof. Oof. Ow! Yeah, somebody make a stop. Well, PMAC, you can always just push the stop button. Yeah, no thanks. Morvis, what the fuck, bro?
Morvis is trying to help you out, man.
No, that's not helping me out. That's fucking... That's driving me fucking... Morvis, right, to make me...
He's trying to help you out, bro.
Nah, I know. No, Incubus, it's not the same Incubus, right? Because... Alright, maybe it is. I don't know. And then they got better. Help me out, Morvis.
What's up, man?
Help me out, bro. I've never actually heard Morvis order Sikorum talk. I like him. I feel like he's one of my buds, but I've never actually heard him speak. Isn't that crazy?
He's a pretty cool dude. I've heard him talk in the rankings meetings. All right, y'all. I gotta step away. I'm gonna put on the bot. I apologize, PMAC.
What?
Huh?
Bro.
Flat in this bitch, glow confusion with the drip drop. It's flat everywhere. I got facts up in my Ziploc. Flat up in this place, no globe model, that's for kid bops. You ain't on flat earth, you can kick rocks, okay? Flat, hey, flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flat, flat, smack. Globe got no curve, bitch. Yeah. Yeah. Flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, flat, smack, smack. Flat, flat, smack, smack. Flat, flat. Globe gone flat. Got no curve, bitch. I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, I'm flat. Hey. take it off, yeah. Globe off, yeah. Live stream, yeah. Everybody here, bringing up air. Gas pressure, yeah. That is my fate. The globe is gon' hate. The truth I chase, and it don't break. We just killed space. Yeah, it's all fake. Acting is fake. Now hand me that tape. 10 toes in the mud, measured earth, and it's flat. Yeah. Global dunked on in its fields, and that's facts. Yeah. I ain't tryna fight you too emotional. Take this flat smack like it's supposed to go. Made it out the globe, had to bounce right quick. Wonder how I drop out, learn to count like this. Got a folder with no earth curve where I keep my shit. Hit a bay first with a laser, ain't no curve in this bitch. Okay, I'm flat. Hey, flat, I'm smack. Flat, smack. Flat, smack. Globe, no curve, turn that flat into facts. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, it's flat. Hey, flat, I'm smacking. Flat, smack. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch. I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, I'm flat. I'm a globe destroyer. F.E. Toya. William Globe smoking ass nigga. In the live stream joking. Took his globe like it's stolen. Broke brain can't focus ass nigga. Pause about we got a caller. Call him nigga, he gon' chop his head off. Can't run the game out here, bro. Cause where I hang no sphere, bro. Real nigga, do you got a problem? What? Real nigga will come and solve it. Yeah. Tax coming in, can't stop it. We getting to the money, y'all jogging. Yeah. Good times represent victory. To the same globe's just dead to me. A washed up glove don't mean shit to me. I'ma surf off the curve in a Tiffany. Globers do nothing for me unless you leave VC with a curve beat. I'm flat gang, savage free. Globers get smoked just trying to diss me. Okay. Yeah, flatten, I'm flat. Yeah, flatten, I'm smack. Flat, smack. Flat, yeah, flat, yeah. Globe gone flat, ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat. Hey, flatten, I'm smacking. Flat, smack. Flat, smack. Yeah. Globe gone flat, ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat.
Yeah. CB, you know me.
Check 1, check 2, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look what they're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Listen. We are. Sure. Like jumping on the couch. Listen. We are. Sure. Like jumping on the couch. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Listen. We are. Sure. Like jumping on the couch. Look what they're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. The reason for all of this season. The reason for all of this season. You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. The reason for all of this season. The reason for all of this season. You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Was it flat? How was it flat? They're chatting about how was it flat? They're chatting about how was it flat? Was it flat? What? They're chatting about was it flat? Very clever. Was it flat? Very clever. Was it flat? Very clever. Very clever. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Was it flat? How was it flat? They're chatting about how was it flat? They're chatting about how was it flat? Was it flat? What? They're chatting about was it flat? Very clever. Was it flat? Very clever. Was it flat? Very clever. Very clever.
It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah. It's flat, yeah.
We the best music.
It's flat, yeah.
Another one.
It's flat, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how you find us. I got flattered from my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to Greece when it was a ground. The curve is my priority. I'll put that over everything. Well, shit, and there ain't no space. Wait, no gravity, validate. Tap gas, pressure, less contained. This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. Like love don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space flow. Let it go, oh, let go. Let it go, oh, let go. Let it go, oh, let go. Let it go, let go.
I let it go if you say that there's curved in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no flow. Ask for proof when I give you some low, but I'm proud of myself cause I used to be slow. Now I just hustle and grind and fly smack into all of my muscles so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall? Army is gonna end up in the wall. Brandis clocks like a dog. See tough our left is some balls. Ask the perfect measurements, they can go claims with that no evidence. You look too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. No jump, no curve, can't see no. Parallel race with some shadows in the stick up. Thinking about your shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up? This is Butterfly, baby. It's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. Like love don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space flow. Let it go, oh, let go. Let it go, oh, let go. Let it go, oh, let go. Let it go, let go.
Alrighty, Nitty HC. Yeah, that's a fun name. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Thank you. What brings you here? And be honest, what shape do you think the Earth is? I'm just here to troll. The world is a stage, Shakespeare. You think you live on a fake sphere? There ain't no curve, it just ain't there. That means it's not an oblate pair. Essence lying, it's obvious, yeah. Look at the plumpest of sloppiest. Like they're not even trying to fool half the audience. If there's to buy it up, you say it won't, but it's diet, yeah. Wanna debate, do not try it, yeah. Leave them unpacking and crying, yeah. Take out the rinse and then dry it, yeah. If you got proof, then provide it. You are VC verified, and either you're seeking the truth or you will just go into hiding. Give it me, debug FE. Give it me, gravity. Give it me, philosophy. Give it me, pure comedy. Give it me, debug FE. Give it me, gravity. Give it me, philosophy. Give it me, pure comedy. You gotta admit, sometimes this is just pure comedy. I mean, don't get me wrong, we're looking for some evidence for this globe theory, but it's pretty funny.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Too many reifications of privation, secular thermodynamics violations, frivolous fake as apparent deviations, global's always rotten guns, no demonstration, the facts not murdered the board. With simplicity, pretending clowns aren't the ordinance with simplicity. Get that geometry, your model needs nowadays, but see I sound like your army needs copperplate. From the world to ever show for and nevermore. Been a rap for your time, or a scientific, or a sicker that they're prolific. Come to what the God of flat earth, that's just terrific. Mindful thesis, paleo genius, you thought you had it all, so no. Like the same truth, you never see this. You ain't chilling people in the gleasons, the globe, not so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality, factually dealing with no type of reality. Tragedy, all of the true signs of fallacy. Sad to see you surrounded by some banality. Stuck in the court, but they're arraignment. Gas popping off all day, no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic. Anytime there was Socratic, the final turns views like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done. It's so tragic. You end this season. All snotty knows the reason. You go charge wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with 3-point palm. Instant exploded paradigm technique. Black stopping your beliefs. Living it sweet, your brain's obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching the leak? Your whole squad like sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar goes rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FP, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear like I think that if you bros never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since it cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. It's crunch time. You whack now getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell can we establish a baseline? Once the archers are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what I hear through the grapevine, but you must be out your mindset in space time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Draw tales about vacuums, an empty place, or the raw breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in the room of clients. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of super science? You're in the mood to try us, go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. I'm at the speed of sound, 250 miles above the ground. See the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more off the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep pushing this in the background. Nothing debating, no was up, the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of thing that's a home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in a sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but at times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy, chucking and jiving, Globers be wildin'. They win out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply. Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go back, matter of fact, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here trying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little funny friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've grown, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying the story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Kids, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortures. That's a tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that Knoxwell is our joker talking. Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with 8 stories. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To stay levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional public digest in the summer. Without any warning, hick on the strawman. Are you a moron and not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Anti-astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water what they claim that they orb. It's a circle, cloud circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the globe don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to alert with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, but they're hiding flat. Keep my spies life on high for the research. You rely upon peace and power like a bird. With your lying God, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, the choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive are watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride and they enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Grace Leonidas, 24/7 Discord Flat Earth. Welcome to the arena, gladiator. You wanted an edge? Our spears are strong, a formation of edge. It's time to push it to the ledge. Your fallacious sword will shatter on our shield. The Spartans victorious upon the battlefield. Only by the spear of truth can you make us yield.
This is where we hold them. This is where we fight. This is where they die, and these shields rise. This is Sparta!
The specificity of your claim requires you to step up your game. It needs to be substantiated, authenticated. Don't just sit there, get it correlated. Stop getting frustrated while vaccinated, thinking you're educated. Are you really illuminated while being acclimated clown, subjugated, with unabated propaganda permeated? Your arguments are constipated, your history is misstated. All your proofs are long evaded, your counters are unrelated. You're just pontificated and obfuscated. Sorry, friend. Are you medicated?
Calm yourself.
I am sorry, my friend. But not all of us are meant to be soldiers.
It is clear you're aggravated when a fallacy is generated and a Spartan denigrated. Next time, try to reformulate it. But since you got moderated, it's time for you to get re-educated. Here, sophistry gets dominated, arguments decimated. Don't just sit there being domesticated, accepting being indoctrinated with vile claims and substantiated. That's madness incorporated. Be sophisticated and underestimated, unaffiliated and rejuvenated, stimulated and motivated, get animated, activated, rehabilitated with your mind repopulated, not automated and sedated, blindly opinionated and physically degenerated, with hearts exasperated and minds overestimated. I call that being uneducated.
Spartans! What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
It's not complicated. Globe model was evaluated, radius invalidated, black swan reverberated, percolated and penetrated, and the globe deflated. Do you understand what is communicated? Light attenuated, perspective appropriated, density understated, entropy violated, Saros cycle assimilated, and the Coriolis conflated. Or do you need it illustrated, perhaps translated? Is it really necessitated to be restated? Gas dissipated, yet container is ventilated. You should feel liberated, it's been corroborated. Religion has evaporated while blind faith was annihilated. Do not be humiliated. This was dictated, slated and fated. Now outdated, antiquated, needs to be updated and thoroughly investigated with science invigorated, its potential unmitigated. Be elated, elevated, fascinated. Don't you feel exhilarated? It's long been belated. It's something to be celebrated, not debated.
Find trust.
This was all premeditated, all of it orchestrated, perpetrated, perpetuated, all of us regulated, designated, and desecrated. The whole world manipulated. We were told it rotated, that it was calculated and demonstrated, when it was really estimated and speculated and fabricated and misappropriated. The lies are completely overrated. It's time for the truth to be reinstated.
Go spread the word. Let every Greek assemble know the truth of this. Let each among them search his own soul. And while you're at it, search your own.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 black commandments. Yeah. This Globe, you can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon beauty shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fellas need to tore it up. Shit, for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep Flat Earth Society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should've been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in VC. If the team might get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to Cogdiss. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat Earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CD. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just so. Paddle knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo, the only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo, the FP commando. With knowledge as ammo, a 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location. It's called exploration, using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation. Not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration. You feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation. Perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, and supposition and superstition. We're all around faulty cognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination with lies and omission, when learning the truth should be your ambition, regardless of the optics and previous conviction. That's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition, on a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition: be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition, a recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition, a non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
How long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. We'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And, you know, the colors all look kind of weird in space.
People just research what your eyes do. Research what your eyes do. As soon as you do that, then everything, all the pieces start falling into place. Then you'll understand what you're looking at. And these globies just don't get it. They're like, I'm like, well, it's scientific fact. I mean, you can Google it right now. I mean, look at how your eyes work. I mean, you're saying no, like we're taught no. Like, I mean,
the problem is, you know, I don't care if somebody doesn't believe me, but when you don't even look and then you tell me how wrong I am, and it's like, dude, and it's like, I mean, you've seen some of my shows, and I've seen your posts, and you just as well as I and others. I mean, we break it down really simple for these people.
Schon gar nicht leicht.
Everybody put your hands up.
I wrote this out in 2019, dropping it for the end of 2020 and Agenda 21 for the full world order. So let's go.
Hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm a comment to it up so I can sip as I go. While we sip and collide, while the listen to bars. Tries to thought, Roddy's thought I gotta keep it behind bars. Now I love this hip-hop and the truth can't be stopped. I'm a comment to it up so I can sip as I go. While we sip and collide, while the listen to bars. Tries to thought, Roddy's thought I gotta keep it behind bars. Now I shred a glass ceiling, strap metal with degree. Orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that feed for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped from the power that we got from the armor with God. Everybody stand up, true troopers squad up. From 10G, Marcelli back to Rocky Bar. This age-old concept destroys a globe object. Evolution turned to rubbish like the disc Star Trek. 2019, bokeh cameras what we see. CGI images claiming to be what we be. No stars and no moon and no galaxy. Claiming space is real, flipping nothing 60. Harness to green screen, alter reality. You blindly believe in program. programmed by the TV. And Neil deGrasse says the tiny ass is not large, well enough to earth to notice the track. To notice any curvature with that up his flat. So go and drop the mic and watch these globes react.
Well, these sticks and stones and these shadows alone to prove the earth is curved. So why don't you go wrong? The fat tarts alone, the bastard, you're wrong. The why can't you see China outside of my home? Show me the edge and now show me the dome. I got proof where we came from this bone. Poop we grown from this explosion. From poop soup to monkey goop to homo sapien.
This is ludicrous. Flying space is the root of it. Pagan sun god worshipping ritual Jesuits. Sundog, Masonic, Nimrod, the Illuminate. Fallen gods take charge, then they end up ruining. Just before God cracks open up the firmament, you sound the trumpet loud. It's a turn of the permanent, and ain't no stopping it. God's word is the ultimate. It testing all things, in the end it'll be positive. Gospel to the opposite, hostile environment. The apostles stood for the Messiah, now we're honoring. So go and bound wonder, true God of thunder, with more power, more powerful than any other one. Yo, I shattered glass ceiling, strap metal with debris, orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that feed for plant seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, smack to get dropped from the power that we got, from the armor with God. Everybody stand up, true troopers squad up. Comes and G to carry weight, no wrong box. Theoretical philosopher, true trooper officer, radical, tactical, even lateral, the monster. The wild ball, the globe, God would even be on it with your worthless, pathetic, redundant, circular argument. Playground bullies with your loser asking tactics. Grade 2 attitude, high school antics, and I don't talk about it, I mean more about it. Cooking cows ain't got nothing, verbal showers every hour that you want it. Teaming up with some of the most incredible, streaming live shows straight to your telephone. I know what you know and what you views to know, and all my views are on mine and on mine alone. And time will show with all these lies they throw, and how they compromise your home and how your child will grow. Indoctrination, globe told operation, my control, occupation, stay woke and tell the nation while these kids is getting raped and killed in the pavement, while you meet in the street and debate out your enslavement. Divide and conquer is what they gonna aim with. Religious, skin color, history, you name it. Mystery up and hidden from the public. Retelli in the Vatican, and the Queen's got all of it. Locking away providence, God's documents, His promise to His creation, which is us, and we should honor it. Shattered glass ceiling, strap metal with debris, orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that feed for plant seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, smack to get dropped from the power that we got, from the armor with God. Everybody stand up, true trooper squad up. From Zen G, Nathan G to Ross Skiba. West Place Jones, right. Yo, I love this hip-hop, and the truth can't be stopped. I'm climbing to the top so I can sip as I go, while we sip and collide, while the listen of us tries to thought, Roddy started, gotta keep it behind bars. Now I love this hip-hop, and the truth can't be stopped. I'm climbing to the top so I can sip as I go, while we sip and collide, while the listen of us tries to thought, Roddy started, gotta keep it behind bars. Now I shattered glass ceiling, strap metal with debris, orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that feed for plant seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, smack to get dropped from the power that we got, from the armor with God. Everybody stand up, true trooper squad up. From Zen G to Johnny B to Rob Skiba. And I would like to end with some of these, so please, geez. 50 years of NASA-derived technologies, web-based mapping the world at your fingertips. CGI cartoons, pieces made out of paper clips, curtain rods, tin foil, scotch tape, and bacon bits. This is how it sounds when I see you, you be faking it. Paper mache, while you laughing in my face, telling me you got robots searching out up in space.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Prosthetics again, health and medicine, I'm throwing what again? Just a minute on Reddit, said some shit again. Now they admit it can't go the moon, my friend. I don't get it, this is ludicrous, every bit of it. And if you're new to this, stop the track and get in with it, cause we be winning it. True trooper who be killing it. Globe gob, little toms, acting like Olympic kids. I wipe them on some little bombs, tighten up the kitty bits. Give them the globe and distract them like it always is, and throw them off the edge. It's the only thing they know of it. Who you kidding? When you acting like your little bricks. This is my music, stuff that I might can see where it is. It's just in my name and Robert messes me with. Nothing but a flat tall bombard me an idiot. The joke's on you, though you're real tough talking. Someone already told you globe model was caca. Flat earth experts, I might hit you where it hurts. Between the skirts of folk retold and tippity dirt. Belong call cruise dirt. See the stars deserve, the globe Mars be hurt. Flat tall be burnt. Report your meme and lurk. The 3D band to work. To vote a clan victory to here we go. We'll birth, so let's go. I'ma jump off the ropes. I got a chokehold on this globe. Choke on my school. Shattered glass ceiling, strap metal and debris. Orange tag on the beam, true troopers on the scene. And this could be the anthem when I'm claiming that feed for planting seeds all around me with the truth that I see. So step up and get rocked, and smack to get dropped. From the power that we got, from the armor we got. Everybody stand up, true trooper squad up. From ZG back to me to Rob Skiba. You globe always ain't got
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mr. Strawman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi, how are you?
We got our torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Oh, what a way to start a morning.
Yeah. I love this. Here's 2020. Chocolate scene. It's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like low arsonists. Y'all get dissed, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist. Always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies. Begging the question and never seen, please. Claiming flat earth is only archaic, while you sit back and paint these mosaics of Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro, it seems profound. 2,000 years and still sight 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, what's really going 6 feet deep is the value of your radius, it's RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game, it's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane, the cartoon world will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only wanna help you be attained and reclaim your sense of home and your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism as it starts to race. Globetrotters scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think NASA really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water ball is losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time to throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
Had to make a song for the Globers, they ain't even know what they told us. And got flight smacked in October. It didn't go as smooth as he hoped for. Earth don't move, didn't notice. Heart gone cold, get a frozen. Need somewhere to cry, we got shoulders. A fraction can't move mountains, fighters move boulders. Kick 3 points, we got holders. Midwest when it be snowing. Better wake up, need the Folgers. Got the win in hand, no folding. Earth don't move, I told him. Globers stay mad, head exploding. Hold up. Now Flat Earth got exposure. All we doing is exposing Globers. Get him, Sasha. Listen this. Andy and Crypto got fish and chips. Netflix and chillin' out with your chick. I told her the earth is as flat as it gets. Once you go flat, you don't go back again. 40 so curve on me, left, right, Flashback to Glover, got Mac right and quit. Globe is all over by the sounds of it. It's a limp dick, just like Soundly's bridge. Got them cold cuts, just to need a fridge. Flat or jab, get them needles quick. Platform, Hill House, you can clearly see it. Glover's gonna need to concede and quit. Evidence, but no, he ain't seen it. Dirty Globe, we cleaned them. Flat or laser, we beamed them. Shout out to Dave, listen all the fakes. Yeah, Globers be slaves. Stay in them caves, homies got played. Yeah, space is all gay. Globers getting paid. Stop the globe and press play. It's flat up in this place. Take my facts and I spray. He fell to his knees to the globe he prayed. CJ, Indio, Globers we got cameras silly though. Probably flex make it $1 million. You goofy some X $1 million. Central, Martov. Globers we got cameras silly though. Probably flex make it $1 million. You goofy some X $1 million. Flatty, Kiwi. Globers we got cameras silly though. Probably flex make it $1 million. You goofy some X $1 million. T-Watt, Timbo. Globers we got cameras silly though. Probably flex make it $1 million. You goofy some X $1 million. Know what I do at the end of the song. Shout out to all of my dogs, yeah. Yeah. And a special shout out to Lobby Squad, yeah. CB. Yeah.
For the Glover to move over, there's no rovers on Mars, or the moon, or the stars. Space is fake, he's coping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is dancing with the stars. Too much food up on your plate, the flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about the debate. Yeah, I was just like you, on the globe back in the day. And I thought the earth was moving, till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape. But you thinking's buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof, you should learn to feel ashamed. Cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last place. Man, when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit, better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy, cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day. And you need to say shit, better back up all your claims. I won't take no fallacy, cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh? I'm about to get my 44 up off the dresser, now I'm another track is still flat.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one
when shifting. Reality, as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I can kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Yo, I've been hearing a lot of talk about refrigerators and whatnot. 2020. MIDI-HC. CI. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping. The Gleason thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping. The Gleason thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be freaking out when they act like they're speaking about some test for you to do to prove all of their doo-doo. Oh, hell no. No. It doesn't work that way. If you're gonna make a claim, you gotta back it up. Prove it. Or we just throw it away and call it a day. It's a wrap. They tweaking and peaking, looming and sinking, got them all reaching. Did you just say atmosphere? You ain't got no sphere. Get this globe head out of here. Black Swan, nightmare. Turns out the horizon is over there. Look at that. Globers be like, yeah, but it's just not fair.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
Cause the earth is not a sphere. Got 'em. If you ain't been peeping the Gleason, hey, but you still asking about seasons. I got a million reasons why I think you're not a genius. You tweaking if you ain't been peeping the Gleason. Got these globe heads sheeping and weeping while we out here speaking and preaching. Peeping the Gleason, you ain't proved shit, you a bad debater. Serving up another red herring, someone get a moderator. Second law thermodynamic violation, refrigerator. Wait, what?
Natural phenomena observed, please.
The Terminator will now terminate ya.
Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV.
You are sitting in a second law of thermodynamics violation in your ball-tart spinning space monkey religion.
Okay. You happy with that?
No. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm thrilled.
We just showed that the ball-tarts are actual science deniers.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it.
Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, Tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life, MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing off false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You went out and educated, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now Global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
1, 2, 3, 4. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. I told you about the mainstream media. Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Get down there, set the stars not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF. Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest light you can imagine. Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just dark doomsday.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
You know, we partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. You know, we own the science, and we think that the world, you know, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it. And nobody never knows like how I go in, because it's like all most people hear is, damn, this dude's mic is terrible. And then they hear me screaming, but I did some work here. Let's see, where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie, right? Because this is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie, because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that? We can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, you know, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So, you know, he grew up in the church. He worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop, or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things. I'm like, yeah, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not saying this. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually existing. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like, who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Whitsitt picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, yeah, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, you know, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, well, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So, like, you know, it's so flippantly, like it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore you can ignore the spiritual side if you desire, but academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more, $90,000 check. University libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system, Rockefeller system, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller, y'all.
Make money, but I'll breeze past that. Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, shape doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more $58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you two questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So First question would be FlatFact64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot, I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. And let me explain. I'm gonna, now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Sirus, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly... generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you, for 100%, guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, yo, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He just assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait! There's more!
Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one. No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right, but I am more than 99% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe? Well, I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have. Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. No. We don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
No, you don't remember when he's eaten. Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut you!
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence in there.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again, my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like. True.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my god!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Alright, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you
just
was.
Vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
all right. So since you are vague, I would say that you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't.
That happened.
Agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that in a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
The Antarctic terrorist, Jarl Andahoy.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
What's up, guys?
Oh, you know, just getting things started for the day.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yes, sir.
What do we got on the panel right now?
Well, we got Financial Conspirator, who's been in the live stream for about a month, or been on the server for about a month. Scare Bear, talked to him last night for a little bit. A couple of people showing up here early in the morning, so that's cool. What's up, Wave Mixer? And then Bennett's been here for a little while, I think. Oh yeah, at least a year. Other than that, that's about it.
What's a rising earther? Financial conspirator, is that what you are? What is that? I've never heard of that.
Absolutely not. No, I one of these flat earther guys that I've been watching for just came out as rising earther to explain gravity. The Earth is constantly rising at a constant acceleration, which explains why things fall or why we have a weight. Because to have weight, you need motion or force. I'm like, hey, force is not equal to motion. But I sent like what he said to me. I couldn't really rebut it because it's sort of like a word salad. But no, I'm definitely not a rising earther. I'm trying to debunk rising earth.
Where are they? Who are these? Like, where is this group of people that are saying they're rising earthers? Who the hell are they? Is that like another controlled opposition or something?
No, actually, Del from the Imaginary Curve recently has been doing a lot of rising earther stuff, and from that a few months ago, it's just been like one after one. These guys are constantly like dropping a little rising earther stuff in their content more and more, and it's getting really annoying.
That sounds like a CIA thing.
Del? Nah.
Yeah, Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve, Miggy. You know that.
That isn't a CIA thing. That's just people. That's just people talking on the internet, talking a bunch of shit. They don't know what they're talking about. People have gone the way of like overthinking shit, and they just start to wax themselves intelligent because they're the founders of some new idea, which is not really new. The same old shit. Isn't that what you call it?
Flat Earth Society?
Yeah, the Flat Earth Society. Isn't that the same shit? That's what they say, right?
And Australia doesn't exist?
Well, I mean, yeah, but the rising Earth is that
right.
It's idea.
Accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared.
It's a part of what you might say. They themselves aren't CIA, but I'm saying if it was started from that, like from the Flat Earth Society, then that's different. But like that's still no. You'd have to link it to that, like directly. There has to be some evidence for you to say that that's where it comes from.
I'm just being skeptical.
Del's just going purely off demonstration. It's no opinion. It's a demonstration.
Demonstration of what?
Yes, of buoyancy and density not being a thing once it's left the Earth.
Yeah, but demonstration sounds like he's demonstrating the rising Earth. He ain't doing that shit.
Well, there's a couple of options as to what's happening. So, buoyancy and density to me is not enough. I think it's not quite complete.
Are you a part of that, Andy? Are you a part of this idea?
Well, I'm a truther.
No. Are you a part of the rising Earther?
I don't know what's happening. How can I say what's happening? I don't know what's happening outside the reference frame, do I?
Advocates for his position would then be, just because some guy gets on the freaking microphone and starts yelling into it and sounds like he's very charismatic, doesn't mean he's right.
No, I agree with that, but I'm a truther, so I just go where the truth is.
Is it true that the Earth is rising?
Oh, I don't know. The demonstration seems to say so.
I don't know. What?
The demonstration seems...
What demonstration? What the fuck? All right, who else besides Andy thinks that this is an actual idea that we can start
propagating? It's interested, that's all.
No, it's not. It's horse shit.
Well, I don't think buoyancy and density is enough. I think there's something else.
What else can it be?
It could be electrostatics, I guess.
Well, I know there is no demonstration to provide the evidence that it is what people are saying about rising Earth, Andy. Like, that has to be like, but it's not. It's like, now we're talking about shit that's happening outside of our perspective, and now what we're doing is lending credence to that by saying it could be. We're not doing the due diligence and giving that justice because some guy screaming in the microphone saying everybody's a freaking idiot for not looking at rising Earth. Like, this is stupid. It's gonna turn your mind into this, like, people go the way, man. Like, I'm telling you, it's a bad path. That's all I'm saying. It's a very bad path. And if we start going in that direction because somebody sounds like they know what they're talking about without any evidence, you're gonna fall in the same camp as somebody who thinks Australia doesn't exist. Or it sounds ridiculous, but if somebody's as charismatic as they are, they're gonna make you think that.
Oh, look, when something, you know me, I'm not great with the physics side of things, but it's obvious that, to me anyway, that something accelerating creates displacement. And something that's falling down is said to be accelerating, but there's no displacement whatsoever of any gases or liquids. And if you throw an accelerometer off a building, it'll register nothing. So there needs to be an explanation for this.
Yeah, explanation. Well, what we can tell when things are at rest, they're at rest. When things are moving, they're moving, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to discern if something's at rest or it's moving. Wouldn't you agree with that? How could we then empirically test things if we don't know what they are? From the standpoint of saying, well, this thing is at rest, this thing is moving. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think.
So how could we have a discernment if we drop something and then there's something beside it that's not dropping at all? It's just sitting there. Could I tell you that thing that's sitting there and the thing that's dropping are both moving at the same time?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The question isn't acceleration.
I'm asking you. You need to tell me. Like, at what point are we going to start to discern that we can't discern? I'm asking.
No, but is a thing falling accelerating?
Andy, I'm asking you a question. You need to answer. Right. Like, this is going to unravel why people think this way. And if you can't discern whether the thing that's at rest or the thing that's dropping, you can't discern whether both of them are moving or not, then we have an issue. Right? I mean, you don't think there's an issue there? If there's a rock sitting on the ground and I'm dropping one and you're telling me they're both accelerating, then we have a problem. That's the mind fuck that this thing's doing to everybody right now, because you're overthinking the thing that you think. That's the same where we had I think Helio Skeptic probably can tell you, we had the same conversation when we're talking about things that are falling. What do you call it? Downward acceleration. That was actually something that was being talked about. It's the same thing that they were talking about with gravity. It's the same shit. It's just wrapped up in a different idea. The same thing. Bro, I'm telling you, people have been thinking about this idea for this. It's just repackaged, renamed something else. And if you can believe that, you'll easily to believe back into the globe. It's dragging you back in. It's like a tide.
Maybe. I don't know.
Back out. Yeah, that's what it's doing, Andy.
But if you like that idea, it is. It's exactly what is drawing it. The correlation to it is that it's exactly what the Earth being a globe is. And if that's the case, then you're like maybe 2 degrees or 1 degree away from believing the Earth's a globe again. And that's like, you know, you can think of whatever you want. But these guys are very good at being charismatic and drawing. That's why when we're in here, we don't give them any leverage when they're in here, any ground. They have to actually provide evidence for the thing they're talking about. But if you think that some people just follow leaders because they don't want to actually test the thing that they're talking about. They're just some guy screaming on the mic and just saying that they're right. Like, that doesn't make them right.
Can you explain the displacement thing? Yeah, anything accelerating creates displacement. That's my I'm limited understanding. Yeah. I'm not very good at physics, if I'm honest. But so that's obvious.
Yeah, but so what? So what?
Well, things in free fall aren't accelerated. Well, they're showing no displacement anyway.
Things in free fall aren't accelerating?
Well, they're not showing any displacement. That's the argument.
What do you mean they're not showing any display? I don't know. What are you talking
gases
about?
Or liquids. If you have a bottle and you drop it, the water stays at the bottom. Yeah. So if you have a bottle and it's half filled with water, let's say, and you no top on it, if you force it down, that's acceleration. What happens to the water? Well, it shoots out the top, doesn't it? But if you drop it,
you're talking about something that's falling down, right? Like a bottle of water.
Yeah, in free fall.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. In free fall, right? Let's make hang on. Let's make a distinction. Okay. Now I want you to get 2 bottles of water, set one down on the ground, and drop one. What is the difference between the one that you drop and the one that's resting on the ground? You tell me the difference. Is there a difference? Yes or no?
One's at rest.
Okay, and what is the other one doing?
The other one's moving.
Okay. Now, what happens when you start to think they're both moving? What happens to your mind then?
Sorry, say that again. I was reading the comment.
What happens when you think both of them are moving?
Yeah, it's hard to get your head around, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's easy, Andy. You're the one that's hard to get your head around this. It's easy for me.
I've been thinking about it for a while.
Listen, man, this is the snake oil salesman that sold you a bottle of that snake oil and you're drinking it, bro. You need to start to think critically for what's happening here. You're going to go down a bad path. And let's say, listen, I can advocate for a position to try to get you back out of it. But if you're already too far in, then it's 1 degree from thinking that the Earth is a globe. 1 degree. The next thing you're going to realize is what the hell have I been doing here? I know now everything's downward accelerating with gravitational forces. It's the same type of shit that they've been convincing people the Earth's a globe. But listen, I'm only saying it from if he's really charismatic, you like the guy, that's fine.
Yeah,
outside of I know you do. You've always advocated for his position, and anybody that talks about Dell, you kind of get in a tizzy about it because it's why he's
no, I don't get a tizzy. I don't get a tizzy. I just like him. He's a good lad. He's a good bloke.
Yeah. So that doesn't excuse the fact that somebody that's a good bloke could also be leading people down a bad path, right? Just doesn't excuse that. It doesn't.
Well, I don't know. I just think. You feel your weight, don't you?
Don't follow me.
And it's cut and dry, bro. This issue is cut and dry. If we don't have this discernment about us, then we don't know anything. So it's basically saying, something that's happening outside of my perception, I can't really tell because I can only tell from my senses here on Earth. But if something's happening outside of that, I wouldn't be able to know. And so that's just going to lead you to a 99.999% sure that the Earth is whatever you think it is. The other,
I would rather figure out reality for myself rather than somebody else trying to tell me what it is at this stage. No, I know Miggy. I'm sorry, but I would rather. I'm going to make an argument here. I would rather just figure it out for myself.
Well, figuring out for yourself is one thing, but actually listen to somebody that's posing an idea that you follow, That's a totally different other idea.
Yeah, well, you do speak a lot of sense, bro.
All I'm saying is that I just want people to realize, like, we all have this discernment. When somebody takes that away from you because you believe their idea, then you're might as well lend your mind over to the people who told you the Earth is a globe.
Right. So, well, I suppose that's my point.
Because listen, Nathan Oakley, QE, Dell, Fight the Flat Earth, anybody that speaks over a microphone, me, including me, if I'm telling you something and it disagrees with our discernment, then we got an issue. It doesn't matter who it is. There's an issue there. If we can't discern whether a bottle of water on the ground just sitting there is at rest versus one that's dropping through the air, we have a problem.
Yeah, I got you.
It's not hard to get your head around. It's hard when you start to overthink that thing that previously had your mind just. I'm telling you, it's not a good place to be. It really isn't. But
I agree with
tell you that.
B-Mac. I'd rather just try and figure it out for myself. It's not a case of following people or anything in particular.
Did you think about but did you think about the Earth rising up before this idea was proposed to you, Andy? Did you think?
I thought it was ridiculous.
I know. Why?
I knew there was something wrong with the stars, bro.
But why? That's all I'm saying is why, man. Why did you think it was ridiculous before and now it's not?
Because I still think it's somewhat ridiculous. I think the Earth's stationary. I don't think it's moving anywhere. So, but look, I can still entertain ideas. There's nothing wrong with entertaining ideas, dude.
Entertaining ideas and then asking yourself if I've been wrong about like thinking that the Earth is stationary is something like. If there's evidence that lends credence to the fact that the Earth is moving somewhere, then I would agree with you. There is no evidence of the case. These ideas have been waxed by intellects for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. And that's the problem, is that people start to like Humble H was in here yesterday, overthinking the position of the Earth not measuring curvature. And I told him that. He's like, well, I have like all these ideas. I'm like, it's not about all that, man. Like, really cut and dry. It's just, if the Earth has curvature as a geometric shape, it would have the consequence of having that geometric properties, like drop over distance. It just would, Andy. That's just that you can't escape that. When we start to like say, okay, I have a sphere in my hand, I have a cube in my hand, we all have the discernment of knowing the difference between those two. Why? Because of the geometric consequence that each one has, and we define the properties of that because we all agree upon these definitions. Now, when we're saying the Earth is this geometric shape, and we cannot measure drop over distance, that's the issue. It's not that it's a globe that was too big to cannot be measured. It's like people are saying that the Earth is something it's not, which is the same. Goes for a rising Earth. That's a Flat Earth Society psyop for sure, because that's where it came from. That whole concept, if not from earlier ideas of like globe Earth moving around in the vacuum of space, it's just the same thing.
I'm sorry to sound so, but what is the point that you're trying to make?
The point is when people get on the microphone, PMAC, and say whatever they want to. And they're very charismatic, and they have like hey, these fucking idiots are idiots, and they're stupid, and then everybody's like, oh wow, man, this guy's onto something. And the thing that he's saying is advocating for a position. At the position he's advocating for doesn't make any sense in physical and the natural world. Then there's a problem. I don't care if he's passionate, but like what I'm saying is he can be passionate for good things. That's great. When he starts taking your mind off of what the physical and natural world are telling you, that's wrong.
Okay, I agree with that.
And that's it. Because like I said, it doesn't matter even if it's QE or Nathan Oakley, if they're saying something that's incorrect, that disagrees with the physical natural world, then it's a problem. So far, like there's advocates for a position that haven't said anything that's incorrect. Not to my knowledge, but if somebody says something that's incorrect, then it needs to be brought up. Why the fuck is Miggy saying that the Earth is rising at 9.8 meters per second? Right? That's a problem.
You never said that.
No, right. But I'm saying though, if I was to one day come back around, I'm like, I've been thinking about it, guys. I don't know what you think, but it seems like I think the Earth's rising, man. It just, I try to get your head around this, and I give you an idea, and I'm dropping something, and I'm showing you, look, see, that's my evidence. I'm dropping something. That's not evidence. That's just you dropping something. Yeah, you drop something in the medium of air, and it does what it does. But then again, what is the comparison to something moving and something that is not? How can you distinguish?
Yeah, somebody saying something on the mic is not truth. It's not science. It's not. True.
I mean, all you have to do is ask a very simple question. If you hear the word acceleration, you have a vestibular system, and it detects acceleration. So, what do your senses tell you?
Oh, Del didn't say we're accelerating up. He said it were in motion. He didn't say accelerating. The different things.
I mean, regardless, you don't feel any motion, man.
No, but you understand there's a difference.
There's a difference in what?
It's not accelerating up.
I know the Earth is not accelerating up.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's your point, Andy?
In a constant speed.
He's saying you wouldn't feel the Earth rising because it's rising at the same speed throughout time.
Yeah,
what do your senses tell you, man?
Yeah, I think it's stationary.
That's it, man. Why would you look to anything else?
I have no idea. I don't know.
So what's the big deal? Did somebody say the Earth is that the ancient flat earthers? Like we're moving up?
No, we're talking about Del. Yeah,
talking about Del. You don't watch Del.
I didn't know. Sorry, enlighten me. Sorry.
We've been talking about Del this whole time.
I just fucking tuned in, bro. I was listening to music. All right, sorry. Go ahead. What did Del say? He didn't say they were moving up.
He said that he came up with this idea, or he didn't come up with this idea. He's using the Flat Earth Society's explanation for gravity, saying that the Earth is accelerating upward at 9.8 meters per second squared.
No, you said it again. He didn't say we're accelerating. He said it at a constant rate. If we're going to say what he's saying, don't put words in his mouth, at least.
Well, 8 meters per second squared is an average, so it could be anything around it, right? So you would feel that motion, right?
Yeah, it's not a constant even. Even in the globalist mind, it's not a constant, it's an average.
Yeah, any direction you would feel it.
Yeah, but listen, the argument there is not, and I'm not advocating for that position. I'm just clarifying what Andy's saying. It's not acceleration, it's a constant. Meaning, like, if you're in a car at a constant speed, you're not going to feel the speed of the car because you're at a constant speed. It's the acceleration or deceleration that you feel. I understand the argument. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just repeating it so you guys can understand what Andy.
Yeah, at least you got it right, Miggy.
Yeah, I know. I know what it is. But well, that's what some of the globalists would argue. That's because I know that because globalists argue the same position, that it's not acceleration, it's a constant speed. Which, in the case of an oblate spheroid going around an elliptical path, it is acceleration and deceleration. There's that, but that's not what we're saying right now. We're strictly talking about the understanding that the Earth is it's a flat and stationary plane.
Right.
You know what? Check this out. You know what I found out? That it's the opposite to what geocentrics think. Geocentrics is it's an oblate spheroid, but it's not moving. How about that? It's the opposite of that. That's just
going around it.
Yeah, it's like geocentrics think the Earth isn't going anywhere. Everything's revolving around the Earth, so that there is no motion, but the Earth's still an oblate spheroid.
That's funny.
How weird is that? Right, this is completely opposite to that. The Earth is flat and stationary, yet not stationary. It's flat, but it's not stationary. It's moving. How crazy is that? It's the polar opposite of like geocentrism.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck it, man. There's no buffer between, like, the only thing that we're showing people is how to think. And if people want to wax themselves intelligent by going into these, like, complicated, like, well, you just don't know what it could be. Yeah, you do. Prove me otherwise. Like, there's no evidence for this. There is.
Well, here's an idea.
What?
Sorry, Miggy. I know you're gonna hate me, bro. If you're dead, is the Earth moving or not?
Oh my God, P-Mac, are you serious, bro?
Not really, no.
Trying to lighten the mood, eh? It's not that. Man. Listen.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Sydney.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I had a lovely morning starting out with needing a root canal, so I'm going to check out for a bit, but I have audio today. So.
Be safe going home.
Yeah. If you're driving home, be safe, Sydney.
Research root canals and cancer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So random.
That was random. There's nothing going to wake you up more in the morning than a root canal.
For cancer.
Definitely going to wake you up.
Just give it 30 years.
I think that a root canal is far better than the breakup grieving process.
I suppose there's no pain with the root canal. It just numbs your face. You can't numb the grieving. Anyway.
Nice. Yeah, we always advocate for a position in the server that we want people to think about what's being said. It doesn't matter what's being said. You can propose that the Earth's geocentric, the Earth's rising up. I don't care what you might think the Earth is doing. There needs to be a precedence for it, a foundation. And just because somebody says something doesn't make it so. Or if they say, well, look, I'm showing you something in reality. Check this out. And you're like, well, how does that lend it credence, though? Because you can say people that think the Earth's geocentric, that the Earth's a ball, but it's not moving. Or the Earth is flat, and it is moving. Or a combination of both. Or, the Earth is, a globe and moving.
Or like, you need a foundation for something.
But let me ask you this then, Miggy. If something's accelerating, does it require a mechanism?
What do you mean, a mechanism?
A push, a pressure, mediation, something to make it accelerate.
Like rain falling down?
Like anything in free fall. I mean, anything in free fall showing no, to me, anyway, from the demonstration, is showing no displacement. To me, that says it's not accelerating.
I don't know what you mean by displacement. Like
of gases or liquids, they stay in the same place. I mean, liquids. I've told you, if you let something go, a bottle, the liquid stays in the bottom. To me, that says there's no acceleration.
Liquid
stays at the bottom. It's contained, man. It's not being displaced by the air around it that has a container in it.
Yeah.
If you drop a weight in the bottle, it stops where it is, in the middle. Do you want to look at the demonstration?
Yeah, but you're talking about something that has adhesion and cohesion. Water bonds to things. Do you know that, Andy? It bonds to things. So if you put your finger up to a bottle of water or water, like it, if you lightly tap the surface, it sticks to your finger. You can see that it has adhesion and cohesion is a part of like what gives the water bond. Water bonds, so it bonds to things. So inside that water bottle, it's bonding to the bottle
listen. The point is that buoyancy and density cease to be when something is falling, when it's left the Earth. This is demonstrable. Now there needs to be a mechanism for that. What it is, I don't know. But this is demonstrable.
I still don't know what you mean. Like,
this is not opinions. This is demonstrable.
Yeah, you keep saying that, Andy. But what are you talking about? Like, give me an example.
Do you want me to show you?
Well, just tell me. I can get the concept by you telling me for sure.
Right. If you get a bottle, and it says a long bottle, and you could drop a weight in it, right at the top.
Drop a weight in it. What do you mean? Drop a weight in it? There's
you get a weight
inside the bottle.
Like a washer.
Get a washer, and you drop it in the bottle. It falls to the bottom of the bottle with buoyancy and density. Everybody, we all know this.
Yeah.
Right, but if you drop it in the water and then drop it, it will stay in the middle. It won't continuously fall to the bottom. It'll be buoyancy and density ceases to be in free fall.
Okay. Wait a minute. Let's use the example of the washer, because I think that I'm gonna try to wrap my mind around what you're saying. You drop a washer inside a bottle of water, right? Let's say the bottle's filled with half water. Right?
Yep.
Okay, the washer you drop in there goes to the bottom of the bottle, correct? Just we're putting a washer in there. Now, are we dropping the bottle or are we leaving it set? What are you talking about?
Yeah, if you drop the bottle.
Okay.
Yeah, look, we can. I don't know if you can watch something. Can you watch something?
I just want you to tell me what's going to happen, because you're already seen somebody do this. What is the outcome of this?
Oh, buoyancy and density ceases to be when it's left the Earth.
What?
Buoyancy and density ceases to be when it's left the Earth.
Yeah, let me see what this thing's showing me.
What?
Oh my God. Hang on, let me see this.
I know. I'm watching it too because I don't understand.
Skip to 1 minute 10 on this one.
I mean, it's perfectly fine. I'd rather.
Yeah, I'd rather see the whole thing.
No, I mean on the next one I'm posting.
Oh.
It's contained, man.
Yeah, right. It's contained. All. If you have like I said, if you have a washer, that's a good enough example. And water and a bottle, all three of those things. This is what you have to say. You have to say that all three are accelerating in one motion together, and you've never seen that acceleration in your life, ever.
What?
No, man.
I don't understand.
If you're in a car and you've got a bottle, or you don't even need the fucking bottle. If you put your foot down, what happens? You sink into the sea. If you put the brake on, you go towards the windscreen. They're both forms of acceleration. It's called displacement.
Okay, but you said that constant, like the Earth would be rising at a constant speed. It's not. In this scenario, let me pause this shit because it sounds in my ear. All right, so the bottle is not at a constant speed; it's accelerating to the ground. So that's already.
It does. I mean, demonstration says otherwise.
Well, demonstration doesn't seem otherwise. It's showing that the bottle is accelerating through the medium of air with a weight inside of it and a bobber also in there, or it looks to be like a bobber. There's a weight with a styrofoam little piece attached to it, and then there's a bobber inside of it. But the bottle itself, as it's dropping to the medium of air, it's accelerating until it hits the ground. So that's not an example of what you're talking about. That's not. Even on the case of doing this test, it's not. It's accelerating until it hits the floor. So yeah, it's not. Yeah, it really is.
So
it really is accelerating until it hits the ground. So, because it's not at the same speed as it was when the guy opened his hand and let it go. It increased its speed as it hit the ground, proving the fact that you should understand that things should accelerate until something else acts upon it, till it stops it, which was the ground. So it was accelerating till it hits the ground. It wasn't at a constant speed, which is the I guess you could say the argument for this is that things are at a constant speed and it's not.
Well, I find it interesting anyway.
But do you disagree that it's accelerating until it hits the ground?
It seems to me that acceleration creates displacement, and it doesn't displace the water. The demonstration shows the buoyancy and density cease to be in free fall when something's
could
near
it dis-
together.
Yeah, but that's
how could
not.
it displace the water though if the cap is on?
If the cap is on, what? Dude, think about it. Have you dropped a cup of tea before? If you drop a cup of tea, what happens to that water? It stays in the cup. Doesn't it?
Not always.
Yeah.
No, dude, just be truthful with yourself.
The air will wick it away, dude.
Listen, I have not got no preconceived notions about what the Earth is. You have, because you're attached to a book. I'm not.
A book?
Yeah, Bible.
Are you attached to the Bible, sheepdog?
I'm not.
Am I? No, I'm attached to God. I know God firsthand.
Listen,
Yeah, so am I, sir. So am I.
where does this come into play of the argument here, Andy? I'm looking at like the displacement. So, and we're talking about maybe you started off by saying something's at a constant speed. We're not going to feel acceleration. When in this case here, the bottle free falling to the ground, it's accelerating till it hits the ground. That is already noted. It has to be, because if it hasn't, then it would immediately be at the constant rate when the guy let go of that bottle till it hits the ground. And it was picking up speed, except for the ground stopped it. It didn't reach its what is this called?
Terminal
velocity.
Terminal velocity. It has to reach that specific velocity, and it has to stay at that velocity. If it was going to reach it, and then it has to stay at it. So through the medium of air, it has to reach a certain velocity and stay at that constant speed, and then you could see that test working like the way it does. But it didn't even achieve its maximum velocity yet. And so therefore, it was accelerating until it hit the ground. This is known. So it kind of actually works against the argument that something at a constant speed with something inside like a bottle of water. I'm just telling you, man, just based on this, it's not what they're claiming their argument is. It just isn't. But yet, if you want to side with that's fine. You can side with that. Although it's going to be debunked like on its face. Just on its face, it's debunked already. It's not.
Well, that's great. That's great. I love the fact that he's just asking questions. I'm happy with that.
But at some point, people that keep asking questions are not satisfied with what they have. That's all I'm telling you. Like, you want more.
To me, it sounds like another mind virus.
But what I'm saying is, at what point are we going to stop looking for more? There isn't any.
Oh, we always ask for demonstrations here. That's the way I see it.
Yeah,
demonstrations king.
But this was not demonstration to the argument. It doesn't demonstrate what the argument is speaking of. And I think you disagree with it. And I'm even telling you, on its face, is this something we're showing at a constant speed? No. And if that was the argument, then it's not. You're disagreeing with me in that? I think that's what you are doing right now. You don't say anything, but I think you're disagreeing with that. You think it's going at a constant speed and Dell's onto something. I don't think so.
No, the Earth. He's not talking about the thing moving at constant speed. He's talking about the Earth. As a possible explanation.
Possible?
Mm-hmm.
Andy, I can't help you, bro. Like, if you want to think that, that's fine. Like, people are going to be doing this the whole time.
Austin thinks it's electrostatics, Miggy.
Yeah, but that's Austin. Austin has his own mind. He's coming up with things.
Yeah, and so do I, dude.
Not that I know that he's ever said that something is verified to be so. He's thinking of things outside, like. But what I'm telling you is that people are, even Austin can think of things outside of that. But I'm telling you, at what point is this not good enough to know that the Earth is flat and stationary? Like, why do we have to search?
It's got nothing to do with the Earth being flat and stationary, has it?
This, has something to do with the Earth being stationary, Andy.
Well, I mean, flat. I mean, flat.
No, I said flat and stationary. Like, these are the two things that we're talking about. And at some point, it's not enough for people to actually talk about the realm of existence in a way that makes sense. And we have to kind of look for more information. We got more input. It's like, at what point are we going to say it's enough? Like, and when we're just not going to ever be satisfied, you're going to always constantly be searching for something else. As in, you're not satisfied with the answer. Let's look for more. Because what if we're fooled by flat and stationary? What if it's something else outside of that? It's a big circle. It's a big circle jerk.
Good point.
It's a big circle jerk.
Let me ask you this. You say buoyancy and density is enough for why things fall.
I didn't say that.
Do you say that? That's what
I say that buoyancy and density, let's just say relative density, is a great way to explain or quantify how things are reacting with object and medium relationship. the object and medium relationship are contingent upon the factor that we can quantify the reaction between the object and medium depending on the density relative to the object.
Yeah, listen, to me that's not complete. To me, that's not complete.
Why?
Because I don't think buoyancy and density is enough. I think there's another factor.
Right, but we're even like further than that. What I would say, and this is what goes on record for everybody, is that the thing that gives the object the propensity to move in the direction that it does is unknown. That is the unknown that we speak of. So when people say, okay, we're at a point where we reach an unknown, let's look for more. What I'm saying to that is the thing that gives it the propensity to move up and down or whatever direction, then we don't know that what gives it the law. We don't know what gives it the law that the reason why it does.
So it's not wrong to ask questions then, is it?
It's wrong to not be satisfied with just like saying that we don't know. That's what's wrong.
Yeah, no, it's not actually wrong, but
when you because listen, if when people get into the mindset of like trying to figure it out in quotations, you're never going to be satisfied until you reach some sort of working idea. As in, you know what I'm saying? Like it will be an endless circle jerk because you're going to, what happens is you leave from the mindset that you are right now. Let's say, just for example, right? Flat and stationary. Then you circle back to like, well, it could be moving, then back to its stationary, back to its moving, back to its stationary. It's just like a circle jerk. You never,
At what point is the truth enough?
Enough. That's what I'm saying, PMAC. At what point is it enough? Because it's not going to be.
I get you, Mingy.
You'll drive yourself mad in this arena.
What rabbit hole do I have to pull myself out of today? No.
All I'm saying is this: like once you reach a point where you're like, look, is there any motion? No. Okay. Is this a level plane? Is it flat and stationary? Like, of course, that's what we can perceive. It's what the Earth is showing us, right? There's no curvature anywhere, and it's not moving. At what point are we going to discover that it is? Because there hasn't been anything to show us any evidence that it is. And if that's not good enough for you, and you have to find out the more, what the propensity is that makes things do what they do, then, I mean, good luck. But all I'm saying is that it's just going to drive you mad because people have been thinking about these things from the beginning of time, like how things are and discovering.
He's right, Andy.
Maybe. I mean, look, Austin suggested it were electrostatics. I had a bit of a chat with AI about it. He says it was viable.
It doesn't matter.
Look, I'm just trying to figure this shit out. That's all. I've got no allegiances to anyone. I just want to figure it out for me.
Yeah. And it's fine.
You know what I mean? I'm not attached to any fellowship. I'm just me trying to figure it out. I'm not. Let me finish my statement. I'm not ideologically possessed. I'm just trying to figure it out.
It sounds that way to the ear.
It sounds that way.
Yeah, it does. Because when somebody's giving you an idea, it's like, well, that could be the case. No. And it's like,
to me, demonstration. That's all. That's what I'm going for. I'm looking for demonstration, and then if the demonstration points me in a different direction, I'm happy to go with that.
You're attached to the nitty gritty.
The nitty gritty.
Yeah, the nitty gritty, like getting to the exactly way something. If something is attached to the Earth, way it behaves a certain way.
Yeah, I mean, look, I do have to question the fact that when we first started trying to figure out the cause of effect, I sort of think to myself, are we really better off? And then I think, well, yeah, we've done some good stuff with that. But I do sometimes question, are we actually better off?
Well, here's the thing, right? We found ourselves in a rabbit hole, and we went, holy shit, we are in a deep rabbit hole, right? This is absolutely bullshit what they're telling us. And we pulled ourselves out of it, and we kind of looked over the edge, and we went, wow, the truth must be up here somewhere. Why go back down into the rabbit hole to try and find out the nitty-gritty?
I've had the same opinion since I came into the server, and it hasn't changed, which is... I call myself I think of this place as a realm, for a start, and I don't know what the Earth is. I've said this from the start. I just know I've been lied to about it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I say to people. They say, Paul, you're a flat earther, right? People ask me in real life, they're like, you're a flat earther? Yes. And what do you believe? I believe that what they're telling us is not the truth. The rest you can go figure out for yourself. It's not for me to sit and fucking try to preach to you why I can. I mean, I have many ways, but that's exactly what I say to people. I believe that. Well, why are you flat Earth, Paul? Well, because I believe what they're telling us is bullshit. And it's very, very easy to show that. But it's up to you to go figure it out.
Yeah, anybody who dares to ask questions usually gets browbeat into they get the most flack when they're over the target. So the way I look at it is that pushes me towards that thing, like a moth to a flame.
So I suppose everybody has their way of
not me. I'm like, have fun, vaya con Dios. Because
dude, I am somewhat envious sometimes when I think of the Bible people, and I think that's a really comfortable place to be. And it sort of makes me think, yeah, I kind of want that for myself, because that's a firm foundation to sink your feet into. It must be very comfortable. So
a lot of people search for answers, Andy, but at the same time, like, the pursuit of that is vanity. It's all vanity, brother. At the end of the day, like, what is it really, like, in the end, what did it really matter that you learned, where the edge of the earth is, or that, what causes things, the propensity to move up and down? Like, once you reach the goal, once you finally find out the mechanism behind all that, what will that do for you? Will there be then at that point be like, yeah, but that mechanism, what's powering that thing?
That's true. That's true. I actually argued this for JT for Run Boston Bear. Yeah. We're on another server, and there's a guy who I always talk to a lot, and he always tells me about the Bible and this sort of stuff. And he always he wants to talk about enlightenment and all that. I think he's a Gnostic, Yeah. And so basically, we're in the server, and JT. Every time JT talks, I find his testimonies very moving, and he's definitely speaking truth. There's no doubt about that, according to the cymatics in my ear holes. And so we just happened to all be in the server, and he was going down that road, and and then this guy I always talked to interrupted him, and he was trying to introduce different ideas, and I'm like, okay, wait. To what end? To what end, though? Yep. Because if you're studying a philosophy, it should do one of two things. It should do a couple of things. It should, one, make your life better, of course, but two, make your life easier when times are hard. And you listen to JT, that's what it's doing for him. He's grateful. He's got gratitude every day. What more could he want? He's got kids. He's crushing. That dude is crushing. He's running marathons, And so, I asked my friend. I say, look, what more? And he's like, well, enlightenment. And I do think it's a fool's errand. Finally, I think it's the Tower of Babel, a back door to heaven.
Now you're onto something.
I genuinely did.
Well, you remember, like, the ancients, they want to get into, and I'm going to say this word, deeper truths. Deeper truths. So once you learn, like, esoteric teachings, and you think you have, like, you're moving the cosmos with your mind, how can I say it? Like, the power of positive thinking, like certain things, like there's things that you think that you're affecting reality, right? When the Creator has given us, like, a discernment and given us a ways to look at the world. But at some point, people aren't happy with that. They want more. This pursuit has been since the biblical teaching shows that it's been since the garden, since the very beginning. That's the reason why people fell in the first place. They were tempted. The snake said, hey, I got this fruit over here, and you can be like gods. If you just take a bite of this, you'll be just like him, thinking you'll know good and evil. Just have a bite. Your eyes will be opened. And the people were tempted and lusted over that. So it wasn't the fact that the snake made them do it. It was the serpent, like, shot them an idea. They thought about it. They were like, that sounds like a pretty tempting offer. I'm going to be just like God, and I'll be knowing good and evil. So the just like you were saying, they want the pursuit of that. It's all vanity, bro. At the end of it, what do you think they're going to say when they reach the conclusion where they found the mechanism? They're going to be like, well, what's driving that thing? Now, we got to figure that out. It's never going to end. It will never end. And so when is that a good? So what I'm saying is, what do we know right now with our discernment? Can we know that the earth is moving? No, we cannot. And that's why my questions were always foundational to that. If that is possible, then we would already know these answers. And because we don't, the pursuit of them are going to drive people mad. And they're going to try to do experiments and think, and well, flat and stationary, that's just not good enough. We got to keep searching, and you'll never stop. And, fine if you want to do that, but I'm telling you, the end of that rainbow is going to be another rainbow, and another, and another, and you'll never stop. But far be it from me to tell you how to live your life. Go on and do what you want. Vaya con Dios. That's all I can say.
I get that. I get that.
But people on the internet don't, man. So that's why I'm telling them.
Damn, Miggy.
Yeah,
that's good shit.
Well, I like to think anyway. I'm not afraid of truth. I just go towards it, no matter what.
Yeah, but neither am I, Andy. I'm not afraid of it, because if it's whatever it is, then that's what it is, right?
Yeah,
if the earth is exactly what they're saying it is, then so be it. I'm not going to say that's bullshit. I'm going to be like, no, if there's evidence for it and it exactly is what it is, then anybody else that tries to speak against it is wrong. But in this case, it's people wanting to know more about why the earth is said to be stationary, but it isn't, because obviously they're dropping things and now they're waxing themselves with new ideas, and it'll never end. It'll be in a constant, perpetual cycle of this new ideas, which is what the globe earth is, basically. Because don't they say science is never really 100%? It's their idea of it. Okay, their idea is one new scientist is standing on the shoulders of another scientist, standing on the shoulders of that scientist, and that guy disproves the other guy, and that guy disproves that guy, and it's just an endless circle jerk of.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to that. Science absolutely proves things.
No, but what I'm saying though, Andy, the thinking behind it. My idea disproved that guy's idea, and then this other guy's idea and it just constantly keeps going. It's never going to stop. But like I said, I know people love to think that way because they're like, yeah, but that's still not good enough. We got to find out what is the causal mechanism. I'm like, that's fine. You can do that. To what avail?
Yeah, I completely understand. Do you know what I've said many times actually in this server that I recognize my own limitations, and that is a comfortable place to be. It really is. And yeah, I completely understand, but I don't. To me, I don't. Like I say, I don't see a person. I don't think, like for instance, Dell. When he's saying that because of demonstration. It's not his opinion, because the demonstration says it. So he's going, look. He's going, look. See this? Buoyancy and density don't seem to be in free fall.
Yeah, so he's going against something that's obvious. So he's saying it's not buoyancy and density; it's something else. But the thing,
he's saying if something,
right.
Exactly.
But what I'm telling you is the thing that's quantified is relative density. That's how we quantify things free falling in the object of the medium of air. So when we're saying relative density would explain or quantify an object and medium relationship, he's saying no, it's not. So he's saying that his demonstration, it's not relative density. It's not.
When he drops the weight, the weight in the water and it's falling, the weight should continue to fall to the bottom, but it doesn't.
Why?
It stays in the middle.
Why?
Because.
Why?
No, it could be one of a couple of things.
No, I'm asking you the question: why should the weight do what you say it should be doing?
Because
when in fact relative density would explain it just fine, because it's in a container right now, and that container has water, and that water is what the weight is in. So remember, you're using object and medium relationship. So
what's happening is, hang on a minute. You're saying that the water, the bottle, the weight, they're all falling in a uniform acceleration. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying within the medium,
which you've never seen.
Let me finish, Andy. You didn't let me finish.
You've never seen that sort of acceleration in your life.
Hang on, brother. You cut me off. I let you speak because you're like, I don't know why you cut me off. But so the bottle with the water is falling through the medium of air. That's how many mediums do we have like the degrees of mediums before we get to where the weight is? How many mediums?
The weight's falling through water.
It's not falling through water. The bottle of water is falling through the medium of air.
Oh yeah.
Right.
But the weight is in water.
And it's contained. The bottle of water is contained.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the displacement of the water in that bottle can't happen because the air isn't reaching that what's inside. So the water's not being displaced because the air is not, there's no displacement there. But as far as the acceleration of the weight, it's falling just fine. Like there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing like it's relative density would explain it completely fine. There's nothing inconsistent.
No, not to me. It doesn't. Not to me.
Right. But what I'm saying is, where's the inconsistency? Like where do you see that inconsistency? There's nothing I see that's inconsistent with that explanation. He's just basically doing exactly what we already know things to be doing when they are, in certain mediums and object relationships. Same thing. Why he wants to think of something else outside of that, I have no idea. But he can. It just doesn't lend credence to anything other than what we see. Because you're going to have to say, for example, if the earth is doing something, where in nature do we see it doing that thing that he's, okay, you can do this thing with this bottled water, that's fine. Now take it to the earth. How can we naturally see the earth doing anything to then say it is doing that thing that you say it is, so that we can show with this example that it is doing that? We don't have no naturally observed phenomenon of the earth rising up. We don't have that.
No, for sure.
Correct.
I understand that.
Therefore, anybody can think what they want. Just like with what gives things the propensity to move up and down, no one knows, but people can think what they want. They can call it gravity. They can call it whatever they want with a theory. You know what I'm saying? And so that's okay. So just for example, this is kind of the same thing people used to do with the theory of gravity. Big G. It's the same thing, only said differently, Andy. That's what you don't see.
I do see that. Yeah.
Right. But what I'm telling you is, with that, there's no foundation for that. And so it's just people. And so a long time ago, people were deceived with, it's the same type of deception, just wrapped in a different package. So with the theory of gravity, people were thought to think about it in a difference of Newton's law. And then you got into, Einsteinian gravitational theory. So like all these gravitational theories were supported and then debunked and then supported, then debunked and so on. And so later on I think there's even something now that debunks Einstein, if I'm not mistaken. I was looking up some of the theories, debunk theories. So like this theory is going to be debunked. It's going to be something else. And what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter. People will never find the answer. It's an unanswerable thing. And people don't realize, they have to come to terms with that. They don't realize that, so they're going to keep searching. It's like you said it before, it's a fruitless endeavor. But far be it from me to stop you. Like, hell, you want to think that way and say that, well, I like truth. That's great. I know that you do. But it doesn't negate the fact that these theories or ideas that people have will never end. It will be this, then something else that disproves this, and something else that disproves that. And it's ongoing. But if you think that's a great way to learn something, that's you. You do you. What I'm saying is that's not. If we reach a point where it's like, okay, we can know that nothing's accelerating because there is no movement or acceleration detected. There's nobody that's ever done that these are just ideas and we recognize their ideas. Then if you're in that camp, then I know that you like vanity. Vanity is like what people, until something comes concrete that we know for sure, there hasn't been anybody that's ever disproven the fact that it is flat and stationary. They're just people's ideas. That's all it is.
Yeah, I mean,
that's it.
I think of Austin with his Curiosity. I mean, he was made that way, so
sure.
Yeah, I say good luck to him. I hope I think he'll. Yeah.
I don't listen. If you feel like you want to go down that goes for you too, or anyone, I should say. If you feel like you're not satisfied with it being flat and stationary, you want to see what... No.
I'm not. I'm just saying, I don't think buoyancy and density is enough. I don't think buoyancy and density...
I know that. That's why I'm saying, Andy. That's my point.
All.
That's my point. It's like because you don't think it's enough, and you're gonna search for whatever the causal mechanism is that gives things the propensity to move in the direction that they do. Therefore, it will never end. It will never end.
That's fair enough.
And so I'm telling the people, if you go down that path, your mind will never settle on like, well, I like truth, but only the truth that I feel that makes me feel satisfied in knowing it. If it's not true. And so that's almost like saying to somebody, how much is enough money in your life? When will you feel satisfied? Well, I think at $10,000, I think I'll be good. And then you're like later on, well, I think 100 would be great. You know what? 1 million. How about 10 million? Nah, you know what? I'm at 10 million right now. I think I need a helicopter. So let's go for 100 million. Nah, I think I need a bigger mansion. So it's never enough. Ever.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I see what you're saying totally, but I'm not worried about that whatsoever because I settled my mind a long time ago, way before I got into flat Earth.
I know, but this is contrary to that.
I settled my mind in diligent practice. I had to teach myself to sit still, in fact, and total acceptance. And this is a good little trick, little key for anybody listening. You need to accept the non-acceptance because that's what the ego is. It's in a constant state of somewhat and once you recognize that, that's a really nice place to be.
If you accept,
I'm not worried about that.
That's good, Mo. You accept the inevitable. You embrace it.
Just accept what is. That's the reality of it. If your mind's unsettled, accept that. And peace quickly follows anything you accept totally.
It's kind of like no fear.
Anyway, I'm going to make a brew.
Yep. That's why it's hard to talk to a globalist because it's never enough. When they look at flat Earth, they're just like, "That's so simple. That can't be the answer." Bullshit. It's got to be more than that. So they ask us for what our map or what our model is, and it's like, dude, there isn't any map or model to explain the realm of existence. But they're like, bullshit. How do you conceptualize the theory of things? Like, there's so much to know. Like, what do you mean that's it? No, this can't be. And so the cog disc kicks in because it seems so redundant. It can't be that simple. Just can't be. Bullshit. You're telling me that all it is you saying that what you perceive the Earth is what it actually is? No. What your perception is, that's fine. But what's happening at the God level? Let's get into that. Well, how did the Creator make it? What was it? What did he use? Did he wave his hand? Did he say some words? What's going on? We gotta know. That's all it is. People fall in that trap and they don't ever get back from that.
Hey, Mayhem, can I chime in 2 cents on this? My mic is working.
Yes, sir.
I hear what you're saying, and the infinite regress thing, and this investigation path that Dale's went down. There's not a solution to it. Like you're saying, it's the infinite thing, and the main thing I listen to is postulations, and I generally agree with what he's saying. He's demonstrating something, but he's coming to conclusions that he can't necessarily come to. And he's saying that the main thing I take exception with is,
Dave, you're breaking up, brother.
The Earth is stationary.
Yeah, your mic is breaking. Your connection.
Fuck. I'll shut up.
Yeah, you're coming through a little bit, but then it started getting garbled. So I didn't want you to
If it's on a USB, just unplug it and plug it back in, or turn it on and off, or maybe that helps. That helps for me.
Is that any better?
Yeah, it is. But
Still not working.
Try talking. We'll find out if it's maybe your connection or just
I got to get you a new phone at some point. I'm sorry. I should just shut up.
Oh, you want a phone? Okay.
Well, you actually were sounding good there. Just saying, bro.
Yeah.
The only thing I was trying to say is Dale is actually saying that the assumption that we're stationary, that we're having an assumption, but that's our base axiom. You
It's not
know,
an assumption.
it's our base axiom that we go from, right?
Well, from
I
our
mean-
base axiom, right? From our base axiom and our discernment, we're gonna go. What else? And what other information can we know about that? Is there anything more? It's either a yes or no. It's like, well, maybe no. Do we know something other than we're stationary or not? That's it.
Mayhem,
If
I
we
think
don't-
that was,
Go ahead, financial.
I'll
Go
let you finish. It was after. It was something completely irrelevant. Go finish it.
No, you go ahead, man. If it's irrelevant, I don't care. Just jump in.
No, it was you were saying before about the bottles when you're dropping the bottle.
You're
100%
financial. You're breaking up. You're breaking up, brother. I want to hear you, so I don't want you to like sound
Okay,
garbage. Try again.
let me get my other headset.
That was
When
clear
you were
what
talking
just
about the bottles. When you were talking about the bottles, or when Andy posted the bottle, you said when it was released from his hand, it wasn't at the same speed as it was right before it hit the ground. So it's definitely accelerating. What they're saying is that it's not accelerating; it's decelerating from this whatever speed the Earth is rising, which they can't isolate that. They can't tell us
Well, that's even worse.
how
isn't
fast
it?
the will. I mean, I really don't. I'm trying to understand it, but it just seems like another cop out. Like it's like literally, like you were saying before, it's one step away from being a glober. Like you're that close
Yep.
to going. It's so ridiculous.
Yep, it is. It's okay. So the comfort of having people talk about things in the Globe Earth arena. What I've noticed, right? You could take this for whatever you want. It doesn't matter because people are going to think what they want, and that's just the plain truth. Somebody that thinks the Earth's a globe lends their minds over to people who can actually sound intelligent, like scientism. When somebody's speaking of the galaxies and quasars and black holes and dark matter, it sounds tantalizing to the mind and how they dress it up, right? Because you can get into your own head and say some really crazy things and people will be like, dude, how'd you come up with that? That's pretty wild, man. Yeah, it could be a possibility, but that's what's tantalizing about it. It sounds like they're speaking of something, they're coming from a place of knowledge, and they're not. They're making shit up. And people like that. So just every human, we like stories, right? We like people to tell a story. So when you hear like this fantastic story, you want it somehow to, it could be true, right? It's possible. Well, if that's the case, then anything's possible. And if that's the case, then anything outside of your perception can be possible. So then it takes your mind out of like where it's reason and its ability to know things with discerning how the physical and natural world are, with things that we can quantify. It's removing that. It's saying outside of with things that you can quantify and know, there's something that could be the case. And let me tell you my idea of what could be. And so my idea, whatever it is going to put in your mind that outside of what you perceive, it could lend credence to the, I don't know. You see birds flying? I'm just going to give you an example. See birds flying? Do you know that it's these little magical fairies that are actually moving their arms up and down and causing them to flap their wings? But you don't know that because you don't see it. But at the very fine, small level, there's this invisible thing that's happening you never thought of. And my storytelling to you starts to make sense because it's like something you've never heard of or possibly didn't postulate in that way. So when I'm doing it, it sounds like I'm intelligent about something, but I'm just making shit up. But it's a story and you like it. So other than my discernment, right? I'm telling you something outside of that. Now I'm leading you to another place that has nothing to do with the tangible reality that you are in right now. These ideas are fantastic. The Earth spinning around in a vacuum of space with galaxies and all that, like exoplanets and star systems and whatever. Like we're talking about things that are exciting to think about because it sounds like the story coming out of a fictional book. So it's like now people are enticed by this, man. It's enticing because we want to we want to know more, right? More. Tell us more. What else do you know? What do you mean? What else do you know? You're only just making up these stories. They have no relation to quantifiable reality. You're trying to correlate them to it, but there's no basis or foundation for it. It's like if somebody says that that's what's causing the bird to flap its wings, I'm going to ask, where does this understanding come from? Because all we can see and quantify is a bird has its ability to do so because it's a bird, right? Like it does things. And I'm using that as a redundant example, but I can then pose to the person who has this idea of that something else, that it actually only is what we perceive it to be. If you're taking me outside of that and saying it's the mechanism that powers the bird is something fantastic, that's an extraordinary claim. It's going to need extraordinary evidence. But you can't just tell me because the bird is flapping its wings in the medium of air that it's what you say it is. You've just taken something that was in discernible, quantifiable, known reality out into the mystical, fantastic realm.
Yeah, I never thought of it that way. That's okay. That's pretty good, bro.
Right, and this is the way I see that this is how the magic trick happens. And so when people are listening to someone speak of something, I don't know, man. I mean, I've just used a bird as an example, but if they're using like gravity or whatever it is, it's enticing because you're like, well, shit, I never thought about that. Right, that's the point of it all.
Yeah, you don't realize that you've been taken for a ride.
Exactly. That's how it happens, Speed Mac. And the next thing, the other guy who comes with the better idea is going to be like, well, you check this out. You heard this guy talking about the magical fairies that were moving the bird's wings up and down? I got you, bro. It's not that. They're actually orgs, with spiky teeth. I'm telling you, man, this is what it sounds like to me. And you're like, dude, I'm in love with the truth. I want to know more. And like, you're not knowing more. You're just listening to another guy tell you another story. Where was it when we go back to reality and we can quantify how the bird is doing what he's doing, then we can know for sure, because we're like, hey, well, the bird is born from a mother, and we can talk about things that we know as a result of what is really going on, not the thing that's happening outside of the quantifiable realm. When I'm taking you outside of that, that's mystical, bro. That's magic. That's story time. How are you able to provide evidence for that? You can't, which is the issue that the globe earth has. So my example, it's the same thing. And then, the guy who talks about the bird having magical fairies versus the guy who just disproved them and said it was orcs, like they're standing on the shoulders of giants. That's what that globe earth sounds to me. Like you hear that, and then another guy disproves the guy with the orcs and says, you know what, dudes, actually, right? It's dark matter that's moving the bird's wings up and down. You didn't know that, right? I'm telling you, I got a whole theory about it. You want to hear me? And so you're like, ooh, let's hear it. It's like, what the fuck? That's not reality, bro. Like you're and on, right? I can keep going, but I don't need to.
Well, we all know it's invisible signs anyway. Going up into the clouds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It would take you on a magic carpet ride into Fantastical Land.
Yeah, where they don't have any evidence for the case that they're bringing up, and you're like, and you take them down to the foundation. You're like, okay, where can we see this in nature? It just is, because check this out. You can see a bird flapping its wings. And I'm like, bro, I know that. Like, what are you doing? I can see a bird flapping his wings, and what are you gonna go from that? Like, you can't tell me there's magical fairies underneath. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's.
Orcs.
But people say they want to know more truth. I'm just following truth, and you're looking at these ideas like that's the same thing like the globe earth, right? Were they following more truth when they were talking about Newton's theory of gravitation, or then versus Einsteinian? What are they knowing more from what we see happening in physical known reality?
No, they're just making shit up.
That's making shit up. That's my point. I just hate seeing the people that I know have this discernment fall back into that. Like, why? Like, bros, you've come from a place where you've been already abused by these types of fallacious reasonings, these thinkings, like ideas, these theories. Why are you going back to that? Unless you think that's no, I mean that's how they get you. Listen, and I'm not saying this is kind of like it's what people like, all of us. Sometimes you want to sit back and maybe watch a good soap opera, listen to a story. That's all good and well, but if it doesn't have its roots in foundational truth, then what are we doing? But far be it for me to stop you. If you like a good story, by all means.
That's a very good point. I just had to put that in there.
Yeah. Well, we've been under the gun from these ideas for such a long time, PMAC. There isn't anybody to stop people from because I'm like this, man. Your mind is your mind. I can't tell you what to think. I can show you that if you start thinking that way, where is it rooted in reality? That's the only thing I can tell you.
Or where are you going to end up? You're going to end up in the fantastical land.
Yeah. And that's why these characters that come in here, they're like, well, that's what science about. It's all about, one scientist disproving another. No, it's not. No, it isn't. You're just saying that because you like that guy's idea, whatever. Do you guys know that somebody already disproved Einsteinian's gravitational theory?
No.
Yeah, it was me. It's easy, right? Just make some shit up, man. You could say whatever you want. And that's the land that we're in, right? And somebody's going to be upset. No, it's not. That's not it. Yeah, it is. I can make some shit up just like they can. How can you provide evidence for what they were saying versus what I'm saying? You can't. Therefore, I win.
Fucking dark matter. Holy shit.
I just got to write a peer-reviewed paper, PMAC. That's all I got to do. Publish it.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, isn't it? Don't let your mind wander. You gotta stick to what you can see, what you can prove, whatever. But just don't let your mind wander. And that's what they want you to do. They want everything as possible.
I always invite people, PMAC. I'm always inviting them into the chat. Like, hey, if you got evidence for the case that you can find this drop over distance and measure it, come on in. Bring forth that.
Yeah, we'll close the server, bro. It's all over.
Hey, Mayhem.
Hey, Sydney.
Read your DMs,
Okay.
and later I have some ideas I want to bounce around for this week with you.
DMs in Discord or?
Yes, sir.
Oh, let me see. I don't see anything popping up. Oh, was it what the things you told me before or last?
Yes, and I have 3 people with pretty big podcasts on multiple platforms that I'm emailing back and forth, and I really want to pick their brain because they're going to fail.
Yeah, just if you, yeah, we can collaborate on that if you want.
You're welcome to pick my brain, but I can't promise you'll find anything.
I have found a trend in a lot of these people with pretty successful podcasts, whether that's on YouTube, Rumble, or a combination, that anybody that puts in the episode thumbnail image of anything to do with a planet, outer space, globes, NASA, rocket ship, whatever. These ones I'm in contact with, it's just laughable, and it's such an obvious tell. Okay, you're in the esoteric club, so what? We still have everything else on our side evidence wise. So I'm trying to. Me and him have a long history. This particular show host, so I'm hoping to have freed up a little bit of his time this week, and I'll let you know.
Yeah, I'm about to go live on TikTok, so I have close to 1,000 followers, just about.
Send me whatever how to find you in the messages, and I'll download it just for you.
All right. Do you want me to post it in a DM, or do you want me to?
Yeah, because I'm driving.
Okay. Well, I'll send it to your DM.
No, me too.
Or actually, I can just put on live stream voice text because it's really just anyone that wants to. I'm inviting
That'll help,
everybody.
thanks.
Well, here's what I'm doing. Well, a group of us are in here, are getting our accounts to 1,000 followers so that we can go live on TikTok. But what I was saying is that I'm going to be a grow host. A grow host is just generating more likes and more follows, and helping other people get likes and follows on their accounts. And when that happens, basically it's going to become like a medium for us to grow on a platform that if you want to go live, you need to have 1,000 followers, and it's difficult if you don't if you're not a part of a good community that helps you grow your account. This is just like people helping people. That's all. That's all it is.
Well, we got to get the truth out there. This is how we do it.
All right, let me get the link. That's my TikTok right there. I'm 10 followers away from going live or starting my live feeds. And I send it to your DMs, Sydney.
Thank you. When I'm at the car wash in a few, I will check it and give you one less that you need.
Damn, Financial, you got a few accounts, huh? I need to do that too. Set up a backup account.
Yeah, man. What TikTok will do is sometimes if you post something that goes against the mainstream, they'll put your whole account like some stuff where it only gets 100 views or 200 views out of what you post. So I'm like, this is like the 6th or 7th account, dude.
Yeah.
All the other ones have been deleted.
Here's what I'm going to tell you to kind of help you, because we found like a way to do this. Because with every platform, you got to play by the rules, but at the same time, you can get done what you want to get done. Just have to know what you're doing, right? So don't use TikTok for your platform. Use something like Rumble. Rumble can be a place where you can actually have people meet you, like in a debate or such. TikTok is mainly just like advertising and a funnel. It could be a funnel where your 7-second clips can be like bringing people to your other platforms, and just like advertising and, getting the word out. So basically you're just like dropping links, advertising, talking about like short little clips. 7-second clips are the best.
Dude, one thing I found, those little slideshows from the meme subsection, dude, people love or hate those. Like hundreds of thousands just on those, like 4 slides with long distance photography. You'll get hundreds of comments, just people, you're an idiot, and then you get 2 or 3 of them. That's interesting. Do you have any more resources? That's all I'm doing it for. But yeah, I am trying to get a bigger YouTube channel. Or I haven't put myself on Rumble yet, or I plan on it.
Got Jedi in the house. What's up, Jedi? Jedi, are you there?
Hope so. I reckon that my connection's really. What's that?
Yeah, your connection is kind of bad, but like, I want you to check out my TikTok real quick.
Yeah, but we'll do if I can.
Just cool.
What's up, Fungi?
I've been trying to find for a while whether he can recommend non-theoretical physics for kids.
Oh, you sound very muffled.
No,
Fungi, you sound muffled, bro.
everyone's got a bad sound today.
Yeah, dude. Especially from the UK, it's weird.
Everyone's on mobile. We've all got terrible internet.
Yeah, no, it's fine once you
almost as bad as our
pull
teeth.
Pull down from your head. I've done that before, Drew.
Yeah, look at the textbooks for kids. Non-theoretical physics textbooks. Can't find them anywhere. Like, surely someone's written one, put it on Amazon, like on this vein.
A non-theoretical book for kids?
Non-theoretical physics books for kids, yeah.
Yeah, otherwise known
Only based
as Fairy Tale, Humpty Dumpty, Jack and Jill, Hansel and Gretel.
Jack and Jill, too. Fucking P-Mac. Hey, we got Callum G that just entered the chat. Callum G, you have control of your mic. VC verified. You want to jump on the mic? It's up to you. Oh, your mic's not working? All right. No worries. Actually, got to go run an errand, so maybe we want to throw the bot on. Ether, are you here, bro? Or now someone else is going to start up a good chat. We got Scare Bear in the house. P-Mac, Napalm, Sasha. Warriors in the house.
I would try to keep it rolling, mate.
Yeah. I got to go take care of something, so I'll be back after a while.
Is my mic working now?
Yes, sir.
No. Okay. Do what you got to do. We'll be here looking for the drop over distance verification of Earth curvature, which is never going to happen. We'll still wait.
Keep an eye out, huh? All right,
Yeah.
See you in a little bit.
I hear you, Dave. What's happening?
What's going on? Is that Warrior?
Yes, sir.
Fellow Kentuckian.
Yes,
What's
sir.
going on
We're
with you?
riding a storm out right now. Pretty rough.
Yeah, what part of the state you in?
West, northwest, I guess, but it's south of Cincinnati, but I'm over on the west side.
That system is coming at me. I'm in central Kentucky, so.
It's pretty rough right now.
Yeah, because of which way the globe spins, right?
Do what?
With them storms depend on which way the globe starts spinning
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah. Yep, she's spinning good today. She's spinning good today. If only we were on the other side of the equator.
You got a topic you want to bring up? Talk about anything?
Can't think of anything off the top of my head.
I don't know how long my mic will be working, so I don't get into anything. I'm just trying to
Hey,
help
can you
out.
guys go back and actually explain that? Because I've actually had a lot of globals tell me that the way hurricanes
Explain
spin.
So you can Google. You can Google. I don't know what the search would be, but there are many videos you see of people, like locations that are supposedly on the equator, where they will have a little, like a funnel, and they will pour water into it. And they'll have two funnels, one on one side of the equator and one on the other side of the equator, but they'll be like 10 feet apart. And they'll pour water down it and be like, oh, look, this side of the equator, it spins clockwise. And then on this side of the equator, it drains counterclockwise. But that's super easy to debunk when you watch those videos really closely. It just kind of depends on how you pour the water in. It's so retarded, people that believe that. Because I didn't even believe that before I was flat earther. But you can find debunk videos where they'll illustrate. They pour the water slightly different, and it will go in, and it will spin the opposite way in the same funnel. But people believe the dumbest shit. They just found the submarine. As far as hurricanes, I don't really know much about the hurricanes, but I think it's the same principle. And I don't think that's even true as far as all hurricanes spin the wrong direction. But I don't take my word on that. I haven't looked into that subject. Maybe I saw a video where they said that's not true. There are examples of hurricanes spinning both directions.
What little I know about it, I haven't done deep dive research on it either. But we're in a dynamic weather environment and things go different directions all the time. There's no consistency as far as the globe tries to claim. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think the claim is the Coriolis effect affects the way the water flows. The same as it does with the funnels. A good old Coriolis effect affects my bullets, but it don't affect hot air balloons.
Let's check real quick. Is there anybody else new on here who wants to talk? Speak up now. There's Napalm. He currently thinks he lives on the exterior of an oblate spinning parallel, don't you, Napalm?
Yeah, I'm new. My account actually is new. I got zapped.
Oh, got caught up in being a moderator in the wrong things.
Yep. I had to get voice verified today, so I'm new to the server. Hey guys, how's it going?
What'd your other account get nuked for?
I was a moderator on a server that got taken down, and if you have access to certain logs, and I guess they deem things aren't being moderated properly or whatever, and they take down the server, then you're subject
I was
to
not
getting
aware that
nuked.
Discord did that. Can you hint at what? Is it a certain topic that got you?
Think so, but they're pretty vague on why they do it. They leave generalities where I can't remember what the messaging was, but it said that my account was taken down due to my involvement in the server, which was deemed to be supporting or allowing. I'm trying to remember how they worded it. Basically, hateful things towards specific group or ganging up on people in a specific group or something like that. Let's just say I'm pretty sure it was related to having discussions in text chat about the group of people you're not allowed to talk about.
Was it the whole server or just the mods?
The whole server got taken down. The mods' accounts got deleted. So you could have been so let's say this server gets taken out. All the moderators would get their accounts just completely wiped, but everybody else that doesn't have access to certain things will still keep their account. The server will just be gone.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah.
No, Napalm, the frustrating part about that is they intentionally are vague, They can just say you violated terms of service and zap you, and they don't have to give you a reason why.
Yeah, it's like they'll tell you that you can't say certain things, or they won't tell you that you can't say certain things about certain groups of people that may or may not wear hats that are a smaller size than others. But if you do that, then you can be subject to being taken down. I think that's what the server was taken down for, but like I said, it's generalities, so who knows?
So you're not allowed to talk about babies?
Which financial conspiracies he's involved in. Or
Oh, one. You guys were just talking about same perpetrators.
Ah.
I've been around here for a while. My account was zapped for a very similar reason. So I mean, it's the same username. I've been around for probably a year. But.
Is the Earth a spinning ball of financial conspirators?
Absolutely not.
Okay, fair enough. Any questions, Napalm?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you rub your hands together while doing these conspiracies. Or if you got some inside trading that you can just share with us so we can also gain more gold and wealth.
Actually, laughing there. Just actually laughing there.
Not yet. Not yet.
So how you been, Dave? Been a while.
Yeah, I'm good, man. Just chilling, getting by day, trying to make the next day a little better than the last one. You know how that goes.
Oh yeah, it's about all we can do these days, right?
Yeah. Trying to keep a positive outlook on all this bullshit, right? I'll be 61 this year, so
nice.
Who knows how much time I got left here? Hopefully several years, but I'm at the point now. I'm kind of just letting the world, accepting the world as it is, and just trying to stay out of people's way. And you know how that goes.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think you've got at least another solid 2 decades, bud. So you might be around to see, to watch the world burn.
Yeah, I'm going to try. Actually, the last 6 months, I've lost. A year ago, I was in the hospital with inflammation and heart problems. I've been eating better and eating cleaner, drinking clean water. I've lost 30 pounds. I actually got almost a 6-pack back, and
hell yeah, that's awesome, dude.
I'm feeling a lot better, and you know, it's your body's a temple, and everybody should try to take care of their temple the best they can. I'm doing the best I can.
Dude, that's awesome. That's great to hear, man. Congrats. That's not easy stuff to do. So that's good on you, man. You probably just added another 5 to 7 years on your life doing that for sure.
One of the main things I'm doing almost every morning, and I'm not giving anybody advice or anything, it's helping me. Just sitting on the ground, and actually, my gym is my backyard. I go out in the backyard for at least 30, 45 minutes and do leg lifts and sit-ups and stuff. And just feeling that energy from the sun and the ground and everything, it invigorates you, gets you ready for your day. And I think we all know there's I wouldn't say magical, but there's actual energy coming from the ground. That's a proven fact, right? Am I wrong?
Oh no, you're right. I mean, you're kind of completing that circuit there, right? You got a steady flow of energy from above us to the ground. And if you stand in that path, you become energized for sure. I go out and I kick off my my house slippers and walk around in the grass while I'm watering my plants in the morning. Get a little grounding.
Yeah, I would encourage anybody just making contact with the earth itself, with your skin, whether it's just walking around barefoot. It can be nothing but beneficial. Yeah.
I agree.
There's a reason that they took a lot of our plain and covered it with concrete, all these buildings and stuff. You still get to the nature part, it is helpful. For me, anyway. I'm not telling anybody what to do.
Well, they say they burn paradise with a parking lot.
That's true, man. I feel like they've been trying to slowly just pull us away from nature, and now it's getting to the point where people actually just want to almost not even be human these days. So yeah, they're doing a good job at that. I think when you become a little more in tune with nature, the creation, the creator, you start to understand really kind of how powerful you are in this world. And I don't think the powers that be like that kind of stuff. So yeah.
And also just to add on my story that when I got out of the hospital, the heart doctor got me like 6 or 7 different prescriptions he wanted me to pretty much be on. I haven't took any in like 8 months now, and I'm fine. So take that for what it's worth. You know.
You took the right path, Dave. Well done, bro.
I mean, I think they're doctors are obviously good for a lot of things, especially emergency situations. But I think our whole outlook on healing our body has become skewed over the years. I think we're a lot more able to heal ourselves than we're led to believe.
You just nailed it. That we've gotten so far away from our body's natural immunity and natural healing of itself. I mean, just watch a cut heal on your hand. That just tells you right there your body can heal itself, and not just that area. So you don't need all these man-made pharmaceutical things fucking around in your bloodstream. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, you can buy Neosporin to help heal that wound, or you can just break off a piece of aloe vera and it does a better job.
Obviously, we can't really talk about it as a topic, but the whole medical thing is a giant deception also. I shouldn't even say that. Somebody start talking about the earth, I'll shut up.
Well, I was talking about this earlier on another server. I think we've been sold this idea that we live in a world of scarcity and that we have to rely upon the supply chains, which are very volatile, right? And we've been sold this idea of scarcity because we've been so pulled away from nature, not realizing that, if you plant 4 trees that produce fruit and your neighbors do as well, and you keep going around your neighborhood and your community and everybody does the same, you'll realize real quick how just that small change can start to introduce a world of abundance into your community that most people have been pulled away from.
Yeah, that's very well said. That we're so far away from if you can believe history, the 1600s, 1700s, the family farms and the communities building each other's barns and stuff like that, none of that stuff happens anymore. We're in this mass market. Everybody's in these little boxes in their apartments, and all depending on the supply chain. It's all volatile, like you said.
Yeah, they're just keeping you in fear. Global warming, scarcity, we're going to run out. When the world is in abundance, the world reproduces everywhere. It's just more propaganda, and I hate to say it, but people who fall for that, I don't really have any much pity for them anymore. They're either willfully ignorant or just fucking dumb. I'm sick of hearing about it. Every time you turn on TV, there's a nature program, and somewhere in it they go, due to climate change, and due to this, and and the world's running out of resources. Bullshit. The world is full of resources. The world, bro. I have no pity for them. Same as people who believe that they're still whatever it is. It's just
keeping people believing in fear and scarcity is the main control weapons that are drug people.
Yeah, and the biggest one is fear. Fear-based mind control is the most powerful control in the world. Oh, the fucking there's just gonna be war and oh God Almighty.
Yeah, if you're in a state of fear, you're very easily controlled, and you're also very stressed, which can cause your body to start to give you symptoms, right, that you need to try to fix. So yeah, there's many layers to that onion, but yeah, yeah. There's reasons why we're constantly kept in fear.
Yep.
So what if they've got allegedly 8 billion of us in this little circle inside the 60th parallel, and just maybe 1,000 miles that way or this way, just more land and more resources and blah blah blah. Of course, that's all speculation, but possible, right? At least that's scientifically possible. There could be more oceans that way and mountains and stuff like that. You know, who knows? I don't know. Should save that for Sunday, but y'all know what I mean.
Yeah, speculation Sunday.
Certainly possible, but even in the area that we're allowed to be in, we keep getting sold that we're running out of everything.
Yeah, even that, they're putting borders up. They're putting limits on it, and now we're running out of this. Might get an electric car, do this, do that, and like, oh my God, bro. Seriously, I think they're just they're making the insane asylum smaller. They're just making the walls like.
Well, PMAC, at least if we're in a free-range prison, they did make it pretty big, so I have to give them that. Is there such a thing as free-range prison? That's a contradiction in terms.
Yeah, I was trying to process that. Trying to process that. A free-range prison. What the hell?
Yeah, you're free to explore within this specified range. So
You're free to do whatever we tell you. That's all.
Yep, you're free to go where we tell you to go.
You're free to do what we tell you to do. Yeah. Freeman. Yeah, it's called Freeman, isn't it? Shit. But you can't even play YouTube videos in here anymore. Are all the YouTube videos banned now, Napalm, or what's going on? You can't even play YouTube anymore on here.
What do you mean? You can't play YouTube?
Oh well, every YouTube song I've tried to play tonight, it's like not available in this country.
Oh really?
Yeah. So I'm thinking, well,
I don't know, man. They just keep slowly tightening their grip on the control of what we can and can't do. It seems like, as far as the internet, the intrawebs are concerned.
But do me a favor, go to YouTube, right? Pick out a song that you like, right, and try and post it in here. Ones that you know that you used to post. Just.
Do you mean like in the voice text?
Aye.
Okay. Let me see. Well, let me do it.
Shit.
Probably because you're in Ireland, PMAC. Nobody likes Ireland. Yeah. Just saying.
Yeah, nobody except the entire world, like.
Well, you didn't drive out all the snakes. Apparently, there's still a few running your country, I guess.
Definitely a few snakes. That's good shit.
Dave, when you lost all that weight, you just been kind of switching to like a clean food kind of diet, just more like fruits and vegetables, clean meats, that kind of stuff?
Basically, I just eat clean meats like beef and chicken, and I have like a fruit smoothie every day, like strawberry, banana, oranges. I throw some mangoes and stuff in there sometimes, and I put carb-friendly yogurt, vanilla yogurt in with it, make it taste good. So that's just me, though. I'm not telling you about what to do, but eating less is the main thing I've been doing. I don't gorge myself. I just eat less portions, instead of having like 4 or 5 things on the plate. I only have like a small portion of meat, maybe a little bit of cheese with it or something, stuff like that. And it's working for me. I'm not telling people what to do.
Sure, yeah. Everybody's body's different for sure. But I have found that like a lot of people that I've known that have kind of switched to really keeping their diet to and this might only be applicable to grocery stores in the United States, but basically their diet coming from the outside walls or the outer sections of the grocery store, meaning, you walk in and on the right hand side on the outside is usually going to be like maybe your bakery, your deli, your fruits and vegetables, and then you come around and you got your milks and your cheeses, and then you got your meats, and that's pretty much it. And as long as you stay away from all the highly processed stuff on the inside, they tend to be a lot more healthy. But
yeah, that's generally a good way to look at it. I watch out. I try to limit my carb intake, and especially processed food carbs, cereals and grains and stuff like that. It's just not good for me. So,
napalm. That's a great fucking tune. That's a great tune. Is that PewDiePie? That's good.
What's up?
Is that PewDiePie? No, I'm kidding. That's a great tune, man. Don't look like it. Does look like PewDiePie.
That's Just Jack, I think. Yeah.
Let's do a quick shout out while I'm on here and my mic's working. If you're listening to us on YouTube, Rumble, or wherever, click the link, join the conversation, come in here and discuss the shape of the earth. Maybe you think it's a spinning ball. We all used to think that. We've got information to share. We're not trying to convince you of anything. That's all I got. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, shit, what was your name again? No, I was kidding. I was born a Glober, but I'm all right now.
The only thing we're trying to convince people is to think for themselves. Use your own brain. There's something wrong with that. Think critically for yourself. That's such a big issue these days.
Yes, it is. It reminds me of the George Carlin stand-up where he's like, they don't want a nation of critical thinkers. They want a nation of obedient workers. People just smart enough to pull the levers and push the paper, but just dumb enough to not realize how bad they're getting screwed.
The reason why they call it the American Dream is because you have to be asleep to believe it.
Yeah, George Carlin was definitely a man before his time. He's a classic.
Nobody noticed. Nobody cared. It's just the way he says it.
Nobody notices. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Be happy with what you have. Not getting any better.
Brian.
I'm pretty sure George Carlin was in the club that he talks about as well.
I think
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Have you seen his special just before 9/11? It's the cover of it. It seems really damning to me. I think it's on the day before 9/11 or something like that. Someone showed it to me, and I'm pretty sure he's in the club.
Wait, you're not going to come on here and George. I'm going to put my foot down.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Yeah, I'm kidding.
What, George Carlin? Yeah.
Bro, wait. Yeah, okay. All right. Fair enough.
I used to love George Carlin. Yeah, I was like, yeah, this guy's so awake. But then, I don't know, someone put me onto some stuff suggesting that he is part of this club that he talks about.
He's definitely he's in a closer circle to the middle than you and I are. Let's put it that way. But that's it, right? You think about what we were told of like medieval times. What was the role of the jester? In the king's
court, right? Entertaining
the king's court. Yeah. He's the only person that can sit there and talk shit about the king, right? That's kind of the thing. But the jester was certainly close to the king in the king's inner circle.
Can you imagine being jester in Henry VIII's court and you're like, listen, Henry, I know I'm the jester, right? But I'd like to keep my head. Everybody else is losing theirs around me. Do you think you would find that funny?
Maybe.
Henry VIII, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? It's like the jester serves its role. It's pretty close to the king, but also is allowed to say things that others aren't allowed to say, right?
That was it. George Carlin's comedy special that was released the day before 9/11 was called "I Kinda Like It When a Lot of People Die," and then it's got some like I'm trying to find the image now from the cover.
Do you know when you know that the king doesn't like your jokes? You're dead.
Just for anybody that's not sure, might be listening, but George Carlin passed away in 2008. Just throwing that out there. He's not currently still alive.
Nobody noticed. Nobody cared. I'm just kidding. I love George Carlin. You're not going to come in there and fucking.
I've heard that.
Talk shit about George Carlin, man. Fuck off.
Heard about George Carlin. It could be. I mean, who knows? He did put some strokes out there for whatever reason. You know.
Yeah, it's controlled truth drops in a comical way, right? So people don't take it too seriously. It's like the truth hidden in plain sight, covered up by comedy.
Yep.
Yeah, they do that all the time. And the world moves on.
Nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care.
Do you remember when we told you that your government is spying on you as to everything you do, and then they came out and told you that what they were actually doing? Well, nobody seemed to notice. Nobody seemed to care. The world just moved on.
Yeah, it was that. It's funny, right? Because we were all kind of alive through that time frame, right? Where we started to get these technologies, and the crazy conspiracy theorists were like, "Yeah, man, they're reading all your emails, and they know everything that you do on your phone, and blah blah blah." And everybody would hand wave that as, "That's a conspiracy. You guys are crazy." And then pretty much, they have this PSYOP kind of operation that takes place with some leaks and some questionable characters that come right out and say it's been happening for decades. And then when you go back to the same people that you talked to and you were like, hey bro, your phone's spying on you and they're reading all your emails, that called you conspiracy theorist, just a few months ago, now it suddenly says, yeah, everybody knows that. It's been happening for so long, it's not that big of a deal, right? So it went from conspiracy theory to we all know it, not a big deal.
Yeah.
Most people rationalize that like, oh, it's no big deal. It's, they're looking out for us in the long run, no big deal.
It's kind of like another exercise control. Like,
if you're not doing anything wrong, why does it matter, man? How many times do you hear that?
We'll tell them that we're spying on them and we're listening to everything. And then we'll also tell them that way back in the 80s, we did unauthorized experiments upon the American public without their knowledge. Shit, we'll do that too, right?
A lot of that, yeah. So, but think about it this way, right? The whole spying and stuff like that. There was really never a big time. It went from that you're a crazy conspiracy theorist if you talked about that taking place to a light switch being flipped when it comes to the WikiLeaks and Edward Snowden and all that kind of stuff. That's where the light switch was flipped to the average person to saying, oh, well, we've known that. Everybody knows that's been happening forever. If you're not doing anything wrong, why does it matter, right? So their mentality changed from you're a conspiracy theorist, which is their way of saying that's not taking place, you're just crazy, to, oh, we've always known that that's been taking place and it's not that big of a deal. So they went from doing all of this stuff, people starting to figure it out, to being able to tell you that they've been doing all this stuff, for people to not resist it, to where we just breezed right past that era in our lives, right around 2008-ish time frame, where instead of people actually pushing back on whether or not the government should be allowed to utilize our microphone or a camera on our cell phone and read our emails, right? There was no resistance to it at all whatsoever, the way that they rolled it out. It's pretty amazing, actually.
Yeah, it was kind of like another exercise, and let's see if we tell them the truth, let's see how they react. Oh shit, nothing happened. But in the old days, way back, if like say 1940, if somebody was to come up to the American public and say they're reading every one of your letters, that sealed it, everyone, they would have strung them up from the nearest fucking tree. You know what I mean? They would have taken the whole government and just strung them up.
They would have certainly tarred and feathered the postmaster.
Tarred and feather that bastard. Yeah, but today it's kind of like, well, yeah, sure, we knew that. Well, anyway, moving on. What's next? It's like it's generating this air of apathy, isn't it?
Yeah,
just apathetic zombies. So, oh yeah, sure, yeah, okay, next.
For sure.
Oh, we didn't welcome them
in. So, do you guys think something similar might take place with the Earth conversation, where at some point it's just going to be like the people who are so resistant to even listening to you talk about the topic are eventually one day just going to come back and be like, yeah, we've all known it's not that big of a deal and blah, blah, blah. And then we just move on. And then that whole idea or concept gets co-opted to begin with. And it gets moved in a direction that's less about the truth and more about how to retain control of the population as the information comes out, right? Or get guided into an incorrect idea of the stationary plane. You guys think that'll take place?
Yeah.
Re-education camps. for the people that have been exposed to the dangerous misinformation.
Yeah.
But what worries me is, like, they've kind of normalized listening in, reading people's emails or whatever, and then people use this argument, well, if you're not doing anything wrong, what's the problem? But what's legal today might be illegal tomorrow when the world changes for whatever reason. So something that's normal now might be completely illegal in 10 years, but then they're still listening to your phones and reading your emails and stuff like that.
It's very cleverly done. It's piecemeal by piecemeal. It's just bit by bit by bit, over a decade or 2 or 3, until the generation that we're not going to be in, you won't even recognize. They'll just accept things for what they are, what they told they are.
I don't think they'll do anything until they get centralized banks, centralized digital currencies. They won't tell us anything until then. Once they've got that, it's game over. It doesn't really matter what we think the shape of the world is.
Wait a minute.
The key. That's the one they're aiming for.
Wait a minute. Centralized banks. I've heard this before somewhere. Well, I'm going to stop right there before I get mouthfuls over.
Once they've got that, they can tell us the shape of the world as anything. It won't make any difference.
Something controls this world, and it's not in your best interest. Sorry. Yeah. Can you imagine throwing soup or oil on a Van Gogh for a movement that is absolutely bullshit from the start?
Yeah, it's not the real Van Gogh, though, is it?
Oh, well.
Those things are like dinosaur bones. They're all locked up in a museum somewhere, someone's basement.
Well, now you say that.
Didn't they protesters at a cricket ground, climate control, at a cricket match? It's like the most English protest you've ever heard of. At a cricket match.
Yeah, it's not like it's fucking motorsport and they're burning carbon. Like.
Yeah. Like, how much carbon does it take to make a cricket bat? Or like a tree stumps, maybe.
It takes this much. 3.
I guess there's the lawnmower.
I saw the Just Stop Oil people in person at in London outside Holborn Station, and it was like they're so protected. There was maybe 4 to 6 of them sat in the street, and there was like 6 to 7 police vans. The police had closed roads for them. They had their own private army, being the police. They were so protected. And I was thinking, if me and a few of my mates went and sat in the road and protested anything, the police wouldn't do anything like that. Like, the police were stopping anybody going near them, and like they'd shut down roads in the centre of London just for these few people. It's so unnatural, that movement. It's not an organic movement. It's not a grassroots movement at all.
Well, like the guys,
well, it's totally organic.
Who's so we've got 5 of them. And they just sat on the M20, 5, like protesting against people not having insulation in their lofts.
Yeah.
During lockdowns. That was all the news was about. Total bullshit.
We're just getting played left, right, and centre, aren't we? They're just playing the public.
Yeah. I think the clue is in Extinction Rebellion. Extinction.
God, I've seen Extinction Rebellion a bunch of times, and almost all the times it's like teenagers with like some really old, well, I say really old people in the 60s, maybe 70s, just leading him around. Just kind of like cult leaders almost.
Yeah.
I went up to him. I asked one of the guys handing out leaflets what happened to the hole in the ozone layer, and he said we banned aerosols and it went away. I was like, okay.
Sure, but it was a hole that could not be repaired.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, they said, it's one of the greatest achievements of mankind, or whatever.
No, I'm going to say this is almost like the same thing as the Jabba Dabba Doo. It was here, and then suddenly it disappeared.
Yeah.
Suddenly, must be because we all wore a thing around our face. That sorted it out. I fucking put that thing in its place, right? Fucking ball bags. I just made that up, by the way. I think that's probably an Extinction Rebellionist or just the old guy there. I don't know, but some girl was dragging him away, and I just thought, "Don't do it, sweetie. I'm not worth it." And I said, fuck, just one me slap, please. Just one me slap. They'll end up in jail. It'll be worth it.
That's another one where, like, I've seen them outside Bank Station in the city of London, in the financial bit. And I was walking through, and I saw all these TV cameras everywhere. And there was just a small group of Extinction Rebellion, and there was just as many, if not more, reporters and people with cameras and things like that, just giving them all the media coverage in the world. And then during lockdown, we had protests with like 30, 40,000 people, and it wasn't even on TV.
Yep.
It's fucking ridiculous. Like, and they were outside Downing Street rattling the fences, trying to get in and stuff. Wasn't even on TV. They could have potentially overthrown the government that day. Potentially. There was enough of them. Not a mention on TV. And you got like 30 Extinction Rebellion guys, and it's fucking 50.
Every major news station is covering it, and like, this must be a thing.
And the guy at Extinction Rebellion had the fucking cheek to say to me that climate change doesn't get any TV or media coverage. And I was like, what? It's on the BBC every single day. They've even got a whole section of the BBC News website dedicated to climate change.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Every second word, when they can, they just slip it in there.
Yeah. Have you noticed they don't say global warming anymore?
Yeah.
Because it'd be obvious.
Yeah, they changed that about 10, 12 years ago.
Yeah. Climate change.
Global warming. I mean, here's a yardstick I use. Whatever the mainstream is in the newspapers, on TV, that's bullshit. Whatever they're spewing out, it's the opposite. But there's a reason why they're doing it. They have an agenda. There's some fucking, I don't know, electric cars and shit like that there. But you can imagine, right? I see the boys all day work, right? Imagine everybody had an electric car, right? And they went, almost like they could turn diesel off the pumps. Sorry, no electricity. You have to put your face here, scan your QR code to make your vehicle move. That's total control. And people don't realize it. They can just flick a switch and go, you're not going anywhere, nobody's going nowhere. Where you could just drive up to any petrol station, fill your car with diesel or petrol, and fuck off. Well, you can't do that if everybody's got electric cars, because there's somebody, they can just go, switch up.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary the amount of control they could get from all the electric stuff and the CBDCs and stuff. It could get to a point where you step out your zone, your 15-minute city, your money's programmable. It's in your wallet, which is also your ID and your passport, all on your phone. You step outside your 15-minute city, you get a penalty that's programmed to come out of your wallet. Your money stops working. Your car switches off. Like, they could do all sorts of stuff like that when it all goes fully.
Sure it does. And why do people think that is in any way living? Like Karen put a thing around London, and now he's extended it. £12 a day if you dare to drive through that zone. What?
Yeah.
Who can afford £12 a day if you're driving to work for 16 days? £12 times 16. You're working for the government. I don't know how people are actually accepting this as a reality.
You get the feeling it's going to go the way of universal credit, well, a universal basic income, of programmable money, of a time limit to spend it, where the money will literally expire after a certain date. And you're going to get docked from your universal basic income for breaking such rules, such as climate emissions and going outside your zone, and etc., etc. Feels like it's going that way. Well, maybe I'm just a bit black-pilled on that and a bit pessimistic.
No. I think you're heading in the right direction. But cow farts, like putting cows in certain places so they don't emit, like suddenly the world's going to come to an end because of methane. Because of what? Hang on a minute. Cows have been along for where?
Yeah, well, that's their attack on the farmers, isn't it? They're also going after farmers big time, not just in this country.
Yeah, and the Dutch got really pissed off about that, but there wasn't too much coverage in that either, right? Like the Dutch people were like
in the UK as well. It's like really bad. Like at the moment, the farmers have been were subsidised for a while, and they're getting rid of that subsidisation. So they're telling the farmers, right, you need to find extra ways to make money. So when they try and do these extra ways on the farm to make money, like open a little cafe or restaurant or sell in a different way, they get rejected permission from the councils, and they're just sending all the farmers bust, basically.
It's all about food. The same thing I heard a guy on the radio the other day from England. It was like they sold us down the river. leave the euro, we're supposed to like we catch fish, we throw half the fish back. Now we can't fucking fish anything. Everything we catch, we have to throw back, and it's destroying like there's whole fucking villages along all the coast of England that are no longer fishing. They have to find other ways. It's like, I mean, if people don't see this, like Mr. Bill fucking whoever his fucking name is, you know who he is, has bought up. He now owns. No, I'm not exaggerating here. Like a third of the farming industry in America.
Yeah, and the Jeff Bezos owns a big chunk of it.
So why are they buying it up? Because you really quicker should be happy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? It's like these billionaires from China are supposedly paying like double, triple the amount the farms are worth just to buy it up in America. They're also doing it in Australia as well. They're buying it from the farmers, buying up the land.
Yeah, you can see it all over. Mulberry bushes, apple bushes, trees, everything that could naturally grow, they're cutting them down, they're getting rid of them, so that people can no longer go out and fucking get something to eat.
You could imagine a situation where, so say before Big Pharma, everyone was on natural medicine, and then Big Pharma took over, where we make a shift from natural food to lab-grown food, and it's the new $1 trillion industry. It's food grown in laboratories.
Yeah, it's sickening.
Grown from cancer cells, supposedly. I don't know how true that is. But I've spoke to a couple of vegans about this lab-grown food, and every one of them was like, yeah, I'd eat that, no problem. You know, not harming anyone. I'd eat some meat grown in a lab.
Yeah, one day we're all going to wake up with our fucking heads shaved, wearing white coats, taking a couple of pills every morning. And then telling us that, dystopian. It's a dystopian future.
It's just going to go through the roof. And you already are right now.
What's that, sorry?
I said the cancer rates, they're just going to go through the roof. Like,
oh, it's 2 in every 3 people now.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. Even like go back to like 1980, I think it was like 1 in 4 or something, or 1 in 8.
Probably even less than that, bro. I mean,
yeah, probably less than that. Yeah.
Yeah, back in 1960, you'd be lucky if you knew somebody who was related to somebody that used to know somebody that had MS. Now every family has at least 2 or 3 members has MS. And the same thing with cancer. Cancer, like, the same thing back in the 1960s. 1 in every 7 or 8 people, like you said, maybe you might have heard about it somewhere, somebody got, bad. Now, it's prevalent. It's throughout society. The statistics is now 2 in every 3rd person. 2 in every 3rd.
No.
Well, that's basically what all of us say.
The billionaires, the royalty, doesn't affect them like that, though, does it? We don't see them every 2 out of 3 of those getting cancer.
Yeah, and people say, well, where's it coming from, Paul? Where do you think it's coming from? I said, they're putting in the fucking water, the food, I don't know where, but it's coming from somewhere, because 20 years ago, you wouldn't know somebody with MS. You'd be lucky to know somebody with MS. Now every family has it, and cancer. Like, yes, maybe in 1 person in your family. Now, every second person has got cancer.
Well, have you ever heard of the Cancer Express in India? And it's just like, it's a train that just literally goes to the hospital and just carries cancer patients. It just takes them all from the farms, where the farms are all being sprayed with all this fucking pesticide bullshit. None of them are wearing the hazmat suits because they're in India. They're just working on the farms. And they literally have a fucking train called the Cancer Express that just takes them to the hospitals. And these are the people that work on farms without the protective gear on, and that's the shit they're spraying on our food.
Yeah, that must be the pesticide, yeah. That's crazy, I never heard of that. Yes, I don't know. It's like population control or something. There's something going on with it.
They're squeezing every little bit of juice out of this, aren't they? And then profiting across the way. Like cancer's so perfect for whoever runs this place. Like, so we work all our lives towards their goals, and then when we retire, say you retired, say you retired at 65, and without cancer you might live to like 80, 90 or something like that if you're lucky. But now this thing comes along, cancer, and it's just like they profit off it massively. Just cuts your retirement short completely when you're pretty much useless to them. It's like so perfect for them.
Yeah, that's dark but true. If they don't have to pay out all their pensions,
that's it. Yeah, there's
you're
cut
talking,
short when you become.
You're talking billions of pounds. If everybody's died from MS and cancer and all things, and they live to like 70, so they spend like 4 years of their retirement pulling the pension, and then it's gone. They are that dark though. I mean, they opened that. Remember, what do they call it? Tuberculosis and all that there, because the people in England who used to work in the mines, same in South Africa, and they opened up all these, what they call them, a nice name for them, but it's just guys that worked in the mines all their lives, and just their lungs were fucked. Nobody seemed to notice. Nobody seemed to care. Sanatoriums. They paid for that out of their own pocket because they realized that if they put all these people in sanatoriums and they want to live there for a couple of years and they can't pull pensions, they're making money. It's dark, bro.
Yeah. I'm coming to the opinion though that these people, they're not, in their mind, like we may perceive them as evil, but they're not evil and they're not good. They just perceive us like the same way you think about when you step on an ant by mistake, just no feeling whatsoever. You know? They're not like, oh, I'm going to do this bad thing. It's just they do not care about what we think or feel. Unless it affects them, of course, in some way, then they'd manipulate us. But
yeah, I have to agree. And there's a couple of riots, a couple of things that make life better for people, but nothing really changes. They're never going to let anything change. They're at the top and we're at the bottom, and that's it. We're like cannon fodder, or cattle or whatever. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
What's scary is though, like we don't know who they are. Like that's where their power comes from, being anonymous. As long as you don't know who your enemy is, you can't fight them, right? And we don't know who they are. All we know is these billionaires they tell us about, like the Elon Musk and the Bill Gates and the Jeff Bezos and all that stuff. But we don't know who's whispering in those ears. We don't know shit.
True. And then you get all these films about life as a billionaire and life on a yacht and life, and people watch that and eat that shit up and think, spoiled, and wish they were there. They make it almost like it's normal, but there's a very, very select few people who live like that, and they, people watch that and go, "Oh, a celebrity this and celebrity that."
Yeah,
it's just more mind control. If only. Yeah, I know it's strange to think. If you had that much money, would that be one person somewhere that went, well, I have that much money, I don't care anymore. Here's what the world is. Here's what it's really like. This is what they're doing to you. Some good person. Is there one that would have a soul or something.
Yeah.
At least one.
I mean, something's not right when the 20 richest people in the world that we know of hold 50% or maybe a little bit more of the entire world's wealth. And that's just madness. 50% of the money, 50% of the world's wealth is in the hands of the top 20 richest people.
Yeah, we spoke about this earlier, and to me, the only explanation for it is that the life that we're supposed to live is not this one, and it's been hijacked, and they are doing a very good job of hijacking it, and they will continue to do it until something changes. But it's
my guess is they're going to enforce the change themselves anyway. They're going to push us to fight for a change, and it's going to look like we've changed the system, but really we've not changed the system.
Yeah, we're just living in the same fucking system. Yeah,
it can't be about money or purely about money because one, they print the money. It's got to be about control in some respect, or enforcing some sort of ideology or plan that they have and they've had for hundreds of years. Like, it can't just be about money because they have all the money.
Yes, thank you. It's control.
And I think it goes beyond control as well. Like, they've got some plan for humanity, or plans for what they want to do, and obviously we don't know what those plans are for the next 100 years. But yeah, they're very clever, and they know how to push all our buttons.
Wait. Almost alien. I'm not joking when I say that.
Say what? Sorry, almost what?
Alien.
Yeah. To be honest, mate, I mean, I didn't mention it before, but I'm along those lines as well. Like, whatever controls us, I think
it's not human.
It's not human, yeah, because it doesn't care about humanity. That's for sure.
Yeah, but like the ants you were talking about.
Yeah, but what it is, I don't know. Something pretending to be human.
Yes.
So
that's weird, bro.
And whatever that could be, I don't know. So you can only speculate. The tares amongst the wheat comes to mind. It's like a biblical passage about them all being found out if the rapture happened or something like that.
The chaff and the wheat and the tares and all that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's way beyond that. Like, it's just my opinion. I won't tell you.
What also I was thinking as well, like, whoever these people say, there's like a select group of these things that somehow, I mean, this is wild speculation, right? But say there's a select group of these things that are somehow at the top of this pyramid that control everyone. They look like humans or whatever. I'm willing to bet that they're also like a hive mind, where they all think the same, they all share the same mind, and that's pretty out there. But it'd be one way where they could be perfectly coordinated in everything they do without actually communicating. You could just look at each other across the room. It's just one mind in many different entities.
And it sounds a wee bit science fiction,
It does. Sounds pretty fucking out there, but I don't know. Something's not right, though, that's for sure.
I think whatever we're looking for is out there. It's way out there, bro. I mean, we've only begun to imagine what could be going on.
And the weird thing is, as well, there's probably a bunch of science fiction movies that have completely told us everything, and we just don't know. And they're just laughing at us, going, look, the thing is real, or whatever.
I tell you what, truth is stranger than fiction.
Can be.
Yeah, no, you kind of like, fuck, I thought this was the truth, but that's weird. So, I said, oh, no, fuck. But I do love my sci-fi. I love the Foundation series, Raised by Wolves, they're fucking brilliant. But yeah, Dune, Frank Herbert, Dune. He could
I find sci-fi these days, it's just, for the last 10, 20 years, it's just been boring as hell. Like, no originality. You know, when it comes to, like, when you look on Netflix and it's just space this on a planet far away, like in a galaxy, or when, you know, and it's just like nothing's like out the box where, you know, it's all about space.
The final frontier.
Or in the future where climate change has destroyed the world, or
by cow farts.
You know, like stuff like that. It's just constant bombardment of this.
Cows are evil, man. Cows are kill them all. Call all the cows, bastards. Hang on. If you kill all the cows, there's no meat. Yeah, but we'll make you meat in a lab. It's a strange fucking world we're heading into, bro. It really. Just look at the last 10 years. It's just fucking, what the fuck is going on?
Elite Full Throttle is Wakey called it.
But yeah, no, science fiction, it does kind of, it's a foreboding of what's to come. I mean, you remember James T. Kirk, right?
Yeah.
Okay, James Tiberius Kirk, and he walked out of a lift, and the lift opened up. Before the days when doors actually opened up. And he would talk to Uhura on a big screen. And, you know, you can see Uhura as she's talking about it, and you're like, fuck me, that's amazing. He walks through doors, they open up, and now he's talking to people on video chat, face to face. That's fucking crazy. That's the 70s. By the time the 90s came, that was commonplace. It's kind of what they do with science fiction is ease people into what they know is coming. So it's not to
mix it with complete fake stuff as well. So they put like stuff that's actually come and mixed it in with being in space, and it makes it look like it's all gonna come. We are gonna be in space. No, look, we got the electric doors. We got this. We got that. But you'll never be in space. But people are like, oh yeah, space is coming. Yeah.
Yeah, 2025, we're going to do an orbit of the moon. Wait a minute. You're going all the way there, and you're not going to touch that. No, we're just going to go in it. We're going to do that in 2030. 2030.
I've got an old NASA book, and it's talking about 1980s moon bases that are coming. Yeah, that never happened.
1925, no, sorry, where am I now? Fucking 2025. We're going to go to the moon, but just orbit it and take a good look, take a couple of photos, and come back. What? Why did you just touch on, bro? Like Jeremy was used to say, no, it doesn't matter anyway. I always used to say at the start, bro, we have drones. Just take a drone, send about 100 on the moon, maybe 5 of them will get there, and land the bastards. No peril of human life. No life lost. It's a drone, right? Just send them there. Oh no, we can't do that.
Or, God forbid, take a photo of it with the Hubble telescope that can look at galaxies millions of light years away. Just take a look at the moon with it. No, they can't do that. Yeah, the moon's too small. Yeah, that's
fucking crazy. 2020, we went around the moon. 2030, we're going to land. 2030 comes. No, you know what? We're just going to do an orbit again. It's 2035. We're going to land 2035. 2035. We're going to land. 2035 goes along.
I mean, they've got to do something though, because if they leave it long enough, it's going to get to a point where they're going to be like, 100 years ago, we went to the moon. 100 years ago, we had the technology to go to the moon. Like, how long can they leave it before it's just absolutely absurd? It gets to the point where it's the equivalent of us saying, in the medieval times, we could go to the moon. We can't do it now. Technology is not as good now. It's ridiculous.
It's propaganda they use for flat earthers. They title it flat earthers so they can use their propaganda against us to make us look stupid. The pizza and the CD, stuff like that.
Well, yeah, they've been doing that for ages, haven't they? Since the Flat Earth Society, probably before.
Right. That's why I call myself a demonstrable realist, because they can't propagate that. Use their propaganda against it.
Well, I haven't heard that term before. Demonstrable realist?
Yeah, demonstrable realist.
Yeah, I would probably be a realist, but maybe I'll become a demonstrable one. Fuck it.
Well, I mean, because they try to use the subconscious mind by saying pizza or CD stuff that's imaginary. So you can usually find out when someone's getting on here to debate the flat earth, or even do they want you to approve it or something like that, or when they throw around all of that stuff, then you know if they're just trolling or not.
I've got to go. It's been real. It's been some good real talk. I'll see you later.
All right, monkey balls.
Bye.
Yeah, that was good, bro. Yeah, I don't know. Realist. That'll do me. You demonstrate to me something that isn't real, and I won't believe it.
I'm sorry?
Realist. I'm a realist.
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah. Well. No, I don't mean to be derogatory or anything, but being a realist is demonstrable by its very nature. You can tell me to fuck off. I don't care, bro.
No, I'm agreeing with you, bro. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah. Because that kind of threw me a wee bit. Like you gave yourself a title or a label. No, but you're not. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
If they're gonna label it, like something stupid like a pizza or a CD, right? Then I will. Or if somebody want to ask me, well, are you a flat earther or you a globalist, or whatever, I'll be like, no, I'm a demonstrable realist. I'm about what's real. So that's how I go about that. If that makes any sense.
Perfect. Yeah.
Sweet.
Right.
Yeah, I said sweet.
Begin.
Hello. We have. I was thinking we have a role for that. Direct realist.
Yes, it's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Direct realist. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not one to get caught up in Yeah, a direct realist is probably the same as demonstrable realist. It's the same thing.
And then we have this pseudoscientist, like this lady. She doesn't believe in the second law of thermodynamics.
Oh, she must be a real fucking humdinger of a clever person.
She's a reality denier.
Oh, okay. That's a new one. Yeah, fuck your reality. Okay. I'm not even going to watch that. I think it would just fry my head. So the way to make yourself feel good about anything is just to deny that anything is actually happening. And like, reality is not real. That's just, what? That's even worse than a conspiracy theorist. You're just out there. You're not making any sense, though. Shut up, Paul.
I was at dinner with some friends at the restaurant. And they were talking about the moon landings, but I was talking nothing about it. But yeah, one of them said, "I saw it on TV. I don't know if it is real or not." So yeah, that was a moment.
You were just observing?
Yeah, they were talking about the Titan submarine, the tragedy, and then one of them said, because they were talking about too many details. But one of them said, there are some people that don't believe that people walk on the moon. and he did said, I saw it on TV. I don't know if it is real or not. But I didn't say nothing. So yeah. So it was interesting. He said that,
Yeah,
because
inside you were going, yes.
I saw it on TV, but they don't know if it is real or not. So.
They're starting to get it. They're starting to understand that it's probably fake, without any you saying anything. It's like you just watch people and they just think, well, they'll figure it out. Right?
No, that guy and the other guy, that was agreeing with him. This people saw it on TV, but it doesn't mean it is real. It can be faked. So that was the. When he said, I saw it on, I don't know, I saw it on TV, it means, they can be faking it. So they just put that like a question,
They're even starting to, propaganda at a natural real, not at a demonstrable realist. So I guess you can switch. You're always having to switch the name or something because they're trying to throw some propaganda at it, faking it, or to make you look stupid or something other than what you're trying to accomplish, which is, I guess now, which would be called naturalism. So, yeah.
Yeah, people talk about the globe, but it's not the natural world because you cannot observe it. They can fake it in the television and etc. You cannot do an experiment to prove that claim globe, and no empirical evidence.
We've said it often enough. Eventually, somewhere it's going to fucking sink in somehow. You can't fucking prove it. There's no measurement of the curve. If there was, we wouldn't be here. And it's never going to happen. So, eventually it might sink in. It's kind of a rude awakening. But hey, we all went through it. Deal with it, motherfucker. Go. And good luck. It's like Monkey was saying, they may turn around the fish and go, alright guys, we lied. Sorry about that. Yep, we've been doing experiments among people without knowledge. We've also been spying on their emails. Oh, and by the way, the Earth is not a globe. Sorry about that. And everybody just go, well, okay, what's next? Moving on. The apathy of it all.
It's like that guy. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. They have to lie,
And the truth is that that's the one thing they cannot admit, will not admit. Because if you do that, that's it, it's game over. I mean, that is the biggest lie perpetrated upon mankind ever. And there's no coming back from that. No coming back from that.
You guys are talking about Dan, like on YouTube?
No, I was talking about Robert Simon. You know, the Blue Marble.
Dan Simmons, the Blue Marble, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's so you know Dan the man on the who defends the globe, and then there's the new guy Dave, has his dog. He pets his dog as he's telling you about how you don't know what we're talking about. All they use is propaganda or animation or movies. You don't use anything that's real or anything that's reality. That it's all bullshit.
Yeah, the funny thing is, in real life they don't use any of that too. They use cartoons. Same thing. It's the same fucking thing. They get fucking hang on. What do you call Captain Kirk again? What's his real name?
Movie star.
Sorry, what?
You said Captain Kirk?
Yeah. What's his real name?
Movie star. I don't know. Yeah. Not a movie. I don't know. He's a actor.
Actor.
Yeah.
They get him to go. Oh wow. That's all they can say. Oh wow.
Yeah, it's just flat Earth's a trigger word for them, and for anything to throw propaganda at somebody, to hide behind what's real, and so they can make fun of the flat Earthers. Whenever someone comes on here in the beginning and they drop the word flat Earth in the first minute, I think is automatically a troll usually.
We come in many shapes and sizes, but the globe ain't one.
It's like this: if you punch in flat Earth on YouTube, YouTube is the most propaganda flat Earth around. But if you punch in flat Earth, press your enter, scroll down, all you see is pizzas flying in the air or a disc flying in the air. Like that's what flat Earthers are, but which it's not at all. But is what is claimed. Really, what is claimed is what they're lying. Is what not really exactly the flat Earth as they see is really they're lying to us, and that's the real.
William Shatner, yeah. Holy shit. And he was like, well, how do you see light years? Remember, he was sitting on the stage and I went, well, because somebody said that there has to be a thing that, how do you know? How do you know that for a fact? Well, somebody said, well, you're just going on what somebody said. There are millions and billions of that. But how do you see that? how does human eye see something light that is billions of years old? I mean, and he was practically sitting on the stage going, "You're talking shite," and we were like, "Yeah, William, go for it, man. You're getting there." And then he put him on a fucking spaceship. And he came down. The only thing he could say was, "Oh wow, wow," and that William Shatner voice. What? Just war propaganda. You know, you must have known that. You've seen that. He's sitting on stage basically telling the boy on the other side that you're talking shit. There's no way you can prove that. It's all made up fairy tales. There's no proof whatsoever, nothing scientific about it. And we thought, well, William's he's kind of getting it. And the next thing you know, they put him up with fucking Jeff Bezos fucking thing, and he's just like, oh wow, wow. Well, William, how would you describe your first time in space? Oh, wow. That's kind of crazy, huh?
Even if so, I was saying, but in normal, and like throw on the word normal too. You know, they've been doing that for years as well too. But you know, you can get chastised either way you go with normal. So.
Well, I never see overwhelming sadness, profound grief. Yeah, the first thing I will do when I got back to Earth was hang myself. I'm sorry, that's a bit dark, but
You're fine. So it's like normal, you know, like people would say, you know, act normal, or, you know, when there's that time, you know, but then even on here, people are like, oh, normie, that's a normie, or people use when the internet came around, oh, that's a normie, you know, like even that word got, you know, propagated by, you know, stuff that's just so ridiculous. But words do change, you know, words change, have their meaning. I mean, that's been shown anyhow through Wikipedia and everything else, that words do change their meaning through through a subconscious level. So there's always manipulation going on in the subconscious. That's a perfect prime example.
Yep, I agree.
The getter or the guider? The getter? Getter? Getter. What is that icon? Is it like looks like Grimace with a hat or something, or I don't know what that is.
Yeah, he went up, spent 2.5, 3 minutes in the free fall, and then came back to the Earth, and suddenly it's a globe. Well, there's your absolute proof. William Shatner went up, did a bit of free falling. It must be a globe. That's a Star Trek, man. It's the final fucking frontier, bro. It's the final fucking. It's the final count. No, no. Like, I haven't taught my brain to not pay attention to anything the mainstream says. Kind of basic.
Well, yeah, I mean, now it's even more interesting. Now they have congressmen, and they have them on Fox News. You know, it's like, Jesus, dude. Like, I mean, it's gotten bad. So, I mean, you can't watch a congressional, hearing or a Senate hearing and realize who the fuck's lying and what the fuck's going on. It's pretty bad. It's really bad. Actually, I'm really uncomfortable.
That's fucking politics for you.
Something happened because they're big push, but I mean, yes. Oh, I don't know what to say other than it's just more than that. It's just really uncomfortable knowing that, not knowing. Have you ever looked up the word frontier, PMAC?
Sorry, what?
Have you ever looked up the definition of frontier?
No, but I'm gonna guess.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It says
something about explore.
No, sorry. It says the limit of knowledge. A particular field.
In Portuguese, we say fronteira.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know, see, in Portuguese, they love to explore. And nobody like the Portuguese, they went out and explored the new frontiers. Just got a ship, and then fuck you, I'm off. Cheerio, see you later, bye. And off they went, them Portuguese. Isn't that right, Miguel?
Yeah.
Space baby,
the final frontier. but it's made on a whole
Hollywood's basement.
Said more.
Yeah, it's for the borderland.
Some may say at the least it's set in a foreign location. Some understood that Hollywood is Californication. Is that more? Is that enough? Red hot chili pepper bastards.
What's up, Sonny?
Pay your surgeon very well to break the spell of aging.
Sonny.
Or is that why you're waiting?
Effie crew.
Can't hear you, bud.
Speak up, Sonny. Speak up, Sonny. Understood that Hollywood-based California.
There we go. How's that?
That's a lot better.
That's a lot better.
Well done. Yeah, you pulled the mic down from your head.
You're kind of fuzzy sounding, though. What, do you got a distortion pedal on that? I never thought of that before. Fun stuff.
It was like not annoying enough to say something.
Might have. Yeah, that shit. It's a Bluetooth thing. It's called G535.
Wait a minute. Say it again.
Logitech G. Hang on.
Oh, Logitech.
Yeah. Logitech. I'll find it now.
Wearable. No, it actually sounds good. I think it's when you back away too far away or something, maybe.
Oh, I pulled it away there. G535.
Oh, okay. That sounds pretty good. Is that like a headset type deal, or is that on your phone or on a PC or?
Oh, it's on the PC. Yeah. It's like usually cost about like 80 quid, and they were selling it for like 65. You must buy now.
Yeah, I've got one by a company called Tonor, Tonor, and it's a suspension mic, and I have it on a boom stand. It's a XLR connection, so it's a regular like the bands use, like plugging into a mixer or whatever. It's the same. So, it has almost the same specifications as the Blue Yeti. So when I compared the specs on each one, there's some slight differences in the. What was the difference?
All right, Sonny, stop showing off. I'm talking about my fucking Bluetooth headset. You're talking about fucking proper mics, like
a proper mic,
like a proper mic,
a proper like it has to be for me, because I'll tell you what, I'll break everything else. Yeah, I will. I had this. I had a blue Snowball, and it's got the mini USB connection, or like it was the older one, slightly larger than the ones on the phone. But anyway, it would fall over, and it would fall right on that spot every single time. And eventually, it broke off the internal part where the mini USB plugs into it. So
it kept falling over.
Well, yeah, because. If this one falls over, it's on a regular boom mic stand. So if it falls over, it's got a foam cap on it. The only thing that will happen, it'll break the suspension part, which I already had to epoxy back together. Little arms. There's a ring around the mic, and their little arms hold the elastic.
Yeah. Okay.
band,
All right. You're showing off again. So you're talking about.
No, I'm just talking technical stuff. That's all.
I know. I'm just kidding.
It helps me to formalize the words I need to describe something to people that don't see what I'm seeing.
There was a reason why I bought it.
Yeah. Let me finish, because every time you cut me off, I totally get interrupted in my mind, and I lose my place completely. But I do it to others as well, and I'm going to try to break that habit. So anyway, to describe, I know I'm kind of long-winded. Sorry about that. And I trail on, and it's
No, not at all. No. Just keep trailing on, Sonny.
Man.
Hey,
extend upon the frontier.
Hey, Alex. Alex has joined us, everybody.
Hey, Alex.
What's going on? How's it going?
You must have heard us talking about mics.
Yeah, I did.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm no expert now. I'm still using the same mic I bought like 20 fucking years ago. You know, if it ain't broke, right?
Yeah, but you know what? That's the thing about everything older was a better quality. Like, it doesn't really matter how much older either. It seems like everything older was made more sturdy, more like not able to fall apart. Like the older things, like I always talk about like effects pedals for guitars because I love to build them. And I learned how to take the actual schematics from all the old original ones, like the original fuzz face, the one that Hendrix used, all the different versions, like which transistor. I'm going to nerd you guys out, man. Like, cause I like to work at the component level. Like I built a Fender 5E3 based exactly on the 1959 Fender Deluxe 5E3 and built the cabinet too myself by hand with like, I'm such a scrounger, man. But like, I like doing that. So, I still have the plans for the cabinet. I have one of them. I built 2 cabinets like that out of salvage wood that I would like go around with my Volkswagen van and look for wood. People would throw away solid pine from cabinets and stuff. And I'm like, I would go get that wood and put my design in it. And then I still have that. And it's this is like a piece of furniture I built. It'll probably last 100 years. It'll probably outlive me. I'll show you a picture of it.
Like the classic cars, you know? Classic cars were the best thing made for petroleum gas, right? The quality for petroleum. It was the classic cars of its day.
Dude, I went past the Skip the other day. About 2 weeks ago, there was a house being reformed just down the road from me, and they put in the Skip these huge fucking beams, these wooden beams, like 4 of them, like 4 meter long wooden beams. How the fuck would people throw that away? I was like, I pulled up to the side of my car and put that straight in my car, and that's in my workshop now. How can people throw that away?
Not my watch.
You could build part of a building with those things, you know?
Yeah, it's like solid oak. They're like heavy as fuck.
That's crazy, man. That is valuable stuff. Like,
probably worth about $100 each.
Oh, more than that, yeah. Price of wood now is ridiculous. Anytime I see a Skip, I'm like a Skip rat. I'm like, because people throw away shit they don't realize the value of. Like,
it's totally true.
Yeah. What size beams? What's the size of them?
That goes for everything. So, like, that's what I really love doing is taking something old, like some old, even just stuff like transistor radio from the 60s, like the first ones, you know, and clean them up perfectly clean until they look brand spanking new, you know. Take these old things and I like to make them look brand new again.
And make them work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love doing that with wood. There was a friend of mine who just took over a restaurant just down the road, and it was an old Indian restaurant, and I helped him clear it out, and there was this long bar in there, like it was solid pine wooden bar, like 70 millimeters thick and like 3 meters long. And he said, "Oh, do you want that?" I went, "Fuck yeah, I'll take that." And I've built a TV stand with it, a new mantelpiece. I've got new shelves in my summer kitchen from it. It's just like
that's ideal. So Alex, how is the weather out on the plain over there? Because, you know, we know the rain in Spain.
Falls mainly on the plain. The whole reason I moved to this part of Spain is because of the weather. We get 320 days of sunshine a year. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's very similar. It's probably very similar to here, San Diego here.
Oh right, okay. Yeah, I live in a microclimate. We're kind of surrounded by a lot of mountains, so it doesn't get too cold here. It doesn't get too hot. It's just glorious, pretty much all year round. We've been on the beach this morning, walking up and down and earthing and lying and sunbathing, and we've been in the sea this morning. We just it's such a wonderful place to live. If you can just ignore the tyranny for 5 minutes, it's wonderful.
I wouldn't mind something like that, especially as I get older. I'm going to want to lay my weary bones down somewhere, and it would be
There's
nice.
nothing like the beach, dude. Like we live like 20 minutes away from the beach. Well, 5 minutes away from the beach, but the beach here is a bit stony. But if we just drive 20 minutes away, there's this long stretch of sandy beach. It's gorgeous. And we've got our eyes on a few properties up there because when we walk up and down that beach, we just feel amazing. You know, call it earthing or whatever you want. But there's something to living by the sea that just there's an energy to it. And I want to live my dying days right. I want a beachfront property. That's what I really want. I'm going to try and manifest that, but it's really expensive, obviously. So I'm going to have to sell a lot more CDs if I want that. But I'm trying to manifest it in my mind because it'll be such a treat to be able to walk out of your back door straight into sand. Imagine that.
Yeah. There's a beach here I go to, and I've camped out there myself. Let's see. I actually have an image of my campsite with 300-foot tall cliffs behind this beach, and it reminds me of places I've seen, and actually places I've been to in the Caribbean, like that. Like it's very similar water, probably this turquoise green water. You can see 100 feet under the water. Like it's wild. You can see starfish on the bottom, sandy bottoms and stuff. So this beach is really isolated. So it takes some hiking to get to. It's not easy. So it's very isolated, like probably 4 to 5 miles maybe in either direction. And you have to walk in because there's rocks on both sides of the beach at either end of it, and the 300-foot tall cliffs. And people have been using those cliffs. There's a glider port there since the 30s. And so thank God that the people that bought this property in the beginning, as well as some other groups of people, I'm not going to mention names here, but they set this place out as a reserve for along the coastline there for like forever. So it's like a place they can't make you go away. Now, sometimes there's PD that will drive down there when they're able to, they can come down the lifeguard trail, which is like this super steep, zigzagging, winding, going down this 300-foot cliff, you know. But it's an amazing sight, and I've spent the night there myself, and I saw the strangest things. The lights that I saw, and the things I saw out on the horizon at night over the ocean, looking to the west, really bizarre. I tell you what, I've been around the water my whole life, basically, and I never saw lights like this on the horizon that I can remember moving around and stuff at the horizon on the water. And there's something very deceiving about looking at it at night on a clear night under the cloud deck, crystal clear.
Why can't you see?
Who knows how far I'm looking out into that? But wait, it was deceiving because I would see lights that I thought were in the sky, but I believe now they were actually right on the horizon. It looked way too high for it to be on the water to me. It was just really deceiving. I don't know. It's very bizarre. And then I saw drones following me. I'll stop in a second. I saw drones following me around about 2 or 3 miles as I walked down a completely dark beach at night. Lights following me around, drones or something. So
probably insects. It's probably insects.
Literally, I thought I was seeing a freaking UFO. Now, I know the Earth is flat, but this looked like something that was described to me all these years about UFOs, and I'm like, holy shit, I'm down here completely alone, and this thing's following me up and down the beach a couple of miles.
Explain the lights.
Bizarre. So I'll stop there.
I'm about to get abducted.
Can you explain the lights, bud? Curious what they look like.
Oh, you want me to describe it? Okay.
Yeah, the lights. Yeah.
So there was a cloud cover, right? But like intermittent clouds, and then under the cloud deck is crystal clear, perfectly dry, clear conditions. Just really awesome, man. And you could see the boats like as the sunset. So get to that part. So this looked like I could see plenty of the wandering stars and the stars themselves. I could see lots of them through the cloud cover. Okay, so it was kind of partly cloudy. This thing looked like it was one of the brighter things. And I go, is that a planet, to myself? And I kept watching it. And then I noticed it go to the right and then to the left. What? It went behind a cloud.
Mm-hmm.
It like ducked into a cloud, then it ducked back out. And I'm like, is that just the cloud motion? I go, hell no, it isn't, because I could stop and look another direction and I could note the actual direction and the rate of the motion of the clouds coming in from the west. So I know it wasn't that because it was moving too fast.
Was there a chance of meatballs?
So at first I thought, holy shit, there's a UFO like actually surveilling me, watching me. And then I started noticing them around the city too.
Yep.
Like over the park. We have a huge park, bigger than the entire Central Park in New York in square footage, but it's mostly like wildlands, trails, and just vegetation. Trees, like there's trees along these canyons that cut through. Anyway, I'm kind of going long. But anyway.
Santa Barbara, right?
No, San Diego.
Why would you want to live there? It sounds perfect.
Santa Barbara is 200 miles north of me, where the Black Swan was filmed.
Yeah, but
that's
San Diego. All right, yeah, but it sounds perfect.
So anyway, I was trying to describe it for this other guy. So it ducked around in the clouds, and then I would walk, and then I go, there it is again. I would look to my right as I walked south, and there it was again. And then it would move, and I could clearly see in relationship to it the other wandering stars and the other lights up there, and it looked almost just like it. So anyway.
Yeah, those are. I've had the same experience myself. Not only that, I've seen them move across the whole entire sky. I've seen them, move in 90 degrees usually, at some type of angle. But yeah, I've seen that as well. I've seen ones that are like spherical that come down really close. Like I stepped outside of my house once. It was so like uncomfortably eerie that I had looked to the right. It was like one of those moments where you're like, oh, am I caught? And you just kind of slowly back into where I can't be seen. And then I peeked my head around. It was still there. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to go in my house now. And then I looked out the window and it was gone. But this was probably about 100, 200 feet above me. Spherical, like translucent white light. It's really weird.
And what kind of general location area are you? Where you at?
I am in
state?
Oregon. I'm more towards the southwest of Oregon.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
And
yeah.
I've seen some pretty strange stuff myself. Yeah, and I think that there's not a lot of light pollution here, so you can see the sky. I think if anyone looked at the sky long enough, they would see exactly what you and I have experienced.
Yeah, and I was just going to end with one more really eerie thing I saw that last time I spent the night. Here's a picture of the sunset, first of all, just to kind of, you can see where I'm talking about.
Those are satellite.
And the other thing about it, I saw.
I have. Who you would like?
They're really unexplainable. So I saw these lights, Now, one looked like a larger light, and this was way out on the horizon. And as I said, it was so dark that you couldn't tell the difference between the sea and the sky. But you could see the boats out there going out to the horizon. And then I saw these lights that were way up high, higher than what I thought the horizon was. And there was like two of them. One was a larger one and one was a smaller one. Imagine this way out in the distance, but you can notice it. And they were both moving together, like they were tied together. Then the smaller one would, like, let's say it was on the left side of the larger light. And it departed from the larger one, like to the left, and then back in a little bit, and then back out, then back in, then back to the big one.
Oh, I'm going to show you something.
Then wait, because I'll lose my train. So then they moved together to the right, going north. Then they did it again. Like the smaller one zipped out to the left, zipped back like a third of the way back in, then zipped to like halfway, then back out, then back into the big one. And then they continue moving together to the north. And it looked like it was up in the sky. So the only thing I can figure is that was like the military out there with some, like an aircraft carrier. And they have smaller ships with really bright lights. Both of them have really bright lights, and they're out there doing maneuvers, and it looks like they're in the sky because they're so far out. It freaked me the hell out. I'm like, I've never seen anything like that in my life. And I've been, like I said, I've been underwater my whole, like most of my life since 10 years old on the Mississippi River. I learned how to sail. Then we moved to the West Coast. I've been to Catalina like dozens of times, 20 times, camping there, like.
Could be wrong.
Used to be giants. But so I'll stop because that phenomenon of them moving together and then one leaving and zipping around. So I don't know what that was exactly. I can only get
live video of that, exactly of what you're talking about. Live video. I put a link there for you. I called it Sundance Moving Spherical Celestial Bodies is what I called it. But if you click on that and watch the video, it's exactly about what you're talking about. I caught video of it, about 3 minutes of it.
Here's a couple more images of this location I'm talking about. Let's see. Let's see this one.
Sure, you watch that video, bro.
I got the wrong image here. Hold on. Wait a minute. That one. Yeah, I think that's one. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. Hot micing. Yeah, I pulled it up. Let me second. I'm going through some images here. Let's see. Let's post that one. Let's not that. Pretty.
Wait, what?
So when you're looking out over this much water and it's clear, it's freaking astounding how far you can see. I'm scrolling through some pictures. Anyway, now keep talking. I'm just going to post some pictures.
I know. I was just saying, make sure you watch the link that I put down because it's exactly what you're talking about, but in video.
Wait, hang on. Yeah, I'm watching that. Right. It's like a small sun that comes out, and then it goes back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching.
It's even weirder, bro. It gets even weirder. Like lights starts, like gamma rays start popping out. Dude, it's just totally bizarre. Absolutely just bizarre.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, now that's amazing, Alex. Whoa.
Yeah, that was a couple of weeks ago. That's the view from my front door, and that happened a couple of weeks ago. Incredible, huh?
That is incredible. But let me see. Where's
That's a trippy picture. It's almost like a frontier of the sky.
And what's a trip is like you're almost exactly in line with the camera's view, and it looks like it's pointing right to you. So it's basically that phenomena is pointing right to the observer wherever you are. Just like the lights, right, that go across the mirror water, still water, right? You see lights across the bay that go all the way to my feet. Pretty crazy, man. That's absolute proofs that we live in a flat plane.
It's the end of the rainbow.
Oh, dude, don't try searching for that pot of gold. I looked all fucking day. That's bollocks.
Not there, huh?
Nah,
You're
man.
just going around in circles. That thing is an apparent image in our vision. Isn't that's what a place we are in this realm we're in.
Yeah, you see the second one as well. It's like a double rainbow, but the camera, you can just see it at the corner there. But it's just phenomenal what that is and what it represents. Firmament, maybe? I don't know, but I'm going with that.
Yeah, I think so.
Mind you, the last thing we probably need to see right now is more rainbows, right?
Yeah, so I was gonna say, here we go. I finally found my campsite. Here you go. Here's the place. Whoa.
All this world needs is one more rainbow.
But look how lush that greenery is around Alex's place.
Yes. Yeah, we're very blessed to have some incredible views where we are.
See my little tiny tent off to the left of that image? Those cliffs are huge. They go even bigger. That's kind of the lower area, but sometimes they're coming almost straight down to the beach.
So my video I recorded, I couldn't do the original sound because I was just literally freaking out the whole time. I sounded like a retard, but literally did sound like a retard.
Oh, I know what I was going to say. Let's see. Oh, here's another one.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, just curious.
I was going to say, so I think what's going on is because of the drone technology, there's security companies and people hire them to surveil their property. So I think a lot of this drone activity is security companies, because I've seen people with these huge screens in their cars, or a couple different screens in their cars. So who knows who these people are? So obviously they're able to watch us move around, like we move around. I've seen these drones moving around, like a couple of them over the park. One was to the east and one was to the west, and they would go like laterally north and south and watch the area. I guess I don't freaking.
The cube.
I never see them on the ground or anything. Like I go to this really spooky place that's a freaking 100-year-old mansion, right? That they opened up to the park and made it kind of the park, and it's this beautiful place. It's got this little courtyard area outside with a rose garden and all kinds of roses and trees and like things around there. And it's this red brick building, huge thing, and it's probably something that it was built in like 1905 by this furniture store magnate here, and I saw the groundbreaking. It was a completely barren hill. Well, now it has these 115-year-old eucalyptus trees all around, which is really cool. But there's all these ancient steps and stuff. So what I was going to say is, it's a really spooky place at night. But I love going there. It's one of my favorite places to go, to just go and breathe and look at the sky and hear the highway off in the distance, and it's just cool. It's like it takes me back, but I've seen these drones around there moving around way off in the sky. That's actually the place I was. Now, you heard that recording when Drace and and AI, and lots of people were talking to this dude, and I come in the conversation. I say, reporting from the after dark here or after sunset, and I heard that noise, and I wasn't used to wearing headset, right? I'm outside on my bike, so I heard this noise, and it sounded so real that goes zzz, 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 zzz. That's why I thought it was a robot dog. That's where that came from. But I was at this spooky 100-year-old mansion at the time, and I hear this, and I'm like, holy shit. So think if you're out there in the dark and you start hearing, like, what if in the future, let's say, there probably are gonna have robot dogs.
Do you have them?
Or some kind of robot things. Like, can you imagine that? Being approached by a robot dog? I would smash the shit out of that thing. Not because I wanted to harm something, because it scared me. Like, that would scare the daylights out of someone. Anyway, I went way off track there. Sorry.
Watch that video, bro. I want to know what you think, if it's the same thing that you've seen or not. That's what I'm curious about, is if we actually saw the same thing.
I don't know. I think probably in both instances you would have to be there to, be there and see
I have
it.
a recording, though, is what I'm saying. I have a
That's
recording of what I saw, and you described it like almost perfectly. I'm wondering if you see what I have in my video is exactly what you saw.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, okay. So hold on. Oh my God. It looks just freaking like it.
I told you, yeah, bro. That's fucking crazy. Okay. That's true.
But look, the lights I was seeing were like lines of light.
Yeah, it does that. It's going through like a transformation or something. It does just that too. Like gamma rays start.
Well, wait a minute.
out.
You're talking about the sun one, right?
Yeah. It's doing that.
Yeah, and I see your camera moving independently of that motion, so they're not because of your motion. That is really bizarre. Very bizarre. I'm gonna like it and subscribe.
It gets even better, bro.
Oh shit! I have to sign in. Dang.
You can start seeing three of them, and they start moving like all independently, rotating, and like gamma rays start spitting out, like vertically and towards you, horizontally.
The sun is a very strange thing. I noticed something this year that I never saw with the sun that's similar to what you're saying, but it was one of these sunsets where the sun's going down and it starts to get in between. Like, okay, so here it's the coast and it's prevailing west blowing winds, right? So when the cloud cover comes in, sometimes they come in like stratified. So they come in like a layer, a holy layer cake coming in, and the sun gets down lower than those, and bisects the sun. You know what I'm saying? A line of clouds comes down, and it comes from the top of the sun, blocking part of it. And when it comes to the middle, it stayed there a long time in the middle, and I could see like fluorescent rings like around each half of the sun started rotating around that half of it. Like I saw this polarization going on or something. Really, really weird. Like because I had some polarized glasses on, and I could only see this motion when I had the glasses on. But when that cloud cut the sun in half, I saw like it flashing out this weird polarized thing racing around each half. Like, do you know what I mean?
No, this video does that, but I think it's in our like at a spectral angle that we can see with a filter. I think it's when it's at it, like you're talking about like sunset or sunrise, between that time before it rises up above, right? And everything kind of turns white. When you look at the sun's white. It's all different, like, a spectrum of color. I believe you catch it at this time that it's in our spectrum with filter. Actually,
I don't know what that effect is. If someone knows what that is called, yeah, that's wild. How it's, you see, yours is underneath the level of the cloud, so it's like shining right through the bottom of the clouds.
If you notice,
That's easy.
No, if you look at it in the beginning, it starts with no clouds, and all of a sudden, all these clouds start coming, and they actually swirl. They start swirling.
That's the Morgan Freeman effect.
That's wild. That's a very wild film, man. That's
bizarre. I can't believe that I caught it. That's why I couldn't put my voice on it, because my voice. I'm just freaking out as I'm recording this. Like, what the hell? I mean, it was bad, so I had to put the music on instead of
yeah,
me.
how it shines along the bottom of the cloud and then flashes out these beams. Yeah, that's exactly the effect I'm talking about. Just like it.
It's fucking so bizarre, bro.
Yeah, and it started going around that half. Like, see how half of the sun, like the top third is covered? That bottom half started like swirling around. And then when it got to the middle, both of them started swirling around. I was like, holy shit. And everybody else is like, no one's like watching the sky like we do. You know what I mean? Like, I'll sit there, I see things and I'll just stop. And like for a long time, I would be riding. I'm on my bike riding like 5 or 10 miles. Like in the middle, I would stop, and for days, every time I stopped and looked up, there was the moon looking right back at me.
Yeah. Oh, you want the moon? I've got a crazy one of the moon, bro. I got one where you can see it actually reflecting, so two of them pop out. But dude, I got a crazy moon one, absolutely bonkers one. I watch this guy quite a bit. I'll show you. I'll post it. Well, you subscribe to me, you probably know where I'm at. Then you can go on there. It's called Two Moons. Yeah, that one's pretty crazy. That 2 minutes. Here it is. But it's actually comforting to hear someone else to have the exact same experience. I posted a moon video. It's pretty bizarre. Where everyone go? Your double rainbow, there's something interesting about a double rainbow. You can pick both of them. I have one, but it's on my other hard drive, or I'm using another STD. But interesting thing about a double rainbow is you have the light in the rainbow of the first arc. Actually, the rainbow pattern in the lighting, like as far as the red, blue, yellow, green, and come at you. The other one, it's like the mirror. So it'll actually drop the light in the opposite direction. I mean, it'll reverse the light spectrum in the actual rainbow itself.
I'll check that out. So check out the image I put of my Stratocaster neck. So there's a flat earth proof. Straight lines creating a curved shadow. So the strings are obviously not curving, right? Sorry to change the subject, but I thought it'd be interesting because it's kind of similar. The fretboard is scalloped. So that's a concave surface behind the string. Interesting, huh? Thinking about the moon?
Yeah.
and there's a curved shadow
So that's
coming
the
from a
surface on
straight
your.
surface. From a straight.
Wait a minute. On your what would you call it? On your neck, or what do you call it? That
Scalloped. The
Is that
scalloped
itself
fretboard.
arched, or is that itself flat, or no? In between, I guess.
In between the frets is concave.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's called scallop. It's dished out. I did that myself. Like I grew up with an expert marine carpenter, my father. So I just use those skills. Like I've always like carved and whittled on things, carving things out of wood. So
What's the benefit of those scallop frets?
it's more like it reduces the friction when you're playing, when you're moving around on the string.
Whatever it is that's going on, I can't hear you.
It reduces it takes a while to get used to because it's kind of like playing a harp or something, or one of those Japanese instruments. I don't know what they're called.
I believe it takes less pressure pushing down on the strings.
Less
Ingrid
pressure.
Malmsteen uses it.
Yeah.
So
Less pressure. And also it makes it kind of warbly sound, so it has a different effect, like especially like
What'd be interesting is if you actually put a string and then see what the shadow did.
I put 9-gauge acoustic strings on my Taylor a couple of weeks ago, and you just rest your fingers on it, and it was too much. It was just like going out of tune. It was just too bendy, and it was like you have to change everything about your playing. I just couldn't get. But I thought I'd try them, because that's like the ridiculously light gauge for an acoustic 9-gauge. But
yeah. I hear you. Because I had to do that a while for my acoustic because I broke all my strings, so I had to use the slinky ones. And at first, I used all three of the bottom ones, like the G, B, and E with slinky strings. And it was too, so I had to put a wound one back on the third. Acoustic doesn't sound good without a wound string on the third.
Sonny, how the hell did you break all the strings, bro?
Not all of them, one at a time. Don't get it twisted. So,
That's right. I heard I broke all my strings.
So then because I have a few guitars to choose from, I started rating the other ones for and then I ended up using one of my electric B strings and a G string for the B and the E of the acoustic because they have to be more soft, like you said.
I like the sound of the G string.
Thicker strings. A larger gauge string, like Alex was saying. It has more. It's more robust.
Nice.
It like rings on for longer, right?
Gotcha. So it's more of a harmonic tone.
I got like an old ratty pair on this acoustic, but this acoustic sounds good.
There is a house.
Wrong song, bro.
I know.
You played pretty good. Really good.
I want to paint it black. Wrong song again.
All right.
very Spanish, sir.
It's really good though.
That's very Spanish, sir. Ole.
No, I got a Spanish one.
Your notes are very clear.
That was Baroque. That was a Baroque tune. So
Yeah,
that's a
same thing.
No, it isn't. Harpsichord. Harpsichord. God, Paul. Harpsichord transcribed for guitar. So, but I can do some flamenco.
Dude.
Oh, I messed up. Oh, she lost that place. Anyway.
If I kept going, nobody would have noticed. But yeah, that just you guys really crisp clean.
Oh, geez.
Same aliens again.
Inspired you to play. Is what I'm wondering. What I mean, I never really got a chance to ask anybody who plays a guitar, like what inspires them to play. But interesting.
I play, but it's just drum. I'm shit. But I make tunes up.
Oh, sorry, I got muted. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to overrun the live stream. I apologize.
Your window that's in the reflection of your guitar is finished. Your window got an actual arch to it, or
Yeah, that's it's like most Spanish villas have got that kind of arched doorways, or they call it a naya. It's like kind of a conservatory, like with arches, like an outside space. But this happens to be a glazed naya. So yeah, if you look at any typical Spanish villa, you'll just see arches all over them.
that's cool. I like it because it definitely depicts the whole flat And it also, with your open window there, it actually shows, but actually depresses it too. Like, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's cool.
What an amazing image, that reflection. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a bird in there too. How did you caught a bird in that too? That's funny.
Is there a bird in? No, I think that's
all the way to the right. There's a bird right below the horizon.
No, I think that's my plant. I got a hanging plant, and that's some leaves hanging down from it. I think.
Looks like a bird.
Don't talk about his wife like that.
She's a lovely bird.
Don't try to turn your plant into a bird. Sorry.
So what? Any bananas in fucking trees?
Banana trees. You know, you can't grow a banana tree off a banana, can you?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can't grow a banana off a tree, but you can grow a tree off a banana.
But a lot of the bananas that grow around here, for instance, they're really small. They're a different variety. They're more of a wild version. I've seen that around here. They're not really edible. They're kind of bitter.
Well, because I kind of wanted to grow banana. I guess I can order one online, but I kind of actually want to grow one. So
I think you can. I think you could actually just buy them. Yeah, I think maybe.
Yeah. I've got lots of trees, so.
Wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't that be crazy? Walking to the supermarket and buying a banana from Costa Rica for 50p.
I heard they spray them with some type of chemicals too. So a lot of fruits, anyways, but mainly the bananas because they're because of the travel.
If I planted a piece of popcorn, could I grow a popcorn tree?
It was a valid question, bro. It was a valid question.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, easily.
A popcorn tree. They must be near the spaghetti trees, like my father used to tell us. There would be these fat Italian ladies. I mean, this is his words, not mine, so not prejudice. Fat Italian ladies would go around these spaghetti trees and pick the spaghetti off. That's what he'd tell us when we were young. What a joker.
I haven't seen popcorn trees, though.
You haven't?
No.
I thought it's corn, isn't it?
I think they grow on Christmas trees. I've seen them strung around Christmas trees before, so that must be another one.
Let me ask you: when you play the guitar, and you're out with a bunch of people. Well, you kind of expect that, but is there ever a time to where you play and then you just not wanting requests?
All the time, because they always give you a song that you sort of know, and you just got to go no, because I'm not going to play you sort of the song and then not know the whole thing as well as I can. So yeah, but sometimes you get lucky if someone's doing a request and all the songs are requesting. I love that.
Isn't that interesting? You don't want to play something that you'll fuck up, but isn't that? I mean, that's kind of a weird thought about the human mind. I mean, how the human mind works, anyhow. But yeah, you play really well. Your notes are really clean. Anyway.
They could always be better. I notice the little imperfections. Well, if I pay attention, and I'm a little out of practice because I
just gave you a compliment, man. I just gave you a compliment.
Thank you. Actually, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Take it, bro.
Thanks for reminding me of that too.
Take it and run.
I need to learn to appreciate those good things. Yeah. Here's another view.
It's easy to put yourself down all the time, for sure. That's the easiest part.
We're our worst critics.
The world makes it easy that way.
It's a beautiful view here.
Hey, it's not easy being drunk all the time. If it was easy, everybody would do it.
can't even get drunk anymore. I make my own whiskey and I can't get drunk. And I don't. That's not that I don't want to, but I really don't. But
It's not easy being right all the time about Earth.
Well, my job requires me to guess 50% of the time, but I have to make sure that almost 100% of the time my guesses are 100% right.
What's your job?
Guessing.
No, but
I'm kidding.
Oh,
It's a joke.
Gotcha.
Yeah, yeah, paradox. Yeah, sometimes they just don't work, bro. They fall flat on that Earth, the flat Earth.
Yeah. Look now.
It's a horrible. How do you stick that, man?
There you go. Oh, I did not. You're talking to me.
Right, who's got a fucking song here? Come on now. Sonny.
Appreciate that, Paul.
You used to think my life was full of rain.
I bet he's not heard that before.
I bet not.
What was that?
Sonny. You never heard the Sonny song? He came away the pain.
No, someone else. I think Paul said. I think Paul was trying to say something.
No, I was not trying to say something. I was trying to sing something. How
No,
dare
Paul
you interrupt it?
No, Paul
sorry.
V. Paul V. Sorry about that, Paul. PM.
Okay.
You're two Pauls.
Fucking two balls, eh?
Two Pauls.
Two balls
Anyway.
with pod.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me? I wasn't paying attention. I stepped out of the room for a second.
Oh, I thought you said something. I was saying thank you for the DM.
Oh, yeah, no problem, bro. Glad to hear you were feeling better.
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
What's up, Paul?
Diverting my attention away to like what the conversation is helps me in that regard. Like, I don't know. I just realized along the years, the long trail of life that there's a part of me that wants to actually do me harm.
Huh?
It's pretty bizarre. Anyway, that's another topic for another day.
Well, message me anytime you want.
You know, your mind can be your own worst enemy.
Absolutely, that's what I mean.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier.
That's what I'm talking about.
Sonny.
Yo.
Wish you were here.
No, I'll get muted if I play too long, more than a couple of minutes.
Bam, 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 bam. What we can do. Okay, so.
And for some reason, after you played all that and you guys talked, I have the Walking Through the Desert with the Horse with No Name by American. I don't know why. It's popped in my
I've been through the desert on earth. There's a plane.
Yeah, exactly. Be a good
I've
one.
been to. How could you do that? I've been to the desert.
Is the name? Oh, I'm sorry.
I've been to the desert and the earth is a plane. It felt good to be out of the rain.
Your angle, is that Couch Beast? Did you change your name?
No. Oh, see, if you go under my card, right, it says that, and then it says the name that I want to be. What does it say? It says.
But didn't your name used to be Couch? Okay, I see it. Okay, yeah.
Display name,
I'm surprised to see you back here after the beating you took from Indio the other day and a couple of the other guys that were in here.
Man, it don't
You got
bother me.
slapped around a little bit, didn't you?
It's okay. That's what happens when you're fighting. So no big deal.
I love it, man.
If I couldn't handle it, I mean, yeah, it's all good.
Well, I would say that's what happens when you constantly use unverifiable information as, sources and facts. But I don't want to have that conversation.
Okay.
You want to start some shit? No, I played a song for my friends the other day, right? And I thought they were gonna love it.
Hey, you got my messages? Did you not?
Okay.
V.
Hello.
I hear you. All right, I just wanted to ask.
I did, but I've been ignoring them.
Okay. All right. Well. Okay. I don't know why.
I'll look at it eventually.
Thank you, sir.
Crosby, Stills, and Nash. When you see the Southern Cross for the first time, you realize now the way he came this way. But it's looking for it's so small. By Christ, man, I was like, think about how many times I have. I was like, that's fine. And they were like, Paul, that's utter shit. What are you playing there? They fucking Philistines. Sonny.
Yeah, so I was gonna I put a
Do you know the Crosby, Nash won the Southern Cross?
I wrote a message to Alex, Music Guru, that there's other VCs that we can go in sometime if you want to, if you'd like, and shoot musical ideas back and forth.
Yeah, I'm ready now.
I don't know.
Yeah, cool, man. I mean, I barely find the time to do my own fucking music at the moment. But yeah,
I know, but what I'm saying is that, like, sometimes if you talk with another musician and you go, "What do you think of this little progression?" Like, and I hear you play it, and then maybe I have another idea too to add to it or to make it slightly a different character, like with my own input. And then we go back and forth with these ideas and come up with progressions and things. That is inspiring.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So there's other VCs. So let me know. I know, like, we're both very busy and we're on the other side of the plane from each other, pretty much. So the scheduling might be a little difficult. But it's like a late afternoon for you there.
Yeah, it's evening. It's 10 to 8 in the evening now.
Oh, geez, it's already 8. Wow. So yeah, so maybe earlier in your day, it would be early in the morning for me. That might work. We could go to what I'm trying to say is we could go to other VCs and do that so we're not in the live stream doing it. But I think that's a good way to come up with parodies and ideas for songs, even just like what parodies to do, because there's a plethora of music out there that's just dying to be a Flat Earth song.
I'm in the middle of writing a song about Antarctica at the moment. It's not going too bad, but I just thought I'd go into Bing AI, which is like on Skype, and I said I'll write me a song about the Antarctic Treaty, and what it spat out was utter shite.
Yeah, because it doesn't really get the whole context of where you're.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it's not going to have the foundational wording that you're going to need to direct the listener.
Yeah, I bet better off writing that one myself. But, sometimes you think, it could give me some ideas. I can't. It's a double-edged sword. I don't like using stuff like that, but sometimes it could be inspiring. But at the other time, on the other hand, it's like this shit is making musicians lazy.
I know it is, and that's why I think I'm just going to keep on refusing to go too fully into the digital and stay my analog self and do recordings with a microphone in a room because it has that feel and sound to it. You can tell it's a live setting. And actually, this is a very lively room I live in. Like, it's mostly concrete all the way around. And 3 sides are concrete, so it's pretty cool.
It's like there's so many plugins out there like to do this kind of sound and that kind of sound, and it's like there's so many videos out there on all these different plugins and these wonderful sounds that you can make, and I kind of like go, no, fuck that. I want real instruments, I just want a studio full of instruments, and I like a bit of reverb and a bit of delay and maybe some filters here and there and a bit of compression, but anything outside of that is just it just gets too digital and too sort of fake in a way. I like to hear just instruments, man. Music's gone just so just digital. It's just repulsive.
To the penguins and machine guns.
Digital.
Let's get digital.
Supertramp.
You have a website where you sell your music?
So you're breaking up. Oh, say that again. You said something about do I have a website, but it was really, really crackly.
I was asking Music Guru. He had a website where he sells his. Can you hear me now? Is this better?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's better.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I was asking about if you had a website.
You're breaking up. So
purchase your music to help support you.
Yeah,
let me just. I'm going to put it in the chat now. Funny you should ask, actually, because I've just created a whole new store. Because CD Baby, who distribute my CDs, they took a massive dump on me and everybody else that distributes CDs through them. So they said, "Oh, we're not doing physical CDs anymore." Ironically, from a company called CD Baby. So I've just been spending the last month or two integrating a whole store on my website, which I've just put in the chat, where you can buy them all, all the physical CDs directly from me. So yeah, thanks for asking. The website's in the chat now.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. Hey, just wanted to break in. Do we have someone here named God Made That? Hold on a second. Oh, where'd he go? Never mind. Disappeared. Okay, carry on. Let me copy that link from Music Guru. I need to get something going here, man. I am so behind the times.
Alex, where's the fucking t-shirts, man?
Click on shop. Go to the website and click on shop, and then you'll see a little link in the shop that says t-shirts.
Dang, I might have to pick me up one. Let me see.
I'll link it in the chat. I've spent the last fucking 2 months just building this whole thing. It's been a nightmare, but I'm really pleased with myself because I've just learned like a ton of web design and Photoshop and that. It's been a hell of a learning curve, but it's done now, and I'm off, man.
So, what program did you use to create your website?
Well, it's all integrated in the Wix website platform. They're actually pretty good. They've even got a developer mode where you can go in and fuck around with their HTML, which I don't do, but the website looks good because I'm actually getting quite good at Photoshop. So all the products that you see there, except for the T-shirts where there's a model there, all of the CDs and everything else that you see there, my digital WAV download albums, the MP3s, the Flat Earth Man series of books I've made available for free now that people can download. All of those product images I made in Photoshop myself, so it looks good, and it's all done in Wix, on the Wix platform.
No, it looks great, actually. That's why I asked you, and I didn't quite catch what program, what application did you use to create the entire site? What was that again?
Wix.com. You just get it's an online. They just you can. It's brilliant. I mean. I've used a couple, but this is just outstanding what you can do. It's not a program, it's just the Wix.com website.
Is it WICKS or WIX?
WIX.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, they're really good. I can't speak highly enough of them. They've been so good.
Yeah, you're coming in. Whoever that was. I have to clear my throat here.
I want to throw this out there too. If any of you guys out there fancy yourselves as like a graphic designer and you have the time and ability to actually create like a laminated postcard with flat earth information on it, I would be happy to help fund you in doing that. Figure out your time, how much your time is worth. Figure out, the how many we want to make and print, and I would be happy to fund that. If anybody can make something like that and has, all that software on a computer to do something like that, let me know. I'll fund it.
That would be me.
Was that you, Sonny?
Nope, it was yeah.
Oh, sorry. You do that sort of thing, huh? I don't think you're the right person though for that mission, considering you're you're still a little shaky on the subject matter. I don't trust you.
No, not shaky.
I guess y'all, Engel and I sound similar, huh?
No, we don't.
No.
Okay. I mean, no offense to me. In my ears, you do. Honestly.
Okay, so
no
what
offense
do
to
you
anyone.
need from me? What do you need from me? I mean, I don't understand. I'm not shaky at all. Forward to everything that I'm about, so interesting. Still here.
Has anyone talked to you? Like I'm sure they have ad infinitum. They probably had discussions with you about what your stance on Earth is, right? You've probably had several people do that with you, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I bet. Because when you don't have an Earth roll, then every single person is going to be asking you, what do you think the Earth is? Do you know it's the Earth? So, like, just do that when a moderator's in the room, and then eventually they'll give you the Earth roll, and it'll be no problem. And we'll carry on. So it just takes a while for all of us, got to kind of go through the gauntlet here.
Yeah, I'm noticing.
Until you get told to to fuck off by QE, then I figure that's like the archway that we pass through to when QE tells you to fuck off.
Anyhow, you could give me an idea anyways, and I could send you something. You don't have to fund me at all, bro. I could send you something of what I think you would like or what suits, and then either you like it or you don't. We can go that route, and yeah.
Marvis, hey Marvis, are you there? Okay, sorry. Carry on.
I wouldn't even want any funding.
I wonder where everybody else is. I'm waiting for this new phone, and now I got some ideas of what to do with it because I like doing adventures on my bike, and so like those would be great little short clips for TikTok. Actual out riding, and once I get a good like a GoPro, it'll be a steady. The video will be steady instead of all shaky. When I have something like where the phone's attached to the bike. So eventually I'll be doing videos like that. And I foresee doing, I'm just shooting out ideas, kind of like.
Yeah, you have to
out loud. I'm kind of thinking out loud. Yeah. So some people call it hot micing. But anyway, I'm also going to do something where I go out in the summer and go skin diving and film those little things too. And then on the bike part, Flat Earth Biker come in. Hey, did you guys know? Like roll into a group of people. I love doing this. Rolling with on my bike, which is like you're highly mobile, so you can move around and talk to groups of people really quickly and film those little things. Hey, right up to these people. Hey, what do you, Earth is flat. Hey, you guys, what do you think? Like do that at the beach. Those would be some great shorts. So anyway,
they'd be like, fuck off.
Thanks for letting me think out loud there for a moment, but it is flat Earth.
Don't wear spandex when you do it, please.
I think that'd be a phenomenally good idea because not only does it allow you to put out the message of flat Earth, it gives you a good barometer on where the population's at.
Yeah, it makes us look really good.
I used to just ride by and do these random like drive-bys, like, "Hey, Earth is flat. Water doesn't bend. Large surfaces of water don't bend or curve."
And like you said, like riding by the beach would be perfect because you could be like, "Look out over there! Like, where's the curve? Come on!"
Yeah, exactly.
If you got like a P900 with you as well, you'd be like, "Check this out. See that ship that you shouldn't see over there?" And zoom in for them, and show them, be like, "How'd I get that?"
Bring a foldable yardstick with me. Oh, fold it up. Boom, 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 boom. Check out this.
Mr. Magoo of Flat Earth just on a bike pulling stuff out of nowhere.
Hold that yardstick up to the horizon and say, "Okay, which one's curved?"
Where do you get this crazy idea, bro?
That's about how they would react, Miguel.
Back off.
Back off.
I like how Sonny's going to pull up and pull out the binoculars and show them something and look at this. And they'll be like, "Back off, you weirdo." Spandex. Sorry. It's.
Well, I'll tell you what, you want to be on the bike because I don't know about your area, but some people get highly triggered when you start questioning their view, and they start actually tripping out and go into a psychotic freaking glitch, like perfectly seemingly normal people out there. Well, just
That's also what the Earth 6
they start acting batshit crazy out of nowhere, left field, just because you said the Earth is flat and water doesn't curve. Hey, what do you mean? Yeah, because they don't want you talking about their NASA.
No, it's pretty much everywhere you go. If you pull up on a bike.
Don't talk about NASA.
Hey, folks.
Paul. Okay, you're starting early, man. So $88 million per day now.
88 from 65. Inflation?
Yeah, we don't ever get to see any of what it's used for.
Fucking inflation.
Where I live, I don't even engage people anymore because I basically live in like the LA of the Midwest. It's so liberal in Madison. It's disturbing. I think liberal was actually the wrong choice of words because it's not really just political. It's more about a state of mind that some people have that get easily triggered over information. So it really doesn't have anything to do with politics per se. But I mean, it is a very Democrat liberal city.
They are Democrats, yeah.
Leftists, yeah.
Every
yeah,
single
but those
person
people on the
thinks
far
here.
right can be just as bad. When you know, some of them are just as terrible. Especially when you try to talk about, you know, patriotism and all that bullshit that triggers them. They still believe in the flag and all that bullshit.
That is some bullshit. That is some bullshit.
Hey, up the Irish.
Hey, up them too. Who said that?
That was me.
Brilliant accent. I should know, Mr. Alex. You're like a mimic. I don't want to talk about NASCAR.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm good at doing. I'm like a fucking, what do they call them birds that mimic everything? Them
Miming birds or parrots or
yeah, yeah, something like that. I'm good at voices. I always have been. I was a bit of a clown at school, and just I can listen to something and copy it. I'm a plagiarist.
I love that mimic ability, though. You know, like I kind of am like that too. Like when I played like every freaking cover song from like 30 years, and so you learn to like mimic that and make it almost sound just like the original.
Yeah, you can't. I never sing in my own voice. Rarely singing. If I'm singing, you know, if I sang in my normal London Essex voice, it would sound terrible. I'll be like, it would just sound fucking. It would sound shit. So I just try and make it. So if I'm singing an Eric Clapton song, I want to try and sound like Eric Clapton or Tracy Chapman or from Metallica. Oh no, James Hetfield from Metallica, or you know, or it's just I don't know. I guess I hide behind it. Music is great for hiding behind. You know, I'm never truly myself. Really, I like to hide behind a character or a voice. I've got more confidence when I do that.
Well, you're not alone, because not many people from London, Essex, when they sing, they all sound American. Like mostly, like you never really hear that London-esque sound.
Tracy Chapman.
If you listen to Adele, like Adele's a really good example. She sounds like beautiful when she sings, and she's got that kind of American, just like ballad sing. And then when she opens her mouth, she's like, "Oh, how's it going? All right, mate." She's like, "What the f- is that?"
You're like, wait a minute. What language is that? That's what I found when I went to Jamaica. Speaking of Jamaica, which I know is in your hearts over there in Spain. Mine too. I was at Port Royal in Kingston. I walked the streets of Trench Town, man. And, you know, like, so what was I going to say? I can distract myself out of knowing what I'm talking about. Anyway.
Good job.
What was I talking about?
Kingstown, Jamaica, man.
No, before that.
Micking.
No, be quiet, Paul. I'm trying to get music.
Adele's.
Oh, Adele.
I'm trying to help you.
Yeah. Stop, PMAC. Stop, please. I can't think when you enter. Like I know. Hold on. So that's what the first time I ever experienced that was I was in Jamaica, and I was in Kingston going on the ferry from Port Royal over into Kingston. And these people were speaking this language, and I asked, I said, "What language is that?" They go, "It's English, man." And then from that point, it just clicked. I go, "Oh shoot!" Then all of a sudden, I understood something I couldn't understand before it. All happened on that ferry ride. It just clicked over. So that's the first time I experienced that. I like. English is very strange that way, because there are English accents that I have trouble understanding, like a really thick Scottish accent, you know.
Have you heard my Jamaican accent?
Let's hear it.
Hold on, I'll give you a video. Wait a second.
That's easier. There you
We're getting the royal treatment. We get a video.
Where is it? I did a reggae song. Oh, there it is. In this time. This is me doing reggae. I think I pulled it off, man. I think you pulled it off. Check this out.
I wonder if we should play it. Hold on.
This is me doing my reggae voice, man.
Thank God for that. I thought you had blackface.
Racist.
Hey, you joke about that, but you know they're going to try and be like, he's using black voice. You can't do that.
You got to use black voice. You got to use black voice if you're doing reggae.
That's not language cultural appropriation.
Yeah, play that if you can, because it's.
Yeah, I had to download it, so let me see. It's.
Oh right.
I guess it won't let me play unless it download it. Here we go. Let's see. Coming right up. I should be able to just play it. Can't I just click the link? 1 second. Your Boomer DJ is at your service. We'll be right with you. Stay tuned for Boomer Radio. I do a character like that. Like I like doing characters like that, like the radio announcers and stuff like that.
That song, the reggae song in this time, is a cover version. I covered it. It's probably, I think I've done 2 cover versions, but I just love the lyrics in that song. It's really, really conscious. It's all about, the system and what we need.
All right, let's try this. Here we go. This is up and coming is the double speaking lion sewer rat. Just a second.
So we have the Respawn Remedial Retard, double speaking lion sewer rat, shits at 60, guns a-blazing out of the gate ether argument from FED episode 1702 from 8 months ago.
Well, we have electromagnetic waves that we can show, and either it has a medium that it's waving through, or it's waving through nothing, which is an asinine claim.
So we have electromagnetic waves, which this moron thinks is light, waving through a something medium because they can't wave through nothing.
Uh-oh.
Therefore, his something medium is ether. Then he gets a bit more specific.
Basically, if you have a vacuum chamber, which it does still have some molecules in it, right? But you have all kinds of electromagnetic fluctuations that you can measure and detect within that. And so it's like, what's the energy traveling through?
Now we have a vacuum chamber, the ones we trip over when we walk around in nature, with electromagnetic fluctuations in it, which this idiot considers light. And his question proof for his retard ether is, what's the energy traveling through? Let me say that again. His question proof for his retard ether is, what's the energy traveling through? You got that? Some more light traveling to support his idiot ether claim, so there's no mistake.
Okay, well, that's why relativity was created.
Sorry, are you telling me you're going around peddling this crap to this community based on a fucking parlor trick?
No, just based on antecedent relationship. Like,
Sorry,
it's just
what was the phenomena studied in this highly scientific parlor trick? What was the phenomena studied?
Is that Witsit?
That is Witsit.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to play the wrong one. My bad. Told you it's Boomer Radio.
Wait a minute. When was that an actual conversation they had together, or was that just QE playing?
Yeah, that's I didn't mean to play that. But anyway, here we go.
Wait.
Play it. Hold on.
Is that not for consumption right now? Or are you not supposed to put that out?
Well, yeah, we can, but hold on. I was trying to play Alex's Jamaica voice, and so excuse me.
I'm gonna post the link. Play the link.
I'll post the link. One moment.
It's play.
I thought they were the same thing, and I was wrong.
I've never been more wrong in my entire life.
More than hate and jealousy, yeah. Now this is time. We need education, more than bullets and bombs. Now this is time. We need to care for the young and old, more than silver and gold. Now this is time. We have to wake up and change the world. As a result of 2,000 years of hypocrisy, ego-driven leaders in pursuit of property, power and wealth and fame. Oppressing and murdering, killing all in God's name. Iniquity spread across the nation. Humanity is into separation. In the midst of a darkest hour, we rise to reclaim our power. In this time, hate and jealousy. Yeah, now this is time. We need education, money, bullets, and bombs. We say we now give up. Now give up. Now give up. Oh no, we now give in. Now give in. Now give up. They achieve their mission using dirty politicians, brainwashed education, war on religion, racial division, food with no nutrition. Hey, this is the Babylon system. Their intention to use all their wicked invention, all the propaganda promoting consumerism. It's all a distraction, only misdirection to break eye connection. But if you want come from the mini, make you know say what I want. This is gonna get you ready for the Armageddon. I'm in for the revolution. Power by love and compassion. Cause if we go at them with weapons, then they have more guns. Go at them with money, then they have more funds. With unification, then time soon done. We owe it to our daughters and sons. In a decent time. And jealousy, yeah. Now this is time. We need education, more than bullets and bombs. Now this is time. We need to care for the young and old, more than silver and gold. Now this is time. We have to wake up and change the world. Now this is time. We need love and unity, more than hate and jealousy, yeah. Now this is time. We need education, more than bullets and bombs. In this is time, we need to care for the young and old, more than silver and gold. In this is time, we have to wake up and change the world.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, awesome. Great stuff. That guitar. Speaking of Eric Clapton, man, you got that sounds just like Eric Clapton.
He is an inspiration. I must be honest.
Yeah, I heard that. If you listen to those sounds like Crossroads and stuff like that, when he's playing in that with Cream. That was like the full on. The full-on rock pentatonics.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Oh, you can't beat a pentatonic, mate. I live my life around a pentatonic, as most guitarists do.
Yeah, dude, I incorporated the John Coltrane pentatonic with my regular playing. It's pretty freaking amazing, man. I can totally change the mood of the tune altogether with this little scale, this little 4 and 5 note scale. So the Coltrane pentatonic goes 1, 2, flatted third, 5, 6, back to root. That's it. So it's got the flatted third and a natural sixth, and that's all. You don't do a flat.
What the hell are you talking about?
That's brilliant to me. I don't understand any of that.
What a tune, bro. What a tune.
Okay, it's the numbers of the music. Sorry, I just get a little advanced sometimes.
I heard an interesting thing the other day about Eric Clapton and that how the tragedy of his son's death was actually probably one of the best things that ever happened to him and a lot of other people, because out of that tragedy came the song, of course, which that song, It's Possible, saved thousands of people's lives and put them, when they heard it, it helped raise them out of whatever situation they were in and maybe change their life.
Yeah, that's a beautiful guitar riff. And
if you've ever listened to that song and not got a tear in your eye, you're not human, bro.
And at stake of being muted again, the riff itself is just beautiful. Right?
Won't you call my name? If I see you ever
Yeah. That's one of those songs that I get chill down the back of my spine every time someone starts playing it. Chills.
Yeah. Yep. But I know still I saw you in heaven. What is
That's the song. Wait, is it Paul Simon that sang the is it Going to Graceland? Is that the song I'm thinking of? That song always gave me the same feeling too. I always get chills when I hear that song.
Going Graceland.
No, it's not Paul Simon. It's not that one. It's a different one.
Ladies,
Memphis. Memphis.
I know what song you're talking about.
Yeah, how does that go?
Well, it's Walking in Memphis, I believe is the song you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what it is. Thank you.
That is a heartthrob of a song.
Yeah.
Put on my blue suede shoes and
Mark Cohn.
Go to the train. Touchdown in the land of the Delta Blues. In the middle of the pouring rain. W.C. Handy. She walked right over me. But I'm as blue as a boy can be. I was walking in Memphis. I was walking with my feet off a meal. Walking. But do I really feel the way I feel? Saw the ghost of Elvis. Union Avenue. Followed him up to the gates of Graceland. And I watched him walk right through. Now security, they did not see him. They just hovered around his tomb. And there's a pretty little thing waiting for the king down in the jungle room. I was walking him down. That one. Tell me you're a Christian child. And I said, ma'am, I am tonight. Yeah. That one?
Did you guys ever see Elvis's last performance of what is it? What the hell is the name of that song? Uncharted. Is it Uncharted Melody? You guys ever seen that performance? It was the last time he ever did it live. Yeah, it's amazing. If you haven't seen that, check it out.
Are you idolizing him?
Am I idolizing him? No, of course not.
Okay, good.
I think he was a very talented man, but I don't idolize anyone.
That's great.
Except for the creator. He's my idol.
Should that be like so?
He's like your dad.
Have you ever guys watched those videos where they show those animals from like Africa that they just eat each other out, and you just watch the prey get eaten live, and you kind of think that it would be nice to die like that, or kind of as if it would be familiar to just die like that. There's something about it that's all right.
What?
Huh?
What kind of sicko were you, bro?
No, man. I mean it. Like, I don't know. When I see animals die like that, and I'm like, what if I get killed like that? It just feels natural.
You'd like to be eaten by a cannibal?
I would not, but I'm saying that I would know how it feels.
I mean, what the hell are you talking about?
As if you, at some point you kind of surrender to it and it just doesn't hurt anymore. And you kind of feel at peace or something.
Well, things just got really fucking dark in here, didn't they?
What the hell just happened, bro?
I mean, have
thought
you
were
ever
trying to
tried
say
it?
that after you're dead, you
So
wouldn't mind having your body thrown up in the woods and letting the
No,
animals
while
feed
you're
on your
being being eaten.
Right, we were singing songs. I was trying. I was really bad at it. And James, Sonny was playing guitar. Alex was singing Rasta. And now you're talking about being eaten alive in the jungle of Africa, and how delightful that would be. What?
Well, no, I didn't say that. I just said that. I mean that at some point you give up fighting and you accept it, and when you accept it, it's all right. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's not scary anymore. That's what I'm saying.
Here we go.
I hope I never get to the point where I would accept that death. I hope I continue fighting till I can no longer fight.
That's wild.
That's not something I want to accept. Fuck that.
It's scary, but I don't know.
Serial killer in the house.
Yeah, hello.
Who's there?
How many skeletons are buried in your fucking closet, bro?
I mean, what?
Yeah, I should speak slower because people.
All the psych patients, shake your jingly jackets.
How many skeletons are in your closet? Bah.
Oh yeah, I don't have a closet.
Oh, you don't? Well, you bury them under the floorboards?
I put them in a bag under my bed.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Well,
I'm just empathic, man.
Could have fooled me.
I have so many skeletons in my closet. They started encroaching on the hallway. There's that.
I've had to start selling them at Target.
I got to keep mine in a warehouse.
I like to keep them under the bed so I can smell the death.
Damn it.
Holy shit.
Have you guys ever heard that thing about the O negative blood and that negative thing?
We're in the blood now. Wouldn't you know it?
That it doesn't have the protein.
RH negative?
Yeah, that thing.
It's the bloodline of the Illuminati.
They say that the Basque people of Spain are highest population, right, of RH negative people. Whatever that means exactly, I don't really know.
Don't fuck with the Basque people.
Yeah.
Rh negative people, when it comes to having children, they have to take certain drugs and inhibitors so that their body doesn't destroy the fetus while it gestates.
So
yeah, the girls, yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose sheep are heavier when they're wet.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting because because the body recognizes that in the child there's something wrong, and then it kills it.
Well, it's not that there's something wrong in the child. It's just that the body doesn't
Something
like the
shouldn't
fact
be
that
there.
it doesn't like the fact that a child is there, so it tries to get rid of it.
Oh, I have read that it was like the body recognized that there's that protein in the blood of the child, so it attacks it for that reason because it shouldn't be there. So that's pretty interesting.
Where'd you read
It makes you really wonder if these mutations are man caused or if they're natural.
I saw in like some videos some years ago when YouTube was less restrictive.
Someone was actually talking about it the other day in here. I thought, if I'm not mistaken, about the Rh blood types.
God.
So I punch in RH blood into YouTube and it says the world's most dangerous blood type.
That's the first thing that comes up.
It is the fourth thing that comes up on the
Wonder what it says about it.
Can't hear you, bud.
That be considered pseudoscience, all that stuff?
Why would that be?
Because I can't verify any of it myself.
Wow, there's so many things you can't verify. But you believe in.
Well, with a microscope, one would think you'd be able to see the protein difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, as to the whole that protein or lack thereof being attacked or doing the attacking or not, I think that would be hard to see. Unless you also put that under a microscope, I think technically you could experiment that, you know? You take the embryo, you take the cells, and you see what they do.
Well, somebody could. I can't.
Yes, I don't have the technology or the wherewithal knowledge to know how to set that up, but I feel like with my rudimentary knowledge, it could be done. It has the ability to be proven. I just don't have the funding.
I don't know. I was talking to somebody the other day, too. They were saying the same thing about DNA, that everything we think we know and we've been told about DNA is, you know.
It's an interesting thought. I mean, we've been lied to about literally everything else. What else isn't something else to put up on the big old list?
Same thing with vitamins and minerals.
Oh, that was a big one for me, was the food pyramid. That's terrible. Like,
yeah, with
stuff a pyramid on top of that.
Yeah.
But,
what a coincidence.
Right? And they put the sweet things at top.
Yeah. I've heard that we don't need so many proteins as they say we do.
I know grains we don't need as much, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny, I was thinking the other day, because my grandfather, he refuses to eat cereal. I don't know why, but he has this weird, like, thinking about it. He's like, when I grew up on a farm and stuff, and we'd feed, like, the cattle and stuff, like, he's like, that's what cereal is, but for humans. It's literally just cattle feed.
Yeah, that's why they put animals like, what do you guys call them? Cocks?
Chickens? Roosters?
Well, roosters, yeah.
Chicken?
Yeah, they put those animals there because that's their food. Literally.
I've been doing, mainly like a paleo diet, and I've been fucking thriving off that.
What's that? How's that?
You stick to more like natural-based foods. So like your fishes, your meats, natural plants that you can basically gather around you. And you cook and you eat with that kind of stuff. Versus like
That's
a lot
a
of
very
this
heavy
processed.
meat-orientated diet, right? Very heavy meat-orientated.
Yes, and it's not for everyone. It depends on the individual and their lifestyle. Like, I have a very active
high
lifestyle.
protein.
Yep, I play hockey like at minimum like 2 to 3 games a night. So I have to have like that high protein intake.
For what?
Just to keep my body in like the state it's in, to keep like my muscles how they are, and just to keep my body like functioning. Like I play goalie, so I'm sweating out like almost a day's worth of sweat in just like an hour, and that's just one game. And I play like 2 to 3 hours a night.
I mean, but you know about the gaining muscles thing? Like, dude, I've been eating once a day. Only in the evening, I just eat one.
Oh yeah.
Basically, it's like bread and like
intermittent fasting
cheese.
kind of.
Yeah, bread, cheese, and some tomatoes. Almost the same shit every day. Maybe some zucchinis and shit. But like, I've been gaining muscles, and I'm sure I'm not eating enough proteins, but I'm getting muscles.
Cheese has a lot of protein. You'd be surprised.
Damn.
That's something a lot of people forget about or think about is dairy products like cheese-based products are very rich in proteins.
Really?
You don't have to eat meat in order to get a high protein diet. You don't need meat.
Yeah.
There's plenty of other sources of protein out there besides meat.
Yeah, meat is
That's
just
the one
like
thing
going
people
straight
don't
to the
understand.
mind for your source.
I know that, but it's like since I was eating just 3 things basically each day, the same things, I was like, you know, how much cheese do I need?
It's if you say you eat, like you said, you eat like kind of like one big meal a day, pretty much, and you just kind of like snack, I would presume, the rest of the day.
No, I
if
don't
that.
snack. No.
All right, good. Then yeah, that's why it's the intermittent fasting you're doing, whether you realize you're doing that or not. That is a huge factor. Yeah, I recommend anyone look into intermittent fasting and find a method of it that works for them. That was one thing when I was like overweight that helped me lose so much weight.
Yeah. Yeah.
I fast for about 7 to 8 hours every day.
Yep. My only window of eating is from 1 to 8 o'clock, and that's it. If I forget to eat within that window, shit, too bad. Gotta stick to it.
I mean, every time you sleep, you're basically fasting. Every time you sleep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's so weird that there's people who believe that breakfast is like the most important fucking meal. Like, dude, I never have breakfast. I just drink water, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
just have
all
my
individual.
I have my coffee and I just sit outside, man.
Oh, coffee. You're cheating, man. You're cheating life.
No, I'm
I
enjoying
can't
it,
eat
man.
breakfast either. It slows me down and weighs me down, and I
Yeah,
don't feel,
exactly. You can't do shit.
I don't feel motivated. Yeah, I don't want to do anything. I don't have it. It sacks all my energy.
Yeah. It feels like you said, you're weighted down.
Yeah, and then you gotta poop after like 1 hour.
Yeah.
At least that's me. Every time I eat, I gotta poop. Like,
It's the inevitable poop that comes. You're just like, all right, I gotta be ready for this.
yeah, like I don't understand how some people just eat and they poop like the next day. Like, how can you, man?
That's usually a sign that their body is not in good condition.
Yeah.
If you're pooping meals out like a day after the day you ate them, you should probably relook at your diet.
Yeah, that's a lot to do with diet too.
Yeah. Diet or lack of activities. You gotta keep moving. You gotta keep active. It's hard sometimes, I get it, especially with the whole, last couple years.
Well, I mean, you can move in a plate, like in a stationary, in a room. You can jump around and shit.
I know when I was doing dieting and I was doing the vegan thing for a few months just for fun, I never was so regular in my whole life, dude. I could set a clock to my movements. It was great. and then they were always just smooth, you know what I mean?
Yep.
But that's just my experience. That's my body. Somebody else might not have that same experience, you know?
Yeah. Exactly.
That's
like I was saying
weird.
with like the paleo style diet, like it's good for some people, it's terrible for other people. It all depends on your makeup and what works for you. You just got to find out what works best for you.
I tend to not believe in that we're so much different like that. I think we can all achieve the same things if you just put your mind and effort into it. Like, we can all do the same.
Oh yeah, I say 80% of the whole dieting fight is activity / just looking at your diet. So the rest of the 20% is on you. But like 40% of that 80% is, your dieting, and the other half of that is your exercise. If you have at least one of those, you've made a huge indent on, bettering yourself and doing well.
Yeah. Have you guys seen that Iceman thing?
Which one? The Asmith thing?
The Iceman.
I don't think I have.
That guy who said that basically he proved that through breathing and cold we're able to control the immune system. And he was put to a test where basically they injected some bacteria into his bloodstream to make him sick.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm not going to get sick through breathing. And he didn't. And he also taught some other people that, and they did as well. And he's saying we can all do that.
I mean, that's an act of God, too. Interesting.
Because he said that we have so much more power to our mind. You know, it has more power than they tell us. So.
Our mind literally shapes our reality. Your thoughts and the way you think about stuff and perceive things will cause things to happen in the world, whether you think so or not.
Yeah. And so...
Yeah, you could actually make yourself sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, man. Fuck, man.
These hypochondriacs out there, man. Fucking, I'm sick, I'm this. Relax!
Yeah.
It's annoying in the medical field. Like,
that's what I was going to say too. You were talking about breathing, that he did it through breathing, but I was thinking, it was more mindful. You know?
Yeah, his mindset, of course.
The breathing helps him get into like a fluid flow state, and with that flow state, he's able to choose what he wants or believe and cause that to happen.
It's
a
form of meditation, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is a mind over matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then he talks about also the cold showers.
Yeah, cold showers are good for multiple reasons.
Yeah.
I was going to say, probably your mind, even to the extent of your body structure and where you perceive your body to be, and the muscular structures that are created can also probably be mind directed, because we all know we have like these phantom feelings all over our body, actually. And I think those are the places that the muscle is trying to go to. If we direct the energy and therefore direct the oxygen and the other resources to those areas that we've just imagined our body is, will create those muscles.
You're like, this is the new status quo body, and your body is going to do what it can to try and meet that.
Yeah. You know, I take magic mushrooms like in microdoses sometimes.
I will say microdosing on that stuff is a very interesting concept and theory board.
Dude,
I've had some military friends that were really fucked up from PTSD, and they started doing like microdoses and stuff, and it rearranged the way they thought and saw stuff, and it saved them.
Yeah, like you can rearrange your brain, you rewire it how you want. It gives you that ability.
I'm not saying go out and take a bunch, do it all the time kind of thing, but like to do it scientifically, and stuff.
Yeah, I think it needs to be a controlled. I might even be interested in doing that to kind of reroute these pain scenarios that have kind of built up in my body. Like there's something going on there with like, I don't know. I think like I never thought of doing anything like that for many, many years. I haven't done any kind of hallucinogenics for like 25 years or longer, a long, long time. But in a controlled environment where I have a intention to structurally align myself and ground myself to be more balanced, like I would consider doing it.
Yeah, man. Like you don't got to take them for fun and partying. You got to be present.
Yeah.
And
it's about oneself.
Be aware of what
experience.
they do.
And I think what's best is being in a place in nature.
Yes.
That's outside. That's a safe place, but a place that doesn't have a lot of outer influences coming in to the area, while this is going on.
It's you and the earth as well as an earth process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did some mushrooms with my fiance a couple of years ago for like the first time since, I was a young man.
Yeah.
And I realized that now as I'm an adult, I can't do it. I have too many problems. And when I was
There's
young,
too many skeletons. There's too many skeletons.
Well,
you're like, good.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. I just sat in the room and just my mind was just racing about everything.
Oh, yeah.
And I was figuring everything out, but I couldn't shut it off either, and it was driving me nuts.
You just gotta let it take
maybe
you.
it took
You
too
don't-
much.
can't fight it.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I
That's
was getting
what
all
it
the
does.
answers too.
Yeah.
I was getting all the answers.
Maybe not the way you wanted, but you were getting them.
Well, and I was seeing things so much more clear about other people that were around my life at the time in this situation where this person, I think, tried to had me set up by giving me drugs, and I didn't put it together at the time, but luckily I didn't take it and I walked away. But in that moment, I figured it all out. And I was like, holy shit, that motherfucker tried to set me up.
It gives you an outside perspective on life, which is a very interesting thing.
Yeah. Dude,
one time there's a lot of stuff that's just odd that they don't want us to have or use or experiment with, but that's been around here just as long as we have.
Yeah. Dude, one time I took them in microdose and I had hiccups. A hiccup, right? And I wanted to show that I could make the hiccup go away with my mind. But it was so fast that as soon as I grabbed my phone to show it, it went away because I thought of it. That's the power that it gives you, man. Just by thinking, okay, now it's going to go away, it went away. Without just doing some weird breathing or getting scared. You know, it fucking unlocks your mind.
Microdosing, because when I've read about microdosing, the amount you take is so small. You really don't trip at all.
Yeah, but
it's just a slight sense of like euphoria, just like
it's a slight sense of enhancement. You just feel like everything else around you is slightly brighter, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but that's enough. That's enough.
All you have to do is turn the key to unlock the door, right?
Yeah. It's crazy. I'm just mad that it's illegal here in Italy. Because, man.
Oh, my best friend's from Italy. He's actually from Sicily, but...
Yeah, that's because you can grow it yourself and it becomes free.
Yeah, but you gotta buy the fucking dirt, and if they catch you, I don't know, you get in trouble.
Oh, there's literally no excuse for like world hunger and all that stuff. Like all the reasons we have all this is all government controlled. Like seeds for farmers. When I was living in Eureka and like helping out with some farms and stuff, I would work on. Like the farmers can't even plant half their own seeds. They have to literally destroy them or just hold on to them to prevent cross-pollination or any kind of infringement on other people's seeds and growth stuff. It's ridiculous. I didn't realize all the bullshit they would have to go through.
Yeah.
Like, farmers are stuck to a quota. It's like, oh, you've hit your quota? Oh, sorry, stop.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah, they also a lot of them get subsidies from the government to mow over their crops so that they control the market, you know? They can control the price.
And it's unfortunate that you would think those farmers couldn't just say, oh, I'm just going to give this stuff away. No, take the money. They want to just take the money. I understand, but I disagree. You got to make do. You got to make a living for your family. I understand, but we got to draw a line somewhere.
I learned an old saying a long time ago from an old street hustler, and he told me, not all money is good money.
Meaning?
So I guess if you want to use the street dealer for the example, that not all money is good money, you may have some clientele that everyone knows, including PD, they're junkies. You know, junkie comes up walking up to you, everyone's going to know you're dealing. The way you're acting and stuff. So his money is not good money because it ruins your entire business.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Well, ethically and morally, he's technically doing nothing wrong. The dude's just trying to get his fix and be a customer, you know? He's not safe to your expansion of your business.
Yeah.
So he would be bad money for you.
Yeah. You know, I just sent a message today to a friend of mine saying, you know, something about the gravity, and I was trying to make him think, but instead, what he did was like justifying. Just instead of saying, that doesn't make sense. Interesting. So maybe what I know is bullshit. Instead of going like that, he went like, yeah, but it's because it's like that, I'm not a scientist, but yeah.
It is frustrating how boneheaded some of these people are.
Yeah. And it's crazy. I think as soon as I decided that to me the Earth was not round, I told everybody, right? A lot of years ago. And now they forgot that I believed that. It's crazy.
It's all the system doesn't want you thinking, it doesn't want you remembering, it just wants you to be a good little worker and do as you're told. Be a good little worker bee and live out your little life and then pass away. That's what they want.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, I just told you that I think the world is flat and you forgot? Like, because that should be crazy to you, right? If you don't believe that. So how can you forget that I believe that? Like, I don't know. They just forget.
Or I could go into countless things about people's behaviors nowadays that have completely changed to how they were compared to like early 2000s and 90s that everyone's turning into little robots, man.
Really? Like how?
That's how it feels like. Everyone's has like lacks of emotions on things nowadays. Like they're pulling emotion away from like any kind of topic or throwing too much into it. So you don't have like a balanced, even playing. You have to be on one of the two extremes or else you're wrong now.
Oh, I see.
On anything.
Yeah,
you have to be passionately for or passionately against. There's no, I want to understand this concept and idea and sit here until I can, make a valid, or scientific opinion. Nope, can't have any of that anymore. Everything's got to be now, go, go, go.
There's no discussion about the topic.
Yeah. Everything's also from a power of authority. People never used to argue as much from a power of authority. It's like, well, he's a professor, so I can't, argue on this. No, anyone can.
Well, yeah.
Your title doesn't matter. Anyone can have an observable opinion.
Even more so if their framework is science.
Exactly.
If that's
actual science.
Yeah. If your actual framework is science, you would actually not use a trust of authority. You would do a distrust of authority.
If anything, you then become the scientist, an actual scientist. I'd say that was a big thing that someone, reiterated in this Discord to me that like really stuck to me. Is just like, science isn't actually science anymore.
They changed it from a verb to a noun.
Yep.
It's somehow a thing all of a sudden instead of an action, a process.
What does it mean literally?
Just talking about words too long ago.
Yeah, no, I mean, what does science mean right now? I mean, literally, not right now.
Yeah, like what's their definition of the current state?
What's the... No, the correct definition for science. What is it?
Definitions of science now. Natural science.
Natural science and phenomena that can be observed and experimented upon.
Doesn't SCI that SCI that means knowledge.
Oh, really?
Oh, you mean like the root breakdown of the word?
Yeah, pretty sure it means knowledge. So I think it's scientific, or science means the process of using the scientific method to achieve knowledge.
So the scientific method is like a test that can be repeated.
It's not a test. You can have testing within, but in order to find the cause and effect, you have to have an actual experiment. So it only deals with cause and effect. And because of that, you have to have an independent control variable that you manipulate to show an effect in the phenomenon.
So the word science comes from the Latin scientia, a derivative of the present participant of the verb sire, which means to know. So, and that's the difference between their pseudoscience and our actual science is we know what we're observing and what we're experimenting on versus what they believe. So their science is
defined.
Yeah. Their science is a belief.
Pseudoscience is defined as it's the misconception that a certain field of study is based on the scientific method or has scientific validity via the scientific method. So
which it doesn't use.
If a field of study claims to be science, but they don't actually utilize the scientific method, it's literally pseudoscience.
Oh, yeah. So the round Earth is pseudoscience.
Manipulation.
Because everything they say about the Earth be round, like, on all the allegedly proves, like, wait, what are the proofs that the Earth is round?
They don't. Everything they have has to either tie into each other, or they have to end up relying on a loop fallacy of, oh, this is the reason, but this is also the cause, and you can't have that.
Can you give me an example?
Gravity is their main one they always use and get into a stuck loop cycle.
Okay.
Because it's not something that can be, proven openly outright. You can't observe it. Yes, things may fall down, but we have, density and we also have buoyancy.
Yeah.
Things are going to change based on the medium they're in.
And infinity.
Yeah.
What else? Well, what else?
Why they like that figure 8? Because it goes on forever, and every once in a while they hit.
Let's see, what other loop feedbacks? I'm trying to think of people like Rue and them and like the things they say, because they always end up saying the same thing.
Well, they stop at the phenomenon part,
yeah,
and then interject philosophy from the very beginning. So before they even started, they have the philosophy actually. So because any of that, like gravity, is really several steps down the road because they need a spinning ball for that.
Yeah. That's what I guess I was trying to say is every kind of proof or anything they breathe up and they get into this loop fallacy of everything they have requires everything else to be correct and exist, but they don't have proof that everything else is correct or works how it says it should. But they're like, well, this works because of this, and then you get onto that topic, they're like, well, no, this works because of this, and you end up just getting into this stuck loop, and eventually you loop right back.
Now they're really in a bind because if you think about it, since 1915, the bending and warping of space-time, that is supposed to be creating the ball, Earth, right?
Yeah.
So how are you going to prove two concepts that are not physical? The bending of those things that can't be bent is what's causing balls to form? Hello? Are you awake yet?
Almost like they're bending reality in front of your face.
So that's how people speak, but what about the fake scientists? What do they? Is that the same for them?
Yeah, matter and mass actually does the same thing as what you were just talking about too. That kind of defeats the whole purpose of bending space and time.
So sorry, can you read that? Some scientists.
What'd you say?
I was asking if you could repeat your question. I didn't hear the whole part of it.
It was what are the scientists saying that too, or are they bringing like more proof, or is it the same to them as well?
And
like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I know he's not a scientist, but
in the current day and age, it is the very same as how these people are debating, except they just use more gotcha words and more scientific terms because that's their field, so that's what they know.
They mostly They mostly bring more. They mostly bring more opinions from others. So basically, you can relegate all that to hearsay that they're using. They always have some other step. Oh, these people said this. Oh,
like Einstein.
This peer-reviewed thing right here. But they don't have an observable phenomena that they can manipulate something to change it. They don't have that.
And if there's nothing that they themselves can participate or interject in, they know that they're the higher authority and considered the authority in these situations. So they'll say, oh, well, this is what we think. And since this is our title, this is what the status quo is going to be. Or they'll say, oh, we'll defer to this department or this group of people who are also an authority like them. If they don't know or have the answer. And hopefully someone else, it's basically pass the hot potato until one of our bullshit groups can give an answer that you'll accept.
You just described our government.
Yeah, absolutely.
literally. Like,
if you don't like this guy's lie, we're going to pass you off to someone else that has a better lie, basically.
Interesting. Yeah, because, like, now that I think about it, everything they say, yeah, it is like that. Like for example, space, everything, how space works, like it works different from here, so you can't prove it here. So they say, oh, it's because it works different. But then how do you fucking prove it? You can't.
I like to use the doctor's office as an example. If you go to the doctor and something's wrong with you, he's going to send you to a specialist, someone that knows exactly that field, but their focus is only that field. The government and NASA and them, the scientists, they're doing the exact same thing. They're just like, oh, well, technically, I'm this kind of scientist, so I'll pass you over to this guy who technically has, the paperwork that says he knows what he's saying.
Yeah, they pass it back all the time. We hear these people say that almost every time.
Yep, it's like I say, it's a game of hot potato until you get an answer or lie that you accept.
Yeah, it starts with this. I don't trust my senses, but I trust the authorities.
Yeah.
It's like calling an agency. They have a different, yeah, just like you said with the doctor's office, we'll bring you to this extension or this, you know what I mean? That's...
Yeah, and then those individuals that are working in that spot, whether they're aware of the process or not, they're compartmentalized. So all they really know is their section and their part they're dealing with. They don't know what's going on down in, radiology. If you're working down at the blood department, you don't know what's going down at physical therapy. If you're working at one of these other groups, you don't know.
Damn. So there's no one that knows everything. That's how they get away with it.
Someone brought up houses the other day, like how modern day houses, all these rooms are sectioned off, enclosed. Was it you, y'all? Yeah.
It was me, yeah.
Yeah, and then we were talking about, in older, ancient times, housing plans were very open. There was courtyards, there was windows everywhere, there was just openings. It was very lively, and you could look in, and it was free to roam. Nowadays, everything's almost like prisonated. Everything's segregated, sectioned off, and enclosed. It's interesting.
So
like they're taking the concept of compartmentalization to every aspect of our lives.
Oh, and applying it to that. Oh.
Yeah.
Like what happened to
It's like having the key to open up multiple doors. Key. Open up multiple doors.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Thanks, autism, for helping me notice patterns.
And what about autism? Like, what if that's fake and that's how normal people actually are?
I almost thought about that because they told me I didn't find out I had it till after the military because I was born in 93, so I'm an early 90s baby, and they didn't know fuck all about that shit then.
Yeah.
And I found out my son ended up having it, so I ended up getting double checked and yeah, you definitely are very higher functioning and stuff. They're but it's hereditary. And going back through my family history, no one's ever had it, or even been considered, or been no one's even been he's a little wonky, he's a little off kind of person.
Yeah, what if it's just made up? Because it's coming up just now.
The only thing I can think of now is all these kids nowadays, when you go into schools, and even if you go into the medical field like I did, you're required to get all these, boosters. I guess that's what I might call it.
Yeah,
like my Hep, your Hep, your Herp, all that stuff. I had to get all my Hep Cs.
Yeah, I started opting out when I worked in the hospital. I started opting out of all those things.
I stopped after I got my anthrax shot in the military. That was the last shot I had ever received in my life.
Get off this topic. Sorry, guys, we got to get off this topic. It's controversial.
Yeah, we don't want to stick on it. Yeah, sorry.
There you go, right there. It's evidential.
Yeah, so we can go back to science, what we were talking about before, and
Everything's compartmentalized. Everything's a lie. We're all manipulated.
Things that you're able to manipulate in nature that you observe a phenomenon there within.
What do you mean by within?
If you're observing and you're experimenting on something in nature, it should be able to be repeatable, and you should be able to see it again, or in another instance, or some sort of variant.
Yep. And someone else needs to see it and watch it being manipulated. You know, that they need to be able to repeat that process, or else.
Yeah. Was it Ruhif or was it Soy Boy yesterday that kept trying to say, you know, oh, you put the two balls on a string and they'll attract themselves to each other? It's like you're missing the point. You're having to put both of those balls on a string, which is a man-made requirement, which does not happen in nature. Your whole experiment is just destroying the natural aspect of it, so it cannot, the result cannot be accepted.
Yeah. Name anything in nature where you have two things holding two other items like that.
Yeah,
it doesn't occur. Just like spinning balls in vacuums should be observable in nature.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but Jupiter and Saturn aren't hanging by some fish wire and a hook.
It's becoming a lot harder now to decipher some things in nature. You know, like you don't know if it's kind of like what happened when I sent, you know, we were watching when I sent you the video, for instance. We have no clue the lights up in the air. We have no clue what the hell that is, and nor can we get out there to, you know, find out what it is. So it's just getting harder now.
We can only speculate.
If we want the technology to kind of decipher, you know, what's nature and what's not.
It just makes you wonder, like, how much are we actually allowed to know? I mean, there's just some things I'm sure, you know, in this, you know, realm we live in, we're just not allowed or supposed to know.
Yeah.
You know, who's to say we ever eventually find out about what's above us? You know, we may just be like, well, we can't ever get there. We can't ever measure or describe or, you know, experiment or observe correctly. So it is what it is. They're there.
Maybe when we die or something.
Who knows?
Yeah, maybe that's why too, because like it would kind of blow it if we knew the whole thing.
Yeah, if you were in on, as they say, if you're in on the scam, where's the fun, kind of thing.
I like to use pass on.
It's just a simple adventure. Depends on what you believe in, but this is one adventure that leads to another, I'm certain. Like I said, it all depends what you believe.
Crazy, huh?
I like to think we're all a little piece of God, and we're all just him experiencing life through different perspectives and stuff.
Spirit in spirit.
That could be.
Hence why he's all-knowing and can know everything, because he is all-doing and doing everything.
Yeah, I kind of think the same. Like I even think that we're all the same consciousness inside different bodies.
Almost
Therefore,
like
we have different personalities.
Right.
And we think we're different people.
Exactly, almost like he compartmentalized a section of himself into each body.
Yeah, you gotta ask yourself this question though, because truly, when you close your eyes, there's an internal observer in there. So when we open our eyes, we're looking through our physical eyes, but who is the one inside doing the looking?
Yeah, the consciousness, I think.
The soul.
Yeah. So here's my presupposition, is that maybe God made us so he could see through our eyes. Maybe we're doing the observing and recording or something like that, so he can live. I don't know how, like,
as humans.
This might border on like aggravating people or getting people upset that may be religious minded or whatever you want to call it, but maybe we're looking through our eyes, that God is the one inside of us doing the looking through all of us.
Yeah, maybe.
The observer is observing your thoughts and judging your actions. Mm-hmm. It's almost like you are on a live stream of real life, and you have one viewer, and that viewer is God, and he's watching the whole time going, ah, shit, here we go again, and stuff.
He's gonna fuck up again.
So if he's the primary observer looking through us, so he can get a better relative. I don't know. I don't even know where to go with that. Gas pressure.
Ooh, tea's ready.
Did you disappear with a tea?
Yeah,
He did.
Need more coffee. Yeah, that might.
Phenomena of the spirit is the spirit is shaping our mind.
I like having that old whistling tea kettle like that. I love that.
Did you guys know that tea and coffee both have caffeine?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I just found out like some months ago. It's crazy.
That's why they.
And some people say, "Oh, tea does nothing to me." Like, really? It has caffeine, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. Like if you get like a couple Liptons or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to make kombucha with sugar and black tea. And you put it in like a big jar, like a gallon jug. And you put, instead of capping it tightly, you cap it with like rubber bands and a couple layers of cloth so it can breathe because there's CO2 being produced. You pour a half a can of regular kombucha in there and you can start your own kombucha. So I like it because it takes the sugar, it turns it into very slightly alcohol, like 1% or less. Or depending on how long, you can make it a little stronger. You can probably get it to 1.5 or 2%. But it has this really fruity, lively, sparkling kind of like effervescence to it. And it's supposed to be really healthy for your gut, actually, also.
Yeah, kombucha,
Oh yeah,
man.
it helps recreate the biomes that you need or lack.
Yeah, and it's actually just a layer of fungus that grows.
Oh, it's fungus.
And the sugar.
Isn't that interesting though? Like our bodies are filled with like bacterias and proteins and stuff like that.
Yeah,
like our
it's
body is
like-
almost just like a walking hotel for other life and organisms.
I think that our body's like the earth for them. So therefore, I think that maybe the earth is a living being, or like the skin of something.
Well, everyone talks about in like the Bible in the old days, the rocks being alive and the earth itself was alive.
Yep.
That's it. We settled it. We're on a giant turtle.
Well, that's what the ancients said, the Mayans.
Hey, I wouldn't doubt it with as hard-headed as some of these globies are.
This place is called Turtle Island.
Your head is harder than the world turtle's shell.
So that's a Mayan thing.
I call them bricked.
Bricked.
Yeah, if you ever
Your intelligence, your intelligence is bricked.
I immediately see a brick being thrown under a door. Boom, stop that door.
I just see someone with a brick-shaped head.
Yeah, it kind of works multiple different ways.
Yeah.
Like number one is like you're as smart as a doorstop. Like inside your head it's not a brain there. It's just a brick. A brick is there, right? Or another one too, like you suffered someone cracked your wig with a brick, and your brain is head trauma.
It's oozing out. You're like Humpty Dumpty. You fell off the wall, cracked your eggshell head, and have the freaking globe Earth oozing out. You better clean that shit up.
That was no, not Hansel and Gretel. Was it Jack and Jill? Jack and Jill went up the hill to catch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown.
Jill came tumbling after.
You would think she'd be more careful watching him just fall and crack his head open.
She must have slipped on that gooey Glober yolk.
There was enough room on the well for both of them. Rebel.
All those nursery rhymes have some dark freaking meanings, man.
Yeah, especially those Disney stories that were originally written by the Brothers Grimm. Those were horrific.
So actually,
like Cinderella. Oh my god.
I guess Music Guru left, but I have a song I want to do, and I have it all written. I just need to it's called Glober Girl.
What is
Hey,
it?
Glober Girl. I need some help though. As how to
Was that like a skater boy, but Glober Girl?
It's it might, you know, like it might have influences from like those songs.
Wait, no, that's actually awesome, Getty.
I'm with the Glover girl.
She was a Glover girl.
I wasn't good enough for her.
Wasn't flat enough for her.
I wasn't round.
There we go. See, look at this. Already coming up with a new song cover, just like that.
Hey, man, it's my job to write songs, man.
It's like when you have a Glober girl and, you know, you're like, oh, you already have a husband, the government.
Okay. I'll get inspired when I see the words. So here they are. Hey, Glober girl, can you tell me where you are? Did you wish upon a star? Is your world spinning round? Why don't you come back and look around with me?
And look around, yeah.
I like that picture. The egg Earth cracking open to a flat Earth. I've always wondered about that, but that's a Sunday topic, Big Root. I've always been interested in the interconnection of multiple religions and philosophies and how similar a lot of their stories are. It's almost like if you just change a name, it's the same thing.
I thought I was singing and I had my mic muted. So anyways, listen to my friends on Disco 2.0, and you'll know the earth is flat. We'll help show you where it's at. Then you'll have to trust to use your senses. It's a must, and you'll learn to trust to remove all your defenses. Eventually you'll see level horizons on every single sea. You'll know the same as me. Oh, you have the same up as me. Your own experience, and then you'll learn to trust. Using your senses is a must.
Don't be fooled by the charlatans like Elon Musk.
Oh, okay. I made a baseless. Yeah, that's a baseless assertion. So that is a presupposition. Yeah, on my part.
All right, I'm gonna have to start breaking out my Bible now and start getting all my verses.
I wrote a song once in my life, sort of a love song, kind of like when I wrote it in my head, I imagined it being sung in like a sort of Bob Dylan kind of style, like what's that song? Something about bed. Anyway, and I gave it to my uncle because he was a musician. And I said, "Hey, I wrote this song. You know, can you put it to music and sing it, and you know, maybe make it better if you can?" But he completely butchered it and ruined my vision.
Is it kind of like?
Do you have it still?
Is it kind of
No,
like?
I don't.
I was walking down the road. He does.
I mean, sorta. It wasn't that. It wasn't that exaggerated when I was writing it in my mind, but
You had the
he
job
totally
to pull it out.
changed the lyrics. Yeah, he butchered it, and I was kind of disappointed.
Yeah, if you have a vision, you're the only one with that vision. You have to bring it out, not other people.
Ain't gonna work on the spinning globe no more.
All to the wall.
No,
I have no idea what happened to it either, because once I gave it to him, and now he's passed on, so I don't know. I have no idea where it is now.
See,
But that's all right.
I can do Bob Dylan pretty well. I'm like, no, I ain't gonna work on the spinning globe no more.
Guy has an interesting life.
You know, it's awful, but I don't. For some reason, I like it. I don't know why. He's an awful singer. He's fucking
He
horrible.
really is. I agree. Totally agree.
I know.
But
I
there's
went
something
across
about it that I
I
enjoy.
went across the street to the local bar.
Yeah, a lot
John
of
Johnson
old
is kind of the
artists.
same way. He can't fucking sing.
Yeah. A lot of famous old artists kind of suck at singing.
He does.
I wonder
it all
how
like-
they got famous.
He talks kind of like this too.
Like the fucking Beatles. Like, what the fuck?
I think they got famous because nobody else sounded like them.
I think Dylan's one of the only ones that almost sounds singing like he does talking, almost exactly.
Yeah, nowadays there's so many people who are really better at singing, better than them, and there's too many people for them to be noticed.
Those people that were put up in music that were put up front were the social engineering, like that was what was going on. So through organic movements in music, such as, let's say, the folk, like the folk era when that first started, and then going into things like that, So I think that every aspect of music was hijacked also. All the different genres were all hijacked. They were all infiltrated as far as what we see and hear as the end product. If it's coming out of a radio or any kind of device, or print, or on any kind of material such as a record, a tape,
Hijacked? What do you mean?
That who are the people that are in control of everything we hear, see on any kind of media, including radio, including the TV, radio, the phonograph, the record albums, all of that stuff, like throughout the years, was hijacked by the people that are social engineering us through all of those means, not just music. Every media.
Yeah.
The media, the technology in media was actually changed by those people that planned, I believe, that planned it from the very beginning, that this was going to be used as a tool for us to further our narrative.
Yeah. Yeah. Why else would you make somebody famous?
That's one of the reasons why musicians always say they sold their soul for that contract, because they no longer belong to themselves. They belong to that record label, and they have to do everything they say. And they give up their entire identity and their entire life, and they have to do what the record company tells them to do.
Yeah, what you agreed on the contract, that's impossible to read.
You're just like a controlled robot. That must be really hard to deal with as a creative person starting out with. You start out with something that's creative like that, and then they are hijacked, and
that's why they kill themselves.
They got co-opted, and so then the message from up higher is, no, you can't decide what material you write anymore.
Yeah,
We'll tell you
or
what
if
to
you
do
write a
when they're
song, you have to change the lyrics.
Yeah.
If it's about something positive and shit, or
That's too close to the truth. That's why you hear these rock bands skirting around the issue all the time, but they're shedding light on what we're talking about. These hidden meanings and stuff like that. I think we've always had there too.
That's why so many of them look miserable too when you see them.
yeah, maybe they don't know. They think they can't get out of it, and so they just maybe live a shitty life because they don't give a fuck about it anymore, because it's not their life anymore because they sold it. That's why they do drugs maybe and shit. And
Yeah, they no longer have a voice of their own. Their voice is just a mouthpiece for the record label, whatever they want put out.
yeah. Shit, man. That's also why I gave up on that dream too. I was like, fuck that shit. I just want to buy a house in the woods and make music and eat for free my food that I grow and have a family maybe. That's it. What else can you do, man?
Most of them are all molested too at a very young age.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
especially like all the pop stars that they have now that are, you know, mega stars, they all came from the same factory, the Disney factory. They all, when they were very young, like, you know, 7, 8 years old, were starring in TV shows on the Disney network and stuff. And then they put them through singing, you know, lessons and acting lessons and make them, you know, music stars.
Yeah. And it makes sense that they would do that, because if you get them while they're young and you basically, you know, parent them, then
and you're
they
stupid.
will be.
So you just want the money,
Yeah.
right? You think, yeah, I'm going to be a millionaire. Life is going to be great.
Yeah, they're more easily controlled because they trust you and everything they've known is you. And, you know, they can't, you can manipulate them pretty easily.
So there you go. You're talking about generational kind of thing. They pick these kids up in Hollywood at a young age.
Yeah.
I grew up in LA. I have an insider view of what's going on in that whole place. Is freaking creepy as hell. When you grow up in a place like Los Angeles, like I did from the age 15 till 25, for 10 years, I lived in LA as a teenager and in my early 20s, mid 20s.
Yeah.
You know, most of the people they prop up too in that position, they're really not that talented. A lot of them cannot sing live on stage without the backup recordings and the backup vocal artists.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry if I cut you off, bro.
Oh no, it's okay. You like listen. You literally have teenage kids in Hollywood. They're all dressed up fancy and like girls, like young girls, trying to get that back in those days. Okay, so I'm talking kind of revert back in time to when I was growing up in the 70s in LA. So you had all these people that are trying to get jobs as actors and musicians and party girls. Like that, there's girls out there. They're like lining the streets, bro. Like it was something like out of a freaking fantasy world that I was transplanted from the middle of America in St. Louis on the Mississippi River to Los Angeles. Boom. Mic drop.
They want that so bad too. They'll do anything for it, won't they?
Yeah.
It was bizarre. Like, and I've been to a lot of parties at really rich freaking places, mansions. Pretty wild.
So I thought that Harvey Weinstein stuff was so funny because, you know, none of them girls were complaining when they were starring in movies and important and in the limelight. You didn't hear a peep out of anybody.
If it was such a problem and it was so bad, they would have said something ahead of time. But until they got caught and it brought the public light, then everyone knew. Then they had to speak up.
Yeah. So
Now, that doesn't say that there weren't women that just had to deal with it and just didn't say anything because his statute of power. I'm certain there was. But for all of them to be that case, not likely.
Well, look, everybody knows about the casting couch. It's a real thing, and Harvey Weinstein is the only one.
That's why it's a meme.
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of disturbing, but parts of it are, you know. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say about Los Angeles. A lot of all kinds of negative aspects with all of it from going back to the most earliest times of film in LA. There's a lot of murder, mystery, mayhem. There's lots of violence. Lots of people like being murdered, like these actors and actresses and musicians, like a really high level percentage wise of them being killed in mysterious situations. Like they're just being off left and right, all the way down. There's a freaking body count. So you got to ask yourself, why is that? Why is that? It's psychology. Why is that? You know.
That's an interesting concept because that's been going on since the beginning of the film industry to nowadays that goes on.
Exactly. And whether we know what's really going on or not, there's still, at least there's, like it says, rumors of wars, you know, conflict, death and mayhem. Yeah, there it is. It's been written.
Hollywood's just the modern day Babylon.
You want to hear something interesting? I learned these things from like old salty sailors, like when I was in the Navy, like the people that have been there already, like lifers, we would call them.
Yeah, in the good Navy.
Years, bro. So listen, like these old guys, machinists, like senior chiefs that have been in the Navy for 30 freaking years, working in the machine shops for 30 years. So these old crusty old sailors, like, so they had all kinds of stories, man, and I could share some of them variously on here. But check this out about manufacturing and materials and things like that. You start learning a lot because once you learn how to run the machines and be precision as a machinist, then you start looking into what is this metal made of in the first place. So every machinist I know got into the study or the study of metallurgy. So interestingly enough, did you all know that glass is actually in a amorphic state? Did any of you know that?
It's in like a transposed, almost like paused state due to it being like heated up and turned into glass, right? It's almost like it's trapped within its own state.
So let's look up the word amorphous, and I'll put the definition. It's a semi-solid, lacking physical form or shape, lacking organization or formless, lacking a crystalline structure. So here we go. Wait a minute. I got to try to find a place I can copy and paste the definitions more easily.
I see what you're saying. I'm looking at the difference between like a regular diamond and an amorphous diamond. Interesting.
It's like snow. It's like also like like semi-solid.
Yeah, it's like the cellular structure having pattern versus being, almost just like complete randomness in structure, but still creating the same product.
So here's the point of my discussion about that before we get too far, is that glass in cathedrals, some of the stained glass that are in these cathedrals, solid pieces of glass, huge pieces of glass, and that they've actually measured those, the top and the bottom, and they find over centuries the glass is thicker at the bottom. It had never stopped moving the whole time.
Right. I've seen pictures of old glass windows. Anyway, I've seen some pictures. I've seen some pictures of some old glass windows, like single pane windows. They'd been in this old cabin for like 100 years, and the glass was all sagged. It looked like you could see sagging waves in it at the lower end where it got thicker, like you just said. But it actually was wavy and sagging. It was really weird. So yeah, you're right. Glass is always in a state where it's never rock solid. It's always moving, like you said, just very, very slightly.
So that's a very interesting studies like that. So going with glass, one thing I was other things. So like I keep jars because they're durable goods. As long as you don't break them, like they're really good for using any kind of containers. So like I have that, and I noticed that they get freaking stained from coffee.
Yep,
and you can't scrub it out. So they're almost semi-permeable. Then the last thing I want to say about going into metallurgy. You learn of the structures that some of these metals have crystalline structure. They literally do. When they get to their stress point, their fracture point, they will actually fracture and pop in a crystalline like type of structures. Isn't that interesting?
Yes, it is. And you know what else is interesting? You can find specimen gold when you can find gold in quartz veins, and it grows in crystals. It's very rare, but it's absolutely pure gold, and it is in a crystalline form. That is very strange because gold is such a malleable metal. You would think that it would do that, but it does.
It grows out of quartzite. Yeah, they find gold. It's in quartzite veins.
Yep. I actually have some of that. I have displayed on my site.
So I would like to find out because I have some rivers not far where there used to be wide bands of the river used to be more wild, and it used to go way over its banks and make other tributaries for hundreds of years, no doubt, right? So since the flood, so these stream beds like the San Diego River, it is a really wide basin. So there's probably places where like it had been before where it's been dried up, and you can get to these places where it had all the ancient falls and things like that and try to find. So I would literally like to try searching, man. Like I'm an on foot kind of person.
Yeah.
I like being outside digging around. Like I wander around in creek beds. I'm still completely amazed at the variety of stones, the different kinds of stones that are in any creek bed you go to. It's just astonishing. I'm like, where did all these different things come from? You have like 100 different varieties and different colors of quartz. Hundreds of varieties.
Yeah, when you're talking about ancient riverbeds, that's where people will start a gold mine. They'll mine right into the mountain, and they'll find an ancient riverbed that's just in it somewhere, whatever, and they'll find out which part of it was on the bottom where it meets the bedrock, and they mine right along that bedrock. And those are some of the richest gold mines you can find, especially if it's a huge ancient river, you know what I mean, where it was moving a lot of water, and you can find some serious gold where you find out the river met the bedrock before it became extinct, or whatever you want to call the river.
And not ruling out the possibility of finding ancient pottery and stoneware and ancient civilization yourself. Like that interests me quite a bit. Like there's this place here where the San Diego River goes. It goes to this place called Mission Gorge, and this place is like got really steep banks. It's just literally just etched out by water, obviously by thousands of times the amount of water that is in the river now, millions of times maybe. Because if you look at something that could carve out and make walls on either side of this canyon that's maybe a mile wide, but you have 200-foot cliffs right in etched straight down. On either side.
Some of this stuff crystallized. I have a full video of crystallized platinum, gold, and anyways.
I would like to find some. I think I could pan even in this creek if I knew, because there used to be a lot of gold I guess it really is very site specific, but there's places in this Tayos caves in Ecuador, they said had 10 times the amount of gold than anywhere else in the world in Ecuador. 10 times. Wow. Like it was something like 3 to 5 gram. What did it say? 3 to 5 grams per one. It was like 10. No, I meant 3 to 5 grams per ton, which I think is like an amazing amount because when they're doing like thousands of tons.
No, it's you can actually. There was a 2 ounces of gold per ton is feasible to make money, and I've seen assays that come up as many as 10 ounces per ton. So it's not grams. You're mistaken. It's ounces
per ton. Okay, gotcha. Ounces per ton. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So Ecuador, they made this rule, and this goes back to this thing I was talking about, the Tayos Caves yesterday, that you can watch on Caramayo's channel, Caramayo Ahua, and I'll put his link up again. Hopefully I won't forget. But that's what they found. 10 times the amount per ton of ore in this place in Ecuador. And they wanted to cover it up so that the government, they made international law. It's called 666, that in any state where these things are discovered by explorers, 50% goes to the state. So they made this, it's actually called, what the hell did he call it? It's an actual law. It's like an international law, and it's actually 666. It says that whatever you find that's valuable, the state that you're in gets 50%. Ordinance 666.
Or it says or too.
If you're interested in that stuff, you might be interested in this movie I saw one time starring Matthew McConaughey called Gold, and he actually plays a guy that's what he does. You know, he's a what is it? Are these prospectors? I don't even know what they're called, but it's a very interesting movie, and it's the story's good, the performances are great. It's a really good film about.
All right.
That's what I do too. I'm a prospector for precious metals.
You have a crazy kooky hat and a great big old mustache and beard. I hope so.
Nope.
Aw, you're not living the true prospector life.
Come
on, Mr. Pocket.
You know, if you go and you look up precious metals, don't give you really much of any clues other than where they're mining it and what it's worth and where you can buy it and where you can sell it. That's pretty much about what you'll get, and some neat pictures of them. If you ever notice, you only get 1 or 2 or 3, anywhere from 1 to 10 pictures of the actual element itself, and it's only in its metallic form. It's not even in its oxidized form. It's not even in all the forms that you can actually find it in, because it's usually it's a chemical. It's usually a chemically formed, and a lot of these metals aren't even they're sitting right next to you, and you wouldn't even know it just for the fact that they're not in their metallic form, and that's used to what you're seeing and thinking that's what it is.
Oh my God, possible bombshell I just discovered while looking that up. I was trying to find that law. You know what else I found? A whole bunch of other things that have 666. So hold on. Producing evidence, presumptions, and inference. Chapter 3, presumptions and inference. Article 4, presumptions affecting the burden of proof. Section 666. Holy crap. Okay, wait a minute. And that wasn't even what I was looking for. Whoa, that blew my mind. Wait a second. This is Universal Citation, California, something code 666. Any court of this state or the United States, or any court of the general jurisdiction in any other state or nation, or any judge of such a court acting as such, is presumed to have acted in the lawful exercise of its jurisdiction. This presumption applies only when the act of the court or judge is under collateral attack. Well, that's going to require more. Here, I'll leave this. I wasn't actually intending to pull up that citation, but here's the link. That's just one. Hold on. This is like getting deep now. What? I'm looking for that one law that when. Oh, man. Where is this? There's a Missouri Bill 666 would protect lynching of black men. The papacy. Okay, hold on. I'm hot micing. Wait a minute. Here's another one. gencourt.state.nh.uss New Hampshire law. Chapter 666, provision for purity of elections. Section 666, colon 1666, colon 1. General penalty. Any person guilty of or offense against any provisions of the laws relating to elections for which no penalty is specified shall be guilty of a violation if a natural person is guilty of a misdemeanor if any other person. Wait a second. They put the words natural person. That's something you need to keep in mind. Okay, so if you're at, oh, never mind. Okay, that's too much. Anyway, the point was, I was trying to get to the part about exploration and discoveries of valued treasures or whatever, but I can't seem to find it. Might be Ecuadorian law, could be. Interesting stuff, though, huh? Okay, I found a link that is going with what I was saying about in Ecuador, the Tayos Caves. I put it in the live stream. This has been covered up. The discoveries happened right in 1960. Well, from late 50s to 1969, 68, 69. Oh, and through the 70s. Until they stopped it. And then took over. They took who stole the gold? Avenues of gold there were. In this underground world. So do more research on the Tayos Caves. Watch Carameo's channel. That's what I would say. If you're interested in the topic. 1 second.
I always thought it was interesting that they call things like gold limited resource. I always wondered if that's a lie, because I always kind of thought, isn't gold, all that stuff doesn't the earth produce it? So why would it be just like oil? Why would it be, limited? I would think that it's always going to be somehow creating more.
It probably is.
It does. Like I was saying, doesn't come in a metallic form. There's many other forms that it comes in.
So look, it probably oozes out of the quartzite, and it's probably in a semi-amorphous state as well. Going back to the thing I was saying about glass in the very beginning.
Thought it was interesting too what you said about all the different rocks you find and stuff in the creek beds and how they all got there. When you said that, I started thinking not only how do they got there, but just how many different types there are, and do they all serve somehow a purpose in making this whole system function?
Yeah, like where did they all come from? Even like did they just go through the local mountains and pick up that many different varieties of minerals? Like it seems like it's just. Like we talked about, ancient layers upon ancient layers. We have no idea. There are probably civilizations down there. It's just all covered up. It's turned into rubble. And someone centuries later, like me or you, are walking through a creek bed and we're picking up all these pieces of like civilization, and the foundational stones that were there, bricks or whatever they were using, is all like there in front of me. It's crazy. Like when you,
it's just really funny when you do that and you find one that just doesn't seem to fit. It's so out of place. How did it get? How did it get here?
Yeah, that's like cool, all of a sudden you find rose-colored quartz or something like, and it has a surface to it that's white, and it looks like it was marked up when it was partly clay or something. Like it's got an outside. It's got an outside skin or texture to it, like it had rolled around when it was like still in a mud or something. And it's got etchings on there. And there was a time I have this one, it looks like it's an etching from a human. It almost looks like it's a directed thought. Like, I don't know how you could make a pattern like that in nature, but I suppose those kind of things in nature are possible. Random scratching on boulders isn't necessarily any kind of human interaction, but it could be. That's very intriguing to me. So I keep looking to see if I find something amazing when I'm in places like that, because I've never really found like arrowheads or anything like that, but I've always been fascinated in that kind of thing, or finding like ancient treasures, which people have, like even behind their houses and their yard. These people dug up a jar, and they found these vacuum jars, big jars, right? Sealable jars, vacuum jars, like you do your jarring, you do jams, jellies, preserves, put them in big jars. They found a couple of these jars full of Spanish doubloons.
That's wild. You ever pick up a rock on a shoreline and toss it out into the lake and think to yourself, no human will probably ever touch that rock again?
Yeah, that's just not true. Like,
Well, and that's what I was thinking too when you were saying about just picking up rocks in a creek bed. Sometimes I'll do that and I'll pick it up and think, am I the only person that's ever held this rock, you know?
yeah.
It's fascinating.
Someone else was looking at it. They had their house of stone built on it. Like, literally. So I see these big, like, okay, there's this place where the highway cuts through this canyon, right? So it's kind of going up a hill. It goes up probably a couple thousand, well, maybe 1,000 feet, maybe 1,500 feet. But there's a big canyon there, and it used to be like a duck pond or a canoeing, like they made it into a canoeing place. Like there was water there. Let me see. And until 1915, when they had the World's Fair here in San Diego, they cut through it and put one of the highways through that thing that used to have water down, you know. Now, on the outsides of the highway, it's got bridges that go across. It's got a couple footbridges. It has bridges that the Army and the military built because they were using that as the recruit training, I think, in the First World War. But so, like, you got these other things, highway interpasses that are closed off. No, they no longer go through there, but you can go to these places. So along the sides are these trails. Down below where the highway is where there was water all the time. So they ended up like they screwed up the whole water system where all these naturally run things they made concrete so it wouldn't stay in its natural boundary, so they could direct it to what part of the harbor they wanted the water to go to. So when they built all these freeways and stuff, they built that concrete infrastructure in underneath for all the water to be directed and changed the path of the San Diego River. So it would go straight west, but it used to go south and used to go through Old Town San Diego. And every several 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, every so often, it would flood. Half of the whole entire city would wash downstream and get washed away. I see photos.
They flooded back in the day. They flooded whole towns, haven't they? When they've like wanted to build a dam and wanted to build a lake, they'll.
Oh yeah.
You know, if the town doesn't have much big population and it's not really. They've done that before, right? Flooded an entire town.
Totally. Georgia had no lakes, but there were ancient Aboriginal American villages throughout all of this place: Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky. Civilization cities were there, and they flooded them. They said that northern Georgia didn't really, in the old days, didn't really have any of its own lakes at all. They're all man-made. Isn't that crazy? Oh my God, my channel has 566 subscribers.
Yeah, it's crazy just to think how much the landscape has changed, especially when you talk about rivers. They do blasting and move an entire river and change, stack a bunch of dynamite somewhere and move an entire river. It's amazing.
Yeah, and who's doing the work?
So let me see. Where was I looking up?
Africa right now is building one of the biggest dams in the world history. Right now, it's absolutely just ridiculously huge. Like,
wrong one. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to post this one again about the Taos Caves. I think it's about almost 2 hours long, but you can watch that on your own. Where'd it go?
Developers would do that to towns too, right? Or not just developers, but like people that were mining for gold and oil. And if they found oil on a certain part of land and people were living there and those people didn't want to leave their land or sell, and they had a water supply that they relied on, they just changed the direction of that water supply, and then people be forced to sell and move because now they got no more water.
Yeah, that video on the Taos Caves by Karameo Awa is an hour 16. So it's something to listen to so you can pay attention because it's truly freaking amazing. This thing that was going on, Neil Armstrong went on, astronaut went on one of the expeditions to this place. Why? Why is this Apollo Freemason, who's well known to keep secrets very well, like example, Bart Cerbell goes and interviews him. He almost got punched out, or was he the one that actually did punch him? Anyway, I digress. But and so I'm going to put the one on the Georgia lakes too. But there's this whole series of Wisconsin Pyramid Lake. That's underneath there. There's pyramids in Wisconsin. Let me see. So
Hey, yeah, share that with me because that's where I live. I didn't know that. I can actually go and visit that. That'd be awesome.
You live in Wisconsin? Oh, holy shit! Let me find it for you. This is a trip. This is what
there is an actual place too. I think it's a state park. That's like a couple hours from me that actually has like a half-built pyramid. I'll see if I can find it and share it.
Pyramid Lake, and there's civilization underneath there. Under there was probably a whole entire civilization. Where is that? I'm looking through this guy Carameo's channel, if you're wondering what I'm talking about. Where is that? It's got to be under Secret Cities, or okay, hold on. Shadow of Atlantis. 1 second. No. Getting closer. Let's see. The fascinating subject. It goes to far and wide as far as histories or myths. Let's see, which one is that? Here's one. It's got the one about the rock walls of Texas. History or myth, Indian legend of ancient giant races. 1 second. The Piazza bird drawing on the Alton Bluffs above the Mississippi, which I have witnessed myself. As a little kid, my dad was taking us sailing. We went all the way up to Hannibal, Missouri, and saw the caves and the whole town that what's his name wrote Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn, you know. So we used to sail up the Mississippi. That's where I learned how to sail on the Mississippi River. That's a whole different experience. Try sailing on the Mississippi River. You got a current of about 3 to 5 miles an hour, continuously. Trying to find the one on Georgia. The Georgia. Because it's.
So I just posted it in the live stream voice text the state park and a couple of pictures of the pyramid structure that's at the park. Pretty interesting. It's not, it looks incomplete, but it's still impressive nonetheless. It's just strange that what's it doing here in Wisconsin? It's so funny.
I'm going to find it, I guarantee you. So here's the one on self-explanatory. That one is going to be all different parts. So Kentucky, ancient history or annals, that's going to be Kentucky. Atalans, Istacans.
Where does that
They were Aztecans, like
Where does that come from?
Atlantans.
What? I watched that video, and it was kept on mentioning Atlantis, right? Atl, ATL, space.
Yes.
Where does that come from? Did they find that in writings or tablets or something from that site, or what?
It's an American dialect. It comes from the original, whatever that was, this what do they call it? They think it's the nucleus of the whole, one of the predecessors of, the original inhabitants of America were like the Proto-Aztecians, the Mexica, those people, right? And so those are dialects that are like Atl, Atalan, those are all the Talatl, like they have all these towns in almost every of the ancient cities that are Atl in it. It's an American dialect. So I would suggest, I'm trying to find videos for you guys because it's fascinating. Check out the guy's channel, and
I'm glad you brought that point about the Atlans, because look at the name of the state park in Wisconsin.
Yes. So
They just threw a Z in it.
AI just put a message, just a friendly reminder that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. So we need to pay attention to our prime purpose here. I guess he's trying to say don't get too far off track. I agree. So we can get back to flat earth and staying vigilant with that cause. These are other things that are like effects, phenomenon, if you will, that we can see about history and so forth, about where we actually are. It's a never-ending fascination for me. So yeah, let's stick with the earth. Is there anybody new? And I'll probably take a little break here to get outside in a little while. It takes me a while to get ready. I'll be listening in.
It's an interesting subject. I appreciate you sharing that stuff.
You see, like the Phoenicians, they wonder who all these people were. Who were the sea people? So this is the topic actually I'm talking about. But like I said, I don't want to hold the live stream hostage. So
it's interesting because that's sort of stuff I was into before I came across flat Earth.
Yeah.
and it seemed like I reached a dead end as far as being able to find out any more information about it. And then when I arrived to Flat Earth, boom, there's all this extra information about it. It's like, okay, that's weird, cool. But anyway, yeah.
I think I've discovered a gold mine of information through this one guy, and there's others ones on people's Twitter pages and stuff. There's someone named what is his name? Waking Up with Analog. He's one of them. He has these people have gathered this information from primary sources. So it's like we've done with the Earth and so forth to get down to the nitty gritty of what we can prove and can't prove. These people are gathering this information from primary sources. And when you watch through hundreds of hours like I have of this information, you start grasping a whole different picture of what was really going on, where the origins of all of us really are from, is pointing more towards where everyone in the ancient, or as far as we know, like anyone can tell, the remains of Atlantis, they were here. This place. Before it got destroyed, the antediluvian world was here. The actual ancient world was here. The old world is here.
Is here.
It got destroyed.
It's funny you said that, because that's exactly what I was going to say before AI said what he said, so I shut up. But I was going to say, yeah, the lost city of Atlantis is here.
It is here.
It's here in America.
It got destroyed by a flood, and the Nephilim and all of them. We're seeing the proofs of all of that. That they did have these giant people. Look at the primary sources. Don't listen to me. Go look at Go look at books written, and I would suggest people start collecting books of this history and dig into it, because there's just an endless amount of these primary sources that hasn't even been gone over, and most people don't know anything. Like, they don't know about the flat Earth itself or the world outside we actually exist in and operate in. We know just as little about history as we do about that. And then blindfolded with this globe nonsense, it all ties in together. So this thing about history and where we actually are and these things, make up your own mind. Like that's where it's at. You got to go look yourself and spread the information like I'm doing in any way you can. Because we're going to get to the bottom of something. Okay, are we going to get to the bottom of everything about who and what and where is doing what? You know, what are they doing? Like, it'll start becoming a little bit more clear, even though it's still covered up by this fallacious scarf that's been put over our eyes. Thank you. So tell me that isn't tied into freaking FE, like, again. I mean, that's ridiculous. All this stuff about history, it ties into what? Like, the explorations going on. The sailors knew what was going on. How? Oh, they were using devices to measure elevation angles from the horizontal. Yeah. The age of discovery, the age of exploration, when they were making the first maps that we know of right after they started printing the first books. Interesting timing, eh?
That's a big one that gets me. Is all the navigation they used, everything was done on a presupposed flat, horizontal plane. And every time the Globers come in and try and debate, well, the section, is supposed to be used and stuff. It's they're like, on a globe, it's like you're missing the whole point. Everything they did, created, and used was presupposed on a flat horizontal plane. So you have to use that. Therefore, your globe is now gone.
Right. So show me their log books, which are public knowledge. The ones that are still out there, these actual log books and handwritten pen, handwritten pen. These log books from captains, ship's captains, first mates, like the navigators. They wrote log books. So show me where, when these log books, they weren't using a zero and writing down their calculations for elevation angles to find out where they are in latitude. Show me where they did that with any kind of globe. You're right. Ruhif was one of them. He got bludgeoned back into the Stone Age. My Sonny, you have such a such a vocabulary there, Sonny. People used to tease me about that. I'm like, it's all good. Sharpening the sword. I think when information really started coming to me is like when I just gave up and go like, okay, I'm not going to try to control this. I'm just going to receive the information. Just get out of the freaking way. I just had to relax and go, okay, I'm just ready to receive the information. I'm going to stop meddling with it with my secondary rose-colored glasses interpretation and just let the information flow in, and it has. And I'm like, it's freaking astounding.
You're letting the creator bring it to you.
Exactly. So I truly do have, I believe I've had a direct contact with whatever you want to call it. Some people call it the Akashic record. I think we have access to it because I have information, even just musically, that doesn't follow like roof. Non sequitur. It doesn't follow. It shouldn't be, but there it is. It is. I didn't study these kinds of music. They just come right through me. I go, where the hell did that come? That sounded Arabic. What the hell? I didn't set out to learn any Arabic. I feel it in my bones. All of those different varieties of music. It feels like it's coming through me. So the same thing with information. I just let go and I go, what is there left to know? Ask that question. A lot of times when I'm going to sleep, I'm just about to pass out. I just go like, can I know something more than that I don't know? Is there something I may be blocking the information for some reason? So like try to let it go. So I can be fertile soil in order for something to be
for an idea to be planted and grow,
to make root. For the ideas to make root, it has to have fertile soil. So but then again, there's always weeding to do in gardens. So like I got to get the weeds out of my head. We all still have them, man. They're lingering. I tell you what, they're not going to go away easy. And some of them may never go away in us because that's how strong, like whether it's nurturing or naturing, whatever it is, we got it. Whatever happened, you're not going to
That's a good point. It's there's always going to be that demon inside us.
Yeah, there's going to be parts that there's going to be negative parts that we're willing to give up. There's going to be negative parts of us and processes going on inside of us that we could willingly give up if we had paid attention, if we are able to pay attention to it. And some we're not willing to give up. So they say in certain groups that it's not good to go if you have those, which we know we all do. Carl Jung, 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 that doctor. If you ignore your shadow, you're going to project it out into the rest of the world. So same thing with being blocked, that shadow that's blocking my access to information coming from my personality. But I digress. Because I don't think flat Earth is just an external looking out. It becomes this both two-way mirror. We're looking out and we have no other choice now but to look within and find out what is inside of us. And I can't freaking minimize any part of my inventory as a person, as a human being, whatever.
You're a part of it. You're a part of the earth, you know? That's why. A lot of people, once they discover flat Earth, too, realize, you know, that our importance, and it is important, and it makes a difference in your life to know where you are and where you're standing.
Yeah.
And we are all a part of this system.
And it has a lot to do with shedding all of the constrictions and whether real or imagined, the challenges, whether real or imagined, the actual battles, the battlefield that we live in. You could think of it that way. In some ways, I mean, that may seem negative on the negative side of it, but what I'm trying to say is we have damages that have occurred, or let's say, usually, I would say those kind of things are a lot to do with our own makeup, and we may not be completely responsible for that. There's other aspects of us that seem to have this loop around pattern, if you know what I mean, as far as habits or certain things, that behaviors, like thought patterns, processes, like these things that we imagine, like I said, these structures we build up inside of ourselves to try to make sense of things, like because of the damage and the influences that structure has been altered away from what it was naturally ordained to be. So what I'm talking about fundamentally is it's more about me shedding away all the junk, all the garbage, like countering all of that. I got to counter my thinking processes. I got to ask it questions. Sometimes put it on trial and say, where did you come up with this shit? Like, you got to be kidding yourself. This conversation with myself.
Yes.
Because we have all these elements within us, all of them. We have 4 seats in this passenger car. And you can think of it that way. You got a driver, passenger, and you got the back seaters. There's some loop-de-loos in the back seat. You might want to be aware of them, because otherwise they're running havoc inside your moving car.
That was really well said.
Thank you. I had to discover these things on my own, because I didn't have anyone to show me the way. So I got lost a lot of times, taking a lot of alternate paths back and forth, got lost again, like back around to the forest, like see the same fucking trees. What am I doing here again? Like all of this stuff I had to like cut out the mapping system, cut out the all the belief systems, like get rid of the shit. It's just garbage. So go on to what's going on right now here today in this very moment as I speak. And I think, and I breathe. I'm sorry. I know I come kind of rapid fire, you guys. I hope you appreciate it. Listen, guys, I don't really know the value of what I'm speaking. Like that, there again, like sometimes it comes out of me like this babbling idiot, and I go, shut the fuck up. Like, I don't know who you are speaking through me. And so I had to become the one that was, of course, it's just part of growing up, right?
That's one of those backseat passengers you were just talking about. That's giving you those feelings.
And some of us, it takes a very long time to grow up, meaning to control the natural processes or characters, what I call them. They are characters. I talk to them as if they are characters, because they are. And some of them have really loud voices and are always vying for the bandwidth, trying to hog their way in. Now, those characters have a purpose, because one of them is the ego. And you're not going to do without the ego, because that's the structure or the part of ourselves and our personality that is going out into the world to make things happen, to actually interface with the rest of the world. That's kind of what your ego, that driver. So it gets pretty intense. See, I studied. I had to study myself. Like, what is really going on? Like, how can I know the real from the not real if I can create the not real in my mind and my real mind doesn't know the difference between what I create that is fake and what is real going through without the filters and comes through as a result of real or true? When all you have is your own personal reference standard to go by, it needs to be edited for errors or I'm going to lose my way in the moving place we live, this moving realm where everything's in motion, including our thoughts, ideas, and so forth. And I ramble on. So thanks once again. I thought I heard Max over there. Are you there still, Max? I guess he dipped in. Okay, so I really got far off track, and I meant to find this video about the Wisconsin lakes before I forget. Let's see. Oh, here it is. T-Dub, are you still there? T-Dub, are you still there? I see you in the chat still. I'll DM you something. I probably need to anyway, and friend you. I don't know. Like there's, oh yeah, oh that's right. Sometimes I forget Twad Wazzle is T-Dub. Here you go. Here's where Atoll. It's part of the Atlantis. So I finally found in the midst of all that conversation. It's sure hard to stay focused. What do you think? Yeah, I think it's been a great conversation. I love the conversation on here. I like to inspire myself and others by the conversation because like I said, once you discover that Earth is flat, stationary, and not in a vacuum of space, you get rid of all that nonsense, right? Look how much open we were after that to at least divulging new information, put it up for examination, to remove the hexation in my planetary citation.
That's why I think what you're talking about now, getting back into the actual history of this place, is important because now our eyes, we see the world differently and we can see through, a lot of the veil that's been shrouded over the histories, and it starts to make sense to us.
That's why I like,
see all these. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Finish your statement. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interject.
No, I'm done.
Okay. That's why I like to say a lot of the time, why do you think, NASA and all of them are pushing our eyes upward instead of looking at what we're standing on? They don't want us to look at this history and everything. Because the history's right there in front of you and below you. If you're too focused on going up and exploring up and what's out there, what's this, you're not going to be curious what the hell you're standing on or what's under you.
Yeah, they kind of gave us this message to his story, to listen to his story. So my story, it became a mystery. Like to them, we are a mystery. They got us looking at like a mystery when, look down. It's my story.
Observer.
It's my story on the ground. Who's on the ground? I look down. I see my feet, my ground, my feet. I'm here on the ground. It's my story, not a mystery. Those people that lived before me were living on the same ground I am in their feet. Wow, how did that come out rhyming? Oh, holy crap. See what I mean about not trying to control the knowledge like it just comes?
You know what else, too, guys, is that's one of the important things about becoming awakened to flat Earth, too, is because when that happens, you start to see things so much differently that even though you might not get the exact answers to the things you're looking into, they come to you automatically through the Creator, because you're just a sponge again, soaking up and being fed this information, and you know truth when you see it, and it's received to you through the Creator, and you don't need to see it in a book that's 1,000 years old. It just comes to you when you're exposed to like what we're talking about here, about these different civilizations here in America. It hits you like a light bulb. At least for me, it does on some subjects. I hope it does for you guys too.
It totally does. And this goes across controversial topics, such as how the Aboriginal Indian the Americans that were originally here became became the Negro. They changed it from American Indian to the Negro and into slaves. Hijacked them, hijacked everybody's freaking identity, everyone's. That's why it was important for us to not be looking down, to figure out where we really are. Is death to those people, the controllers. When we figure out who we really are, we've just been told a story, his story, and we forgot about my story.
Look at the scale too, and the planning of what you just said, and to achieve that. You think man can do that alone? I don't think so. There's something else steering that ship.
Well, that's why, with the flat Earth, there has to be, a creator, and with that creator has to be its opposite. Something that would want the destruction, and what better to ruin everything the creator makes than that?
Right. So
whether you want to call it the devil or whatever you want to call it, whatever your belief or faith is.
Your best proof is from yourself.
That's how I always see it. People are like, "Where's the good in the world?" It's like, well, if the evil's in the world, the good is out there. You just got to find it.
No, here, don't miss the hijack. Hold on. It's like, where's the good out there? It's in me.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You can be the good.
No, it has to start with me. It doesn't come from outside. Like if I'm looking for freedom, for virtue, for justice, I have to look inside myself first.
Yes.
It doesn't come. It's an internal thing. It's an internal process. That's part of the hijack. We got hijacked and told it comes from outside of us.
It is the hijack.
No, it's inside of us from the first place. We created upon our breath.
Yes.
All our power has been taken away.
We don't know who we are.
Been taken away.
That we've forgotten. So it's all right, but it is about our intentions, and our breath creates. We create. As I speak, it's being created. If His will is being done, then it doesn't matter what I say or how human I am. It shall be done. And if I'm just reverberating that, as you can hear my voice, I feel it in my room. Like, I don't know where this energy is coming from, how I was able to have breath and make up my own mind and change the reality I seemingly live in. Thank you. So there's incredible power in that, and it doesn't come from me, and I won't take credit for it.
Yeah, I can hear it. Something is definitely speaking loudly through you right now. And you got a lot to say. And I can hear it, bro. I can feel it too.
Yeah, my only thing is I have to be careful that I don't pile drive that like onto others. So I've tried to step back. And that's the only way I learned how to use this loud ass voice that can be the loudest voice in the room. That's why I make a really good singer. because I learned how to project this voice. Boom, and I'm barely even trying. So when I grew up a little bit, I can learn how to direct it in the right direction, and I partly learned how to do that, the correct avenue here at 24/7. To put it in logical sequence, because man, it's a maze up between our ears. Anyway, I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me share all that. It's a joy. It's a joy, and it's out of love.
I know, I get it, man. It's just there's certain topics. It's like every person is in tune with themselves, and they know what they are. You know, for me, it's like ancient history. You know, like how you love it and enjoy it. It's like the spirit of passion takes over you.
Yeah. So like as a musician, I've learned how to push myself all the way up to the very brink of that emotionality, and then not going over the waterfall though. And so I'm able to bring an audience to that kind of. That's my skill. That's my gift. So since I don't have you here in front of me, and I don't have this electric guitar that I could literally send shock waves through you because they're going through me, I've always felt that to be an incredibly powerful place to come from. And if I can direct that through this purpose of flat Earth, this place we truly are, I think it's going to be earth shaking.
You are reminding me of when you see the crazy homeless man standing on the corner shouting, and you think, look at this crazy guy. And then you go up to him and you actually listen to what he's saying, and you think, holy shit, this guy's not crazy. He's just talking truth.
No,
that's all you're doing, man.
You know what it is? No, it's John the Baptist screaming from the wilderness. Did people understand him? No. Hey, there's that guy again. God made that. Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the server. I don't think you have any roles. I'm not sure if you read the welcome. Are you there? You have control of your mic. God made that. Are you there?
Hi, how are you?
Hey, I think I've heard you before, and I'm very well. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Okay, cool. Glad you stepped in. I just sort of had a long rant. I got very up to that brink of emotionality and was able to still pull it off and still maintain some kind of logical thought. That can be a rare thing to happen, but I feel this sense of direction lately, a change, I'm going to say it, a rebirth of a sort. For me, it's a very difficult process. I have to go through tremendous amounts of emotional and physical pain in order to come through it. And for me, I'm the type of person that's happened over and over and over again. I'm used to it. Well, I can't say actually. I'm not going to say I'm ever used to it. It's just as hard every freaking time. But I never had a place that I could just like let this information out and feel okay about it until I came here. So I'm just giving all kudos, all props to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Thank you to everybody who contributes, the founders, the admin, all the moderators, all of our Gold Plus and Gold members, and valued silvers, and all of you, all the way to you VC check-in people that just got here just now or are listening on YouTube or any of the other media streams that we are broadcasting to. I hope you hear me. Thanks for letting me speak. And I'm gonna yield the floor. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, bro, you're on a roll. I was hoping you weren't going to say that because you've been on fire, and I'm loving every minute of it. I knew that was coming, though. But thanks for sharing all that, Sonny. You're an amazing person. Hey, thanks for telling me, too, about that glass thing. I didn't know that, so I just learned that today for the first time about glass. That was fascinating.
Yeah, I'm just another old soul, just on the hillside. Same.
Oh, you're just a dirty hippie.
Our clients are going to get serious plan to turn lab results from all of the region into an investment in the state of it.
Hey, I'd like to get a clip of that, man, because I'm never going to hear that again if I don't.
Actually,
You can go to YouTube and record it.
Yeah, I'm just no good at it. Like Clipcord, these other people are just brilliant at getting those clips out. I'm like, it's still not easy for me to do.
I was going to say Clipcord, usually when somebody asks him to do that, he has it done in like, just a few minutes, and he's like, got it.
Oh,
he's great at that.
Okay, so let me go look on the live stream right now. I don't know if I got the timestamps right. Well, I know it's today. I can get it from the YouTube live stream. I just copy that, drop it. I think I can drop it right into Audacity.
It's interesting too what you're saying about all the sailors back in those days and how they all knew that the Earth was flat. And then when you start to think about when they started pushing the heliocentric model and everything, it's surprising that it actually got to the point it is, because you would think with as important trade routes and shipping was in those days across the water, you'd think it wouldn't have worked, that nobody would have gone along with it.
Mm-hmm. And then you had all those people from those days are where all those people came. I mean, like once you get past the Greeks, then you got the Renaissance, then that's when you have all this stuff happening. So, or those eras, just to get an idea of what period I'm talking about. But so yeah, that was top secret information, and these people were involved with the printing of books. Those are the same people that decided, like at that time, well, we're going to just like tell people they're in a ball that we're we're going to go along.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I guess the ship captains in those days, they didn't own the boat; that they were owned and controlled by whoever their king or queen or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're just another cog in a wheel. They didn't have a voice really.
Yeah.
Unless they want to, if they said anything, they'd lose their ship. So.
Yeah. So could you tell me, like, check it out. You're a captain, and you're getting elevation angles, and that's the way they're making it. And those are recorded things. That you have a Jesuit guard on board your ship, overlooking. Like, there's some Jesuit overlooking. Like, you better not say it's flat. No matter what you find here, you better not say it's flat. And the army's like these garrison of soldiers that are on your galleon, I'm sorry, we're directed by the First Order of the Vatican. We're in charge of this exploration. You're backed by these people, and you're gonna not let any of this top secret information about where you're going on this flat world to anyone. So can you imagine what's hidden down in the Vatican? In those archives?
I always wondered because if you look at the timing of the age of exploration, all the supposed guys who started believing and supposing the globe happened right as the age of exploration started kicking in.
Yes. And
it's just convenient timing. Those ideas both happen to come up at the same time.
Totally is. And on the British side of it, John Dee writing to Mercator, or vice versa, rather, whatever way it was. Mercator writing to Dr. John Dee, like the first. Who is this guy? Like Elizabeth I, close confidant. Like this is like high order nobility in the court, right to the Queen directly. I have the Queen's ear. John Dee, right? And this guy Mercator is giving the information as it's coming, apparently, straight from the horse's mouth. People out there on the field, in the ships. And then so you have some very interesting ideas of what the world was with a central magnetic mountain called Mount Meru. And then you go to people in Nova Scotia or the very high up north in Canada, and those people that like the Inuits and those people that their traditions of what are there match these weird creatures and stuff and legends. One-footed thumpers, like weird stuff, man. What is that about, you know? Bam!
It's funny when you think about the phrase, what a tangled web we weave, how intertangled everything literally is with each other. Like everything has to rely upon each other to exist.
Yeah, so how all that ties into our life, and then what we're talking about, the age of exploration and maps and all that. Wow. Holy crap, where we really are, how Atlantis ties into all that, the first seafarers, the Mayans. What do you think those big, huge, perfectly spherical balls in Costa Rica are? Weighing tens of tons. Expert navigators. The Olmecs, Toltecs, like we don't even have the correct names of the original people that were here, but we all came from here. I believe we more all came from here than anywhere else. So I say, don't let them tell you any different. We're all from here. How about them apples? Talk about earth smashing. So I promise I'll get up and do something else. Yeah, I was on a roll. Thanks for letting me. Hope it does.
Yeah, that is so much more interesting to think about too than outer space. Fuck outer space,
isn't it?
Man, my head is swimming right now.
So I say, go out and find out who your original tribe was, because no doubt they probably came from here. All of us, like that, I think is the major hijack of all, the biggest one of all. Is that where we all originate from? You can find out from the most ancient peoples that were here are telling us. They were writing in Scythian and all the 10 lost tribes, the Hittites, the whatever, Amorites, Moabites, Moab, Judah, Utah. It's in the origin of words too, or words, all to the origins, and you find out like they're lost over there on the other side of the Atlantic. They thought it was Africa first, and then the ones that started studying America were it's Clovis first, and they all have put the wool over our eyes with all of it. So that's right, Stan, and I'm gonna get up. Nice talking with you guys.
How are they controlling the masses though before they came up with this lie to trick everybody? Was it just the sword? Is that how they just kept people in line before they started to come up with this mind fuck?
No, it's the literal physical authority over others. Somewhere way back, someone and another someone said, we're going to be the ones that rule over others. And we're going to make sure we maintain that forever. How are we going to proceed? So those people, they just made an agreement. They made an agreement amongst themselves. They made an agreement amongst themselves a long, long time ago. Now, how that actually occurred, that they were actually able to pull off what they pulled off, but they are still in charge, and they have still maintained their agreement through any kind of processes that have happened in human civilization.
Well, I know they used to use their knowledge of the sky clock to control people, right? Because they knew how that worked somehow and how it all operated, and they knew when there was going to be a certain event in the sky, and they could use that to scare the population into doing whatever they wanted them to do, right? But I was thinking, so after that, though, man, it's an amazing thing. I always thought that was weird too, just having a king or a queen. I always thought, man, how could anybody, follow something like that?
Some groups want that. They want leadership. They look up to somebody to guide them, to help them. They see that some people have their shit together more than others. Mm-hmm. And then they go to those people with the problems that they encounter in their everyday lives, intermingling with each other, and say, how do we sort this shit out? And the guy with the wisdom will say, we'll do this, do that. And they go, wow, you're great. You're going to be our leader. We're all going to come to you for advice and whatever, and then they venerate that person, and we have this natural instinct to want to follow somebody or be guided, because that's the natural structure of family, right? We have a matriarch and a patriarch system within families,
That's another thing I like about Flat Earth too, is it helped me. Like, I don't want to follow anybody. I want to walk with all you guys just together. And I love listening to you guys talk, and I feel like that's when you talk about somebody following a leader and needing that. Eventually, though, that relationship starts to hurt that other person, and you would think once that happens, they would walk away, but it doesn't happen.
Yeah. Well, I think they first did it, like you said, with the sword, because they decided, okay, in order for us to have more swords than them, we have to have more money. So in order to control the money, we're going to have to do certain things, and we're going to control the information as well. If we go that far, we're going to control all the information. These other people, these peasants, we won't call ourselves peasants. We'll be nobility. We'll be able to tell them. How can we do that, right? So they go, control the money, control the law, control what people's idea is of both, and where you're actually standing, convince them they're living somewhere completely different than where they really are, that they're from somewhere they're not, to change their identity against their will is the only way we can accomplish our goal.
That's where the Jesuits came in after 1565, is they basically took over education, took over government, took over religion. And you can actually look back and go, it was government and religion. Now it's government and science. That's basically, runs the world now. Because the people that ran religion, the priests, have become the scientists. And once the Jesuits took over the Catholic Church, then they became the scientists, and that's where we are today. And obviously they use the news media to, as their lackey.
It's almost
I just
like
remember
people...
too in those times that the normal people didn't have books. They weren't allowed to read. That was only for the controllers. They had knowledge. They could, like the Bible, for instance. A common man couldn't read the Bible. It was only for the priests, right? They were the only ones who could read the Bible.
Yeah, before Martin Luther and Erasmus took the Latin Vulgate, that the Catholic priests could only read, that they wouldn't allow the the peasants to read, the Erasmus, and then Luther, and the guy in Britain. I keep forgetting his name. 1516, 1517, and 1522. Tyndale's his name. They decided to take the Latin Vulgate, which was very corrupted, which was okayed by the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church never let you read, and they Tyndale did it for the people in the UK. Luther did it for people in Germany, and that's the beginnings of the Protestant Reformation that we're all also acquainted with.
Almost like the people have exchanged one white robed figure for another white robed figure.
They did. They said goodbye to the doctors of divinity and welcomed the doctors of science. And all they did was morph from one to the other, and governments were always there to back it up.
Well, leaders have always had like wise men, advisors, sages, and that's like when they don't have an answer, they don't know what to do. They go to their advisors, whether they be like religiously based or whatever, and those guys might have their own nefarious intentions, right?
There's one aspect about that whole thing that I struggle with understanding, and maybe it's not for this stream, but yeah, it's probably, maybe I shouldn't bring it up. It's not really on topic. It's interesting to think about how it all works, though, because it seems like all the rulers everywhere are kind of all working in unison together. And yeah, whatever. Not going to go there. You might have a good perspective on that, Jim. Maybe I'll DM you.
It's almost like they have an unspoken rule between each other, kind of like it's a Fight Club rule. It's like we may mess with each other, but we're not going to jeopardize each other's leadership of their own people. Kind of deal.
You know what? Fuck it. Okay, this is where I was going with that. So where I was going with that is, are they, the people that are in the positions of power to push these things, are they communicating somehow with a overlord, so to speak? One central character? Or is that character working individually inside of each one of those persons? You know what I mean?
I don't think we really know. There's 4 power pyramids of the world that I'm familiar with. And one of them has one identity, the other one has another identity, another one has another identity. But the power pyramid, as you look as the pyramid goes down and you go through these societies and these TV executives and TV stations, cable stations, you get to the very bottom. There are no politicians. On any 4 of them, there are no politicians. That's how important politicians are to running this world. So you could say elections are too important to leave them up to the voters. When we vote, it is a waste of time. So don't work in the system. I used to totally disbelieve that. Stayed up until 2:30 on November 9th, 2016, till they called Pennsylvania for my boy. And the next day was absolutely awesome for me because Hillary went down and my boy got elected, right? And so that was just me being, I don't know, I was old enough to realize it was bad, but I was just stupid. And it took something that happened 39 months ago to make me realize that I've been lied to my whole life and that voting doesn't matter. If voting mattered, they wouldn't let us do it. So I feel bad for people who still believe in the voting process. You see it all the time, everywhere. People talk about, Let's get Biden out. Trump's coming back. Blah 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 blah. DeSantis. It's just it's a waste and futility because the people that run this world we never see and we never vote for.
I agree.
How are they given their marching orders? Is what I'm wondering.
Code.
Those people that we never see. You know what I mean?
It's just a loosely structured structure. It's just like I think it's like they're not really in control. I think like it was said, I think they know the energy or something where it's the best time to do, I don't know, whatever it is they're doing. They must have some kind of angle on what the energy in the sky is doing, how that affects us down here or something like that. I don't know. It's
see off the live stream, you could actually, say things that aren't recorded and you get a pretty decent idea. I'm not saying everybody's idea or my idea is the correct one, but you can just throw ideas around. But the idea that that we're it, in this world, there is no universe outside of what we are here, and that we actually have a sidereal rotation of the sky that translates motion down to the earth. Now, whether you think that motion, that medium, that mechanism is the ether or not, I really don't know. I don't care. But just that idea alone is so foreign to people. I mean, just so foreign to people. You say that to somebody and they go, "What the hell are you talking about?" And it's a fascinating concept to know that we are here and we are created by a creator. And we've been taught since they took God out of public schools in 1962 with Engel versus Vitale and Supreme Court decision that two people cannot get together and pray. And then the same year, we got Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco, which said sex, drugs, and rock and roll was the way to go. And before the end of the decade, we had Woodstock, and what's funny? We had Woodstock and the Apollo 11 moon landing all in the same month in July of 1969. Both of them, same month. I just find that fascinating. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Yeah, we got it, man, right? Oh, and guess what? We went to the moon, too. Isn't this wonderful?
Ironic, isn't it? 1969 is the year it got legalized. They knew what they were doing.
It's funny too to think that all those people thought they were freeing themselves and breaking away from the system, but really they weren't. They were doing exactly what the system wanted them to do. They wanted them on drugs and not carrying.
For all of you that have some sort of video camera, most football fields are, within a few miles of pretty much all of us. I just say, if you just want to have fun, just take a 2x4, take your camera out, if you can set up whatever camera you have, put it on video, go at the 40-yard line, 50-yard line, right in the middle, and turn it on and just walk to the end zone, walk to the goalpost, the 60 yards away, 70 yards away. Just walk to the goalpost in the middle of the field, end zone to end zone, and just do it yourself. Just do it yourself and see what disappears. It disappears bottom up. You are on a perfectly flat surface that you disappear bottom up. Now, what does that remind you of? It's not going over the curve because the football field is not built on a curve, end zone to end zone. And so it's just fascinating that they like to think that bottom up means over the curve. Bottom up means no, it's your perspective and it's your angle. And that's all it is. But they want to tell you that it's over the curve. And all I can say is obviously we're not going to, the 5,000 members of Globerville, that we encounter here online that are, sycophants and lackeys for McToon and FTFE and not Professor Dave, they aren't going to listen to us. But it's possible if we get those online, get them on YouTube, send them to our friends, send them to Instagram, send them to Facebook, and then they share them, with their family. Maybe people start to go, oh, things over the curve don't mean a ball. Things that disappear bottom up don't mean a ball. It means, your angular resolution, your angle, whatever it is. But I think it's just fascinating. All of us who have a video camera can find a football field. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it next week as soon as the rain stops here. And I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to have fun with it. I'm going to send it everywhere.
What did you say excuse me. What is the elevation of your camera supposed to be when you do that?
Oh, I think you just have to that's a really great question. I think you just have to do something because, we say that things disappear bottom up. The sun moves away and it disappears bottom up. So if you want to say, and obviously, when we look at a sunset, we're, 8 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet, 20 feet, above, the water. So it's a good question. I would say this, practice, take a couple 2x4s out and just practice. If you make 2 or 3 videos, that's cool. But you got to remember, we're really small when we're on the ground looking at a sunset. We're really small on the ground looking at a boat disappear bottom up. We're really low on the ground looking at Chicago 50 miles away. Maybe we can't see the whole bottom of it. So we're really small. We're really close to the ground. So your camera can be really close to the ground. Obviously, you don't want to have it at eye level, which of course you can't do because you can't. I guess you could burrow in the ground, make it, make a hole and put the camera right there if you want to. But I would just practice, because the camera's close to the ground, but in reality, you're close to the ground too when you look at a sunset, look at boats over the horizon, look at Chicago over Lake Michigan. So just, practice with it and see what you see.
If it's coming between you and a new grill with the words "sub-assembly required," come to Ace, because Ace offers free assembly and delivery on your new grill. So get a Traeger Woodbella grill, a Weber gas grill, or a Big Green Egg Charcoal grill. It's great for brands and service at a warehouse. Stop by your local Ace this Saturday and see our best grills in action. You were waiting for a sign that it's time to finally tackle that window project. Here it is. Renewal by Anderson's incredible window replacement kit. Get all the benefits of our exclusive replacement window process. You're going to save a lot of money while you're at. Call Renewal by Anderson today.
I'm not hot micing it, Mike. Can you guys hear that background noise?
Yeah, I can hear the background noise a little bit. I thought it was you. We couldn't hear you very well, but
no, I can actually hear. I can almost hear the thing. I can listen to that.
Yeah, I got the TV on.
No, it's okay.
I'm gonna shut it off.
Are you watching CNN?
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm not even watching anything. I just turn this thing on and it's just on.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, I know. I was actually just thinking earlier, why can't I just throw this thing out the goddamn window?
Yeah, I got rid of mine.
No matter every time I come into the room, though, I turn it on. I'm not necessarily watching it, but I turn it on. I don't even know why.
I did that for background noise for like a year, 18 months, so I wouldn't feel alone. And then when I moved to Michigan City and I had a chance to set it up for February 6th, I just kind of said, screw it. And the thing's sitting in my bedroom now, not being used, and I have nothing to do with it. But I say $51 a month, which is cool. But, and if I want to watch something, I watch Pluto TV on my laptop here. You know, it's old stuff. And guess what? If I want to binge watch Star Trek from 1966 to 69 with Kirk and Spock, I can. And then I can realize how much they shoved relativity down my throat back then, even though I didn't know what it was. And they shoved planets down my throat too. It's the most fascinating thing. I just laugh. I mean, the whole idea behind warp drive and the bending and warping of space-time and going back into time, like they told you, is relativistic. I mean, it's general and special relativity, but we didn't know it. You know, we didn't know it back then. We don't know it now, unless you're acquainted with it. They pushed Einstein's relativity down our throat, and we had no idea they were doing it.
You know, that's funny you were saying, too, about how on the ships they used to have a Jesuit priest on the ship to control things. They do the same thing in Hollywood now, too. On every, movie production, there is someone there to make sure certain information either gets left out or gets put in to every television show, every movie.
Yeah. So, Paul V., here's both parts 1 and 2 of The Lost Pyramids of Rock Lake, Wisconsin, Sunken Civilization. Parts 1 and 2 is in the live stream voice text right now, and I'll also DM it to you, bro. Let's see. So I remember who I'm speaking to. There's so many people we talk to on here. It gets amazing. Yeah, we were just writing. Yeah, you sent me one. Here, let's see, which one's that? 1 second. So I start doing what I say I'm going to do, and
I completely forgot about that. I'm glad you just came back in.
I did too, and we spent all that time having that long conversation for what, about 4 hours? Yeah. and because I have so many reference points in my mind, like I was going through that talk about the different topics. I have links almost for every single topic, so I have to go back and remember, like, what was I talking about again? Where is that link again? Like, I lose my place. But here you go. So the live stream has that. And I have stories about giants stories of giants and civilizations that cover almost every single state in the Union. Isn't that crazy? That's how much research I've done on like things like that. I've delved heavily into all of those topics for many hours and hours.
One of these days, Sonny, I'm gonna have to pick your brain because I've done the same thing. I'd like to compare and look at some of the stuff we found.
Exactly, that's what it's all about. Let's see. I'm trying to paste this successfully. Here we go. Oh, there we go. And that should be 1 and 2. Oh, right, did it right. Cool.
See, that's crazy too. I've lived here my whole life and I never heard of this before.
Isn't that wild? Wait till you hear what's actually involved with this. It's going to completely blow your mind, not only about Wisconsin, but about all the other places, because I've listened to these documentaries for at least several hours on almost every state in the Union. Listen to someone reading out of the old newspaper firsthand accounts of things going all the way back to Joseph, whatever his name is, finding the Micmac plates where he got the Book of Mormon from. It's like Egyptian hieroglyph. a metal library, just like they're talking about in Ecuador with the Tiles Caves. Mic drop. Boom. Isn't that crazy? Like that's what these are the little loose ends that have been like in the last couple days, even that from this one tied together all these other ones. So I suggest you watch Caramayo's video first. If this particular topic shit, where did I lose my track again? Dang. I'll remember it. Just give me a couple minutes. Some fast-moving freaking cognitions going through Sonny's brain. I miss the train.
There's always another train, Sonny.
Missed the train because you're stuck in the flat game.
It came speeding through like a locomotive through my brain. It went by so fast it was like a comet.
I think all of us should go into our local library and go into the non-science, go into the non-fiction area where they have astronomy and where they have, information on planets. And all of us should go up to the front desk and complain that the planets and astronomy should be in the fiction section. I think we should all do that.
Yeah, really. Yeah, you need to can you make a correction? Can you talk to the director of this place? Make a correction in your catalogs there, because you got some science fiction and it's placed in the fiction section.
Yeah.
Can you go be the annoying, like scratchy freaking nails on the chalkboard voice?
You know what you do, Sonny? You go in there. You go. I see your astronomy is in the non-fiction area. Can you prove it's non-fiction?
Oh my goodness. I know. I have to pick me up a pocket protector to do that. Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Make sure you pick up a pair of BCG's birth control goggles.
Oh yeah, mine are almost thick enough already. So
I walked in. I feel like second or third time I went into the library here in Michigan City. It's a nice library, and I walked in, and on the pole, I'll be politically correct when I say this. On the pole to my right, they had a sign that talked about 2-year-olds and above, wearing something, And I saw that, and it's just like, I can't even get in the freaking library without being told I need to wear something. And so I went back to the reference desk, and I said, do you have anything on terrain theory? And the guy looked at me and went, what? And it's just like, oh my God. First of all, I'm propagandized when I walk in, and then they don't know what terrain theory is. It's like, okay, who cares? And then you go back to the back, and they got the astronomy. They got every single planet in a book, and it's all in nonfiction. I'm going, what do I even try? Oh, it's terrible, man. I tell you, Rockefeller did a great job on us in 1902 and 1920. When he took over education and when he took over medicine in 1902 and took over education in 1920, he did a real thorough job with that money.
All they really had to do is convince our grandparents.
That's it.
That's it. Done deal.
I just want to know, and I just want to know when the globe showed up in the classroom. That's all I want to know. When the first globe showed up in the first USA classroom, that was the beginning of the end for the truth. I just want to know what year that was.
Both my grandparents were taught about, the Earth being flat when they were in elementary school. Because my one was like in the 98, and the other was like 101, and they remember it being taught flat when they were in school.
Are they still with us, or are they passed away?
Yes, they both are.
They're still here?
Yep.
Cool. Mm-hmm. I think you should have them come on. You should have them come on, tell their story. It'd be cool.
That'd be pretty awesome. I don't know if they would, just because, they're very, not technologically, scared. They just don't like it. They use what they have to, but other than that, they're like, I'd rather just not.
If they come in and tell their story, it'd be on YouTube and we could pass it around.
I might be able to record it and then post it on here for you guys. I think that'd be a really good thing to do.
I think it'd be
That's what I was just going to say. You should sit down with them, talk to them, have a conversation with them, and record it.
Yeah. Just have my phone recording and just not say things to be, hey.
I just want to know, when I went into kindergarten, I'm going to date myself. When I went into kindergarten in 1964, I remember that day. For some reason, I remember that day. But I also remember I was into the, to the globe thing all the way back then. And so, obviously I saw a globe by the teacher's desk and I thought it was cool. So, that was 64. I want to know, both my parents are gone, and so I can't ask them. But I want to know, was it in the classroom in 1944? Was it in the classroom in 1934? That's what I want to know.
Jim and I are only about a month apart in age.
Yeah.
The same year. And it happens to be 1958, the year NASA was created.
Yeah.
Hey.
Funny how Universal Pictures had the globe on their movies before they even openly came out and discussed the globe.
Yeah, 1910, 1915, 1920. And I can say this, it's not that big a deal. I remember, they say Hollywood, is Hollywood pushing the envelope, or are they just repeating what the culture says? In 1933, Hollywood came out with a movie, some sort of film, black and white, obviously, just very new, that had a woman diving into a pool and had her whole backside exposed. I mean, that was just like a huge thing back then. You never saw that anywhere in the real world, but Hollywood showed it in 1933 in a movie. I just go back to Discount Tuesday last summer when Maverick came out. The second Maverick from 1986 came out. My brother-in-law and I went, and it was made by Universal, which is owned by Comcast. So naturally, we saw, the updated CGI image of the Earth, and with Universal coming across the front of it, which we've seen for 100 years now. And so they had that. And then they had Maverick going at Mach 10 and being told to come back, because, he wasn't authorized to do it. And he starts going, like you can't hear him. And the people at the center, where the information was coming back to, told the commander, well, we can't hear Maverick because he's over the curvature of the Earth. Okay, cool, man. And then during the movie, the Maverick's boss was getting mad at him for something, and he goes, we have rules of gravity. I never heard of rules of gravity before, but thank you very much for telling me, Hollywood. That there's not a law, there's a rule of gravity. Cool, man. Cool.
Rules are man-made, laws are natural.
Oh my goodness. Hollywood, I tell you what. Hollywood pushes the envelope. I don't think it's necessarily society that leads Hollywood. I think it's Hollywood that leads society.
I think they more play into the culture, but they don't. They're not dictated by the culture.
Perpetrating a false culture from outside that culture. Wow. Right?
Yeah.
There was this 2 or 3 days ago. this lady at the restaurant that I was at having breakfast brought up, oh, there's a few more days left in Pride Month. And I went, cool. And so I said, okay, if you can bring that up loud to me, I can bring up my hat that said stationary topographical plane on it, which I was wearing. And so I can get into Michelson Morley real quickly. I got this little 10-minute spiel. I can get into Michelson Morley real quickly, and I can talk about interferometer experiments, and I can talk about the fact that we're not going around the sun as we were taught. And so they were looking at me like I was nuts. But hey, you throw Pride Month at me, I'm gonna throw stationary plane at you. Sorry.
Only fair.
I tell you, I'm not sitting there taking, you know, you can be nice about it, but I ain't taking it. You give it to me, I'm going to give it back to you. I don't care.
I'm going to be riding by on my bike going like, bikes only ride on a flat surface.
Actually, yeah, bikes only really, if there was curvature, it would fuck up the way the bike's working.
It's what Austin says when he came in here. He said, you know, there's an airplane pilot that was going super fast over a flat surface, very low to the ground. Now, obviously, you can make up your mind as a glober if you're 10,000 feet up. You know, the plane's going to take care of the curvature, you know, blah, 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 blah. But if you're like 100 feet off the ground, 200 feet off the ground, you're going, I don't know how fast. You're going how fast. I mean, you have to absolutely know that you're going over the curve, because otherwise,
you know how fast they were going? 1,000 miles an hour, 10 feet off the deck.
Yeah. I mean, you got to be so cognitive or cognizant or whatever, cognizant of the fact that you're going over a ball, and you got to make sure. You got to make sure that you take care of that 8 inches per mile squared, or you're going to be flying off into the sky.
Yeah. That plane and that pilot would be nothing but an ink stain.
You know what's funny? Somebody just posted that 1940s. That is a really good picture. Thank you. 1940 classroom. Thank you. I'm going to save this one. Wash your hands before and after eating. Okay. That's great. It's just like Dick Van Dyke. You know, he was in, giving his little story, working for the Alan Brady show. And they had a globe behind him. And it was funny. Fast Times at Ridgemont High, one of Sean Penn's first movies, 1973. They had when Sean Penn was coming into the classroom the first time, I don't know if it was with his pizza or whatever it was, he came in and in the screen, in the full TV screen, they had a globe filling up half of it. And then not only that, they had a globe back in the corner on a cabinet. So they had 2 globes in almost one shot in that classroom. It's like, thanks, guys. Right in our face, and then back in the background.
Is that
normalize everyone to it?
Is that one of the movies that has a flat Earth picture in the background or something on the wall?
I don't know if Fast Times at Ridgemont High would do
or is that Back to the Future? I think
that was Back to the Future. There's a clock on a shelf that is of the Jackie Gleason's map, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, really? I never noticed that.
We need an image of that. We need to make a meme of that.
I think who is it? Miguel posted it 2 or 3 days ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you say Jackie Gleason?
Oh, the Gleason's map. I misspoke on the Jackie part. Yeah. All the names, all their fakery kind of blend. Yeah, all their fakery kind of just blends into one another, and you forget it's all bullshit. Polished or permed, it's still a turd.
1940s classroom. Okay, I wonder how much further back we got to go.
She's 100, so that'd be 1922. So yeah, in the 1920s, they were still being taught about flat. Had to do quick math.
1940. That's interesting. I guess they say, Carnegie and Rockefeller started taking over medicine in 1902. and that Rockefeller, started taking over education in 1920. That's what they say. Whether that's true or not.
You could probably subtract or add, probably like 10 years to whatever they say they took over, because they were probably in it way before then. That's just when they openly did.
What they started to do, was spherical excess, and this was the Treasury Department. So it was the United States government, government agency.
Yeah.
They started in 1894 and 1895 and went till 1914 with those triangulation things, all paid for by the U.S. Treasury. The one famous one is 1904 or 1900. It's 900 pages long that Loon McToon likes to put in his website and talk about all the time. And so basically, you can look from about 1860 to 1910, about that 50-year period. The U.S. government and the governments of the world started going from a planar type of world to a spherical type of world. It happened about that 50-year period of time. Because before 1860, it was kind of assumed that we were along a plane or a planar type of world, and over those 50 years, they changed it from a plane to a spherical. What's interesting about spherical excess, I always try to learn about stuff like that, because that's one of the few things the globe throws in your face is spherical excess. You drop plumb, and you drop plumb in relation to assumption of a ball, right, to the center of the ball. And so if you do that, if you have that assumption that you drop plumb and it goes to not to the surface, but to the center of the ball, then that's an assumption. And so if you assume that, you never measure it, you calculate it. And so, they throw the shot, they throw the shot they take of the land, and they put it into the total station, and the total station does the work for them afterwards. That's why you can be a little dullard and be a land surveyor, because all you do is take the picture, store it in the total station. When you're done, the total station does all the work for you, and they have programmed in 3959, so they assume it. So you might drop plumb to the horizontal, perpendicular to the horizontal, and be just fine. But the total station will do the work for you to tell you it's not dropping vertical to the perpendicular. Perpendicular to the horizontal. It's dropping to something that goes to the center of the Earth, which is spherical. It's the stupidest thing.
It's like a magic black box for the glober.
It is. It is.
Magically turns all your triangles into spherical accents. Yay!
Most stupid thing in the world. I mean, Helio explained it real well one time. Maybe he'll explain it again sometime. But he just explains it really well. It's like, okay. I think when he comes back on, I'm going to ask him to explain it again. But it's just really good. And of course, the glober's going to go, no, it's over 180 degrees. I'm sorry. Your two angles, equal more than 180 degrees, even though it's like 180 degrees, minutes, and just a few seconds. Seriously, it's just a few seconds. And so they go, okay, proves we live on a ball. All right. I don't know. I'm starting to ask people, what has the globe ever done for you? It's just like, why are you defending something that probably hasn't done much for you? I mean, has it ever taken you out to dinner? Has it ever asked you out on a date? Has it ever given you a back rub? Has it ever fed you? Has it ever taken you across town to the doctor? No. So what's the globe done for you? Why do you got to defend it so much for?
You good there, y'all? Your mic's kinda...
That's hot micing. Are you dragging your microphone behind a skateboard?
It was reminding me of the Men in Black scene where he's dragging the table all the way across the room.
Oh my god. Oh, excuse me. Sonny, you're hot micing. The memes going along with the conversation sometimes just makes me almost fall over, bros.
I haven't seen the clip, but somebody got the clip of Fast Times at Ridgemont High. That's pretty funny. Actually, the movie's actually kind of funny. I mean, it's stupid, but it's actually kind of funny.
We still need a meme of a black swan coming in for a landing at high speed in a group of white swans and knocking them all off to the side. That'd be great.
You see all these Globers in Globerville telling you that you can push off of nothing in outer space because the rocket somehow produces, thrust and air and oxygen inside of itself. And so it spits itself out, spits so much energy out in the back of it into the vacuum of outer space, into nothing, that it actually goes forward. But so we don't understand it because we're flurfs, but they figured it out. So Star Trek had it figured out in 1966 to 69. So the Starship Enterprise can push off of nothing, so it can go warp 7. Cool story, bro.
Yeah, that's a good one, Miguel. Actually, you know what, Miguel? I'm stealing all your work. I did a search of all your links, and you got all these memes and stuff on there. What a great resource!
It's okay.
They're hilarious, man. I mean, just looking at them is a whole conversation in itself. Each one, hilarious. Like this one, what was it? I like that one. Oh, wait a minute, where'd it go?
The Spaceballs one is fantastic because they're clearly showing a fucking container around the planet.
This one, no, because this one went along with like this conversation we had. This one, banana. The guy to the right is like potato.
Yeah.
We're talking about banana, and the Glover's coming to go. Fruitcake.
Have you ever noticed? You had Glober Happy Meal with the crayons? If you noticed that a lot of these people, even PhDs who are into astronomy and astrophysics and all that stuff, are actually mental children? If you actually talk to them, it's like, this is so cool, man. They actually talk this way. It's so cool. I mean, you get a PhD in physics and they go, quantum mechanics, that's so cool, man. They actually say it's so cool. And it's just like, there's nothing cool about it. You think it's cool because you don't understand it and somebody came up with the idea. They fabricated the idea and you think it's so cool that somebody did that. It's just like, seriously, you talk to some of these PhDs. I mean, I hate to pick on Danny Faulkner, But you pick on you talk to Danny Faulkner, he's a 10-year-old mental child. He's in his 60s probably, late 50s. He's never grown up. You actually talk to him or listen to an interview, he's never grown up. And he's a PhD in astronomy. And it's just like, I just listen to these people, it's like, you live in a fairy tale, I can see why. You grew out of Santa Claus, but you never grew out of your outer space.
Yep, a comment. It's high level window licking, if you ask me.
I mean, I'm serious. I tell you, there's
fishbowl licking.
There's some people that I really like. There's some people I really like, but you talk to them, and it's just like, you believe this crap? You actually believe that we're redshifting, but you don't know how fast, because the universe is 28 billion light years to 200 billion light years wide. We have no idea. And we're redshifting, but it depends on how fast you're redshifting, because the bigger the universe, the faster you redshift at the outer limits. But the Andromeda Galaxy is blue shifting, and it's going to collide with the Milky Way galaxy in 2 billion years. But it's so expansive that no planet is going to hit itself, and we're going to be okay. But it's blue shifting, and it's going to hit the Milky Way in 2 billion years. You fantasy Narnia crap. I don't know what to say to these people. I mean, and they believe it. They actually believe it.
Quackadoodles.
A photon, a massless photon, MASSLESS, photon can travel 13.7 billion years through 86 trillion, 600 quadrillion miles with 18 zeros behind the 600 to reach our eye here on Earth, and nobody says no. That's what happens. It can actually happen. That is so much. That is so Santa. Actually, that's worse than Santa Claus. That's worse than Santa Claus. I don't know what they're doing. I tell you what, I don't know what to do, man.
Oh my it's amazing to me how intellectual they all think they are too, but really, they're just intellectually dishonest.
It's terrible, man. It's terrible. I don't know what to say. Discord, TikTok, you get this Thornbank wind farm picture. It's a picture, and the wind farms are halfway secluded behind water. First of all, if you go back the next day, it's not going to look that way, because it changes look like that. And second of all, the wind farms are too far out. We have no idea how far the wind farms are out to build that much curvature of the Earth, if curvature of the Earth existed. And they actually debate that, along with the cruise ship and along with the city, that is compressed, behind the water. They are so, I hate to say, they are past dishonest. They are disingenuous, on the border of just lying through their teeth. And there's nothing you can say that will change their mind.
Yeah, it really doesn't make sense.
Oh, it's stupid, man. I tell you what. I don't blame them, because they don't want to go into the stationary plane, flat Earth conspiracy crowd, even though the conspiracy is that we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. That's the conspiracy. That's the lunacy. And that's the craziness. Now, if you want, and obviously, if you don't think there's a creator, you're not going to buy the stationary, plane Earth, at all. You're never going to buy it. So you will believe in something that is scientifically impossible, because you don't want to believe in God.
I suppose, too, to be fair, you can't see the Matrix when you're still plugged into it, right? So
you can't.
That's got to be playing a role too,
Yeah. If you're raised in the deception, the eyes are useless if the mind is blind. We are all born into a prison system we cannot see. Therefore, we cannot get out of it. So if we're born in a prison, we don't know we're in a prison, so we can't get out of it. And so for me, it took virology to realize cosmology. And so if it wasn't for the virology lie, I never would have come to the cosmology lie. So, that's how I came to it. If you go to some of these larger university websites, I'm about 35 miles from Notre Dame, and I went to their website to look up their, I don't know if it's astronomy or astrophysics. They actually teach. I don't know if it's the whole class or part of the class. They actually teach exoplanets. Can you imagine paying tuition to have some professors teach you about exoplanets? I mean, what an absolute waste of time and money. There is no evidence, but exoplanets, they have at South Bend and Notre Dame, you go to the website, they got like 3 or 4 professors that deal in exoplanets. That's like, oh my God. Oh.
Jim, when you brought up that class where they're teaching students about exoplanets, it reminded me of the documentary Heliosorcery, where they I forget the guy's name, but there was that quote where he said, and I don't remember it word for word, but it was something about we need to set up a system of learning against learning. So they set up the school system to, teach people and make people think that they are learning and becoming educated and understanding the world, but really they're doing the opposite. They're just everything they're teaching them is total horseshit and still hiding the true knowledge from them.
Yeah, that was supposedly Cardinal Wolsey, and that was going against the learning against learning. And Martin Luther, I guess, even talked about it. If you believe these quotes, they're a long time ago. And Martin Luther said, that if we take biblical learning out of what we teach our children, then we're kind of lost. So here comes Cardinal Wolsey coming saying learning against learning. Of course, the second learning is biblical learning. So the first learning is what we want you to know, right? And that's what he meant, learning against learning. And that's actually, if you really get into it, that's how they get you. They take what is correct and right and good, the second learning, biblical scriptures, which Martin Luther talked about, and they put Jesuit learning in front of it. So Jesuit learning against biblical learning, learning against learning. And so that's what's happened. Now, Chris Sparks will even say that, when Ignatius Loyola went in to see the Pope in 1539, that happens in Heliosorcery, that he was taking liberty with that. And, there's really no proof that actually happened. But it's what's transpired. The Jesuits basically took over everything after the Council of Trent in 1563, again, if you believe the dates. And so the Jesuits took over the Catholic Church in 1563, and then those Jesuits who were into the religious end of it, they became the scientists. So we took heliocentrism from the church, which was nothing but pagan sun worship from Hermes Trismegistus, Copernicus, and Newton, and we moved it into science. So the doctors of divinity became the doctors of science, and that's what we have now. So that's why heliocentrism is a religion, because it started out as religion in the religious aspect of it. Now it's in the science aspect of it, and they teach it, in all the universities. It's just, I just sit here going, I believed all this crap for 62 years. It's like, you ain't gonna lie to me again. No more lying. No more lying. Don't lie to me.
Yeah, for me too, it's a humbling thing to know that I've been granted with this knowledge that we all share in here. It's very humbling to me because, sometimes I don't feel worthy of it. I've said this before, but because it's so important. But yeah. And that's the thing. It really does free you. We might not be able to change the entire world and change the system, but at least having knowledge and knowing you're being lied to, it makes a huge difference.
Oh, you just know, you just know when you hear crap, which is basically every time you turn on the TV, which I'm so free not having a TV now, except for Pluto TV. And so I'm just so free. And I watch Star Trek now, and I watch it because I was a Trekkie in 66, 69. And I watch it now, but I watch it for all the times I saved the planets and all the times they push relativity down my throat. And you really got to wonder about the people, the actors. I mean, the actors, did they know? Did not know? Are they just so stupid? I mean, I have no idea how stupid William Shatner is. I have no idea. I have no clue. Is he a total, paid puppet? I got no clue. So, I don't know.
Well, actors are weird people, aren't they? They're extremely Fane the word I'm looking for?
They are.
And they're like empty vessels, right? And that's why they can take on these characters so well, because really they're empty people, and so they can absorb this other identity and portray that really well on screen. So yeah, that's a good question. I think some of them are just so absorbed with themselves that's all they care about is being adored.
Harrison Ford, Indiana Jones was interviewed a number of years ago. I don't know if I saw it on a clip or if I actually saw it, when it was on TV. And they asked him, he's getting pretty old. And they asked him, why do you keep doing this for? You don't need the money. And he leans over to the interviewer and puts his fingers together and says, rubs his fingers together. It's for the money. That's exactly what he said. These guys get paid a lot of money. Matt Damon, I don't know what his beginning asking price is to do a movie, but it's got to be a lot.
Well, I think that answer is a bit disingenuous, because more than the money, I think when you reach the reason why they keep trying to get more money is because I think you start unlocking more doors become open to you. I think the higher level you reach with those numbers of money.
Yeah.
So they don't care about the money because they don't need any more money. It's about unlocking those other doors that they don't have access to yet, maybe.
Yeah.
Reminds me of that song by Living Color, the group. Cult of Personality.
Who posted that? Miguel did. I didn't mean to cut you off, Sonny. Forgive me. Miguel.
No. If he's got the actual, I need to look up that song because it's got some badass guitar in that.
Wah, wah, wah. Oh yeah.
That guitar player is freaking phenomenal, man. From the 90s.
That opening riff.
That picture, Miguel, just that last one, with the two girls sitting on the park bench with the tree to the right. That looks almost exactly like St. Joseph, Michigan. That is almost exactly where I go whenever I can. It's amazing. And there's even a seagull to the left. I mean, that picture is just like, it looks like, obviously there's other places that look like that, but that is just so familiar. That's about 40 miles north of me.
I plan on making some flat earth riffs like that. Really, I got to get to work. Okay, I'm waiting for my phone to charge. Oh, I'm supposed to get a new phone. I better go down and check.
Have some of you guys noticed too, with your guys that are similar in my age, when you look back when you were younger and you think about things that weren't socially acceptable then, but now have become completely socially acceptable, and how when you think about little things that were injected into TV or movies or any other medium that were just little jabs, right? To kind of break people's wall down of not being socially acceptable to the point where it's just completely destroyed, and it's so accepted that if you go against that, you're seen somehow crazy now. Because I see that stuff all the time today. And some of them don't even take that long. Like some of them only take like 10 years. And they can completely change society and how they think or feel about a certain subject in as little as 10 years.
I just find it fascinating that even evangelical Christians, especially in the United States, I don't know what the general population is, but evangelical Christians are, vast majority believe they live on a spinning space ball, even though the Bible that they read says otherwise. And the Bible they read doesn't just say otherwise, it absolutely says otherwise. And they don't care. They don't care because they don't want to be made fun of at Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner.
It's like the powers that be have just made the truth so inconvenient that there's no point in people want to chase it.
That is absolutely right. Nobody wants to. What's the saying that I stole from somebody? I steal everything basically. Oh, here we go. I have no life. Nobody wants to rock the boat. Why? Because a lot of people depend on the boat staying afloat to get paid. That's
Yep.
That's about it right there, guys. I don't care if it's your paycheck or getting along with people at Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner. They don't want to rock the boat. So they go, okay, whatever. Give me my football games and give me my dinner, and I don't care. I'm not going to be in that job. Somebody, I posted, again, I took this from somebody else at 52 minutes after the hour. I noticed this. I mean, I noticed it with the fires in Canada. I've noticed it in the last week here in by Lake Michigan. I can't see 28 miles across Indiana Dunes to Chicago. I definitely can't see 38 miles from Michigan City across to Chicago. Whereas I got here February 15th, I went out first time, 37, 38 miles away, 35 degrees. It was cold. I saw Chicago like it was right there in front of my face. And it was just the greatest thing. Now I can't see any of it. And I'm really ticked off. And if it's because somebody's setting fires on purpose and putting stuff in the air so we can't see stuff, that is just really a bummer, man.
I got some giant bones in the Ohio closet too, and all kinds of stuff. They say they defeated the giants in the falls of the Ohio, and the Indians there have a tradition where they said downstream from the falls there's an island, and they captivated all of these giants and slashed them to pieces. And you go on that island, and they found thousands and thousands. What did they find? I think they found like 100 skeletons, or a couple hundred, or something like that. So they actually
in New Mexico, there's something very similar. All the native tribes talk about like red-haired, cannibal giants and stuff. and they actually went and genocided off that those tribes of giants, and they smoked them out, and they went to the caves and they found all these huge giant bones.
Yeah, and Nevada.
And then actually, the natives, the reason they do the hand thing is because the giant supposedly had 6 hands. So when you raise your hand up to wave, you see 5 fingers instead of 6. It's an identification method.
See, even that was hijacked.
Yep. I mean, it's hijacked for, again, they're using the truth, but lying to you with it. Like, it is a greeting. Yes, hello, it is a greeting. But why is that a greeting? How many fingers you got?
She just blew my mind. I'd never heard that before.
I didn't either. That is mind blowing.
That's why.
So,
that's
if
probably
you-
one of the most beneficial things I learned from the military was just like diving deep into every culture I come in contact with, so I could learn their stories, their histories. Because most cultures' histories and stories are the same with just different names, or at least very similar. Yeah, it's small things that like that. Like you start to question just even the basic stuff you do. Like, well, why do I do this? Okay, yes, I say hi like this, but why do I do that?
It's an interesting idea that these people they so they defeated these giants, right? And then so maybe these giants, I started thinking when you said that, I immediately thought of sort of descendants of fallen angels, right? And so the people they defeated them and got rid of them and then took control of themselves and where they live, and then word got around to another part of land, and they said, oh shit, well, we got to go stop this. So then they send boats over here and take back control and scrub the history of it and hide it all. It's an interesting idea. Sorry, it's not Sunday, but fuck it, nobody's saying nothing.
It's all tied to each other. That's both the fortunate and unfortunate part about Flat Earth.
That would make sense too, with the idea that there was so much culture here already before it was, discovered.
Hey, you're telling me all these fucking buildings that we see in all these great downtown photos and photographs, they built that with horse and buggies and mud roads? I'm a little suspicious.
If Clovers only knew how fun this was too, to think about all this stuff and speculate about these ideas, because this stuff is actually rooted in reality, whereas aliens and fucking planets and space is not reality at all.
I can go downtown and look at some of the old buildings that have supposedly been here since the 1920s and ask, why are they half buried in the earth? You know what I mean? Whereas with planets and stars and stuff, it's just like, well, they're supposedly up there. Good luck.
No phone yet. But I think I need more coffee. But I don't know why.
Thank you for that video, Miguel. That was hilarious.
Thanks.
Your meme game is so on point 24/7.
The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching terminal velocity. Ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
I'm gonna memorize that one. I'm gonna go someplace that doesn't have a smoking bar. I hate smoking bars. I'm gonna find someplace that has no smoking. That's a bar, and I'm gonna have a glass of red wine or a cranberry Sprite vodka, which is my new favorite drink. And I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna listen to this song, and I'm just gonna chill.
Anybody know when JFK gave that speech?
He did it in 1962. It was in Texas. What was the university? Oh,
Yeah, guess what? I
When was
have.
he shot?
I'm going to post this picture of this album I have. It's a LP of John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the presidential years, 1960 through 1963, original speeches. Check it out. I'm going to put this thing's still in the plastic. It's
Rice
never been
University.
opened.
Rice University. That's where it was. I knew it was in Texas.
What year was that one again? Do you know?
I think it was 62. I think 61, he told Congress we were going to do this thing. And then I think it was 62 that he spoke at Rice on a hot day.
Well, he has 62 on Cuba or on labor. And so let's see. I thought it was the State of the Union message.
Well, I think in 61 he gave that famous speech. We're going to send a person to the moon and return them safely. And then in 62 he was outdoors at Rice, and he was even commenting how hot it was. And I think that was 62.
On labor was that? Let's see.
I might be wrong, but I think 61 was Congress and 62 was Rice. I might be wrong.
So here's what here. Hold on. Let me post this image first.
It sounded like when he was giving that speech that I wonder if he knew his time was up. That because a lot of times when people like him start actually speaking some truth, it's usually at their end.
It's already too late.
their
So he may,
deathbed.
So you think he may have known it was coming?
Yeah.
Or he should have known it was coming the second he said, "I want to destroy the FBI and shred them, or CIA and spread them into the wind."
I got an alternative theory. I don't know if anybody's heard it. Again, we don't know for sure, but I got this alternative theory that and it's okay to get it on YouTube. I think that Bobby and him were sharing Marilyn Monroe, and they were giving too many secrets out to Marilyn, and they couldn't trust her, so they had to get rid of her, and they had to get rid of him, and they had to get rid of Bobby. Because all three of those people, Bobby and Ken and JFK and Marilyn, all died within like 5 years of each other. So
was Sam Giancana killed too during that time? Because he was sleeping with Marilyn at the same time.
Yeah. So I have no idea. I mean, that's just an alternative theory that I have. That we think that Kennedy died because of telling too much truth or blah, 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 blah. And, but I'm just thinking maybe they just got rid of the people that could talk too much because they shared too many bedtime stories with Marilyn. I don't know.
Or, yeah, I never really thought that it was because of he spoke too much truth or anything, because they would have known that before they even propped him up and put him in that position. That nothing happens by accident. They wanted him to be president. That's why I said maybe he knew that his end was coming. He actually. I'm sorry.
Has anybody ever? I'm sorry to cut you off, Paul. Has anybody ever seen the Magruder film? The one. There's actually two films out there. We don't see the other one. But the Magruder, I guess it's Magruder or whatever it was, at Dallas when he was shot November 22nd, 1963. When he actually got shot, or supposedly got shot, you noticed that even before he got shot, he was just like, he wasn't the same smiling Kennedy that made the turn, made the left-hand turn in front of the depository building, because he was like all smiling and waving. And then when before he actually got shot or something like that, He was just like it was not even like him. It was just like he was totally different demeanor. I have no clue. There are some people that think, the limousine, the car that they were driving is actually in a limousine somewhere, but it's a replica and it's a 2-seater. In other words, it's set 4 people. But when you look at the video, it's a 6-seater. It's a 3 seats. This is a 6-seater. So the one in the museum is a 4-seater, 2, and the other one is a 6-seater, which means it had 3. I want to know what I'm just totally confused. I mean, because the video shows me one thing, and the car in the museum shows me another.
Yeah, that video is definitely cause for concern, right? Because they had control of that video for how many years before they finally released it to the public. So who knows what kind of shenanigans are going on with that whole film.
I got no clue.
It's fascinating.
I mean, Freddie Mercury and JFK and Bobby and all those people could be in a Bermuda island somewhere sipping on Long Island iced teas, as far as I know. I mean, as far as I know, they could be off somewhere just, having a great old time and say, hey, we fooled them. I have no clue. I don't know. I don't care. But it's just like, I look back and I look back and I go, April 14th, 1865, Booth shot Kennedy and Booth shot Lincoln at, Ford Theater in Washington, D.C. And I'm going, hey, that happened. And I'm thinking now, you know what? Don't even trust that. Not even close. I mean, when I look up in the sky and I see, which happens every month, and I see the lit part of the moon not looking at the sun. In other words, the sun's too low in the sky, whatever, to be lighting the moon, because line of sight is everything. And I'm told that it's refraction. I'm told that it's perspective. I'm told that it's the bending and warping of space-time, that it doesn't happen. And I'm going, come on, guys. Line of sight is real simple. Line of sight is real simple. You shine a light on something, it doesn't light the part below it or the part above it. It lights the part that it's shining on. And I'm just kind of going, you guys, you love your globe so much that you take your reality, what your eyes see, and you just throw it away, because Genesis 1:16-17 can't possibly be right. God placed 2 great lights in the sky and the stars. He didn't place one great light to give light upon the other. He said he placed 2 great lights in the sky. And of course we can't believe that. We cannot accept that no matter what. So we will believe in that which is scientifically impossible. That is exactly what they're doing. I mean, line of sight destroys the ball. I mean, if you take all the... I asked Troubling Tribune, he always starts some of his broadcasts with, line of sight, destroys the ball, and he'll list 3 or 4 or 5 things down. And I was like, I want to get a list of 8 or 10 things that are line of sight that destroy the globe, because line of sight destroys the globe. Because the globe depends on something going off in straight line to a satellite in outer space and then coming back to get around their ball. Well, if you show line of sight, you don't need that, then that destroys the ball in the outer space fantasy. I don't know. Remember that first Independence Day movie they had was 1995, and they were in the airplane because they had to get out of Washington D.C. because the alien ship was gonna, was right over the White House, and it, was gonna throw a ray gun down and destroy the White House, and they just made it out. And
yeah, they had just deciphered the whatchamacallit, and realized it was a countdown. Yeah.
Do you remember when they were in the airplane, and I forget Goldberg, I guess is the actor's name, and he was, he's talking to his ex-wife, and his ex-wife goes and gets the president, and the president comes in, and so you got the ex-wife Goldberg and and the president there, and he actually puts a piece of paper down, draws a circle, and then goes, I deciphered this from using this satellite, and the president goes, line of sight, whatever, line of sight to the outer space satellite, right? And so I remember that, and I thought it was true, so we have this ball, right? And we're right here, and we have to do line of sight to the satellite in outer space, and then the satellite will relay line of sight down to where it's going, right? My God. Oh my God. They got us. They got me. Hey, they got us, man. They got us. They got us wrapped.
They need to have an elevation angle.
They got us, man. I tell you, 85% of the people are hook, line, and sinker into this outer space fairy tale. And all we can do is try to get 1 or 2 or 3%, or as many as we can possibly get, for talking to people one-on-one to let them know we're going to plant a seed in their mind. And if we see them again, great. But if we don't see them again, we've planted a seed. I'm telling you. People don't care out there. I mean, I've run into a couple people that are like, hey, they get it. I met into one, 10 days ago at a restaurant. I gave him my business card. He gave me his Gmail address. So we're buds now. We're going to meet. We're going to try to get some more people. And so, we're buds. And so it's just like, I would love to find 10 people. I would love to find 10 people in the next 6 months that we can get together. The Michigan City Library has 6 rooms in the back. 5 of them hold 4 people. Complete computer access with a whiteboard and everything. One of them has a place you can sit 10 people with a whiteboard, computer access, everything. I would love to be able to fill that 10 up sometime. 10 of us walk into this public library, go in the back, and can we have your room for however we want it? And all we do is talk. We're within 20 yards of the section of the library that goes nonfiction, astronomy, planets, and we're 20 yards away from that in our own private room talking about exactly opposite of that. Now that's fun, man. The only problem with the library is you can't take coffee in. I want someplace I can take a cup of coffee in and drink my coffee.
Mm-hmm. What does the bartender say to 10 flat earthers that come in?
I don't know.
Tables or the bar?
What do they say?
The bar or tables?
The bar or tables.
Yeah, that's another great one from Sonny on the spot. You guys are the inspiration, though. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it without you.
I'm telling you.
I figured that would be profound because all the flat earthers would be going, what? And it's just something simple that a bartender says all the time. Tables or stools, they're still all flat. All right.
Yeah, and what's it say? Matthew 5:35 and Isaiah 66:1. Jesus speaking in the other, and the other one is Isaiah 66:1. It says God sees the earth, uses the earth as his footstool. It's like, no, there's no ball on a footstool. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. And And how could someone look down on a ball and see all places from, as the footstool?
Yeah.
You can see the entire space, obviously, is underneath that footstool. Stools are flat. That aids in us looking through them. I think. I don't know. Does it make a difference? You look through a concave glass or a convex one or a flat one? That's a question for later review. Yeah, so that's been a great conversation. All day long.
Yeah, I like that song. Outer space is science fiction. I'm serious when I say this. I'm gonna put it. It's on my iPhone now. Thank you. And I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it to a restaurant that doesn't have smoking because I hate smoke. And I'm gonna take it there. I'm gonna take it to a non-smoking bar or restaurant. And I got some earbuds. They just came in the mail. And so I'm gonna take my earbuds and I'm gonna hook it in, and I'm just gonna order a drink or two, and I'm just gonna relax and listen to my new music.
Are you saying, Jim, when you're doing that, it's gonna be, everybody's around you is gonna hear it too? Is it?
It's gonna be I'm gonna have my earbuds on.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I thought you like to start shit, huh? You like to stir, you like confrontation and stirring the pot, huh?
Oh, I tell you what, I have on a couple occasions. I mean, when I was telling a little while ago, it's not very long ago. I said, a lady brought up Pride Month. We have 4 or 5 days left in Pride Month at a restaurant, and I had my stationary topographical plane hat on. I was ready to leave, and I got up and I said, "Okay, you give me Pride Month, I'm going to give you stationary topographical plane." And I gave my little spiel, and she didn't like it, but it's okay. And another lady who was a little bit older, and she just kind of looked at me kind of funny. It was just like, okay, no. I tell you what, nobody's going to throw Pride Month at me, and I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to throw something back at him. I'm not taking that crap anymore.
I am with you there.
I'm telling you what, I pity the person. There's a lot of it.
It is irritating, and yeah, it's getting nauseating.
There's a lot of us that won't take the crap anymore and will speak out. But I pity the person. I pity the person that comes in contact with me that brings up something that I totally disagree with, because I may not get. I won't get in the argument with what they're talking about.
I get real factual, man, with how the nefarious aspect and the kids, and I just don't say much of anything if I see it. I'm just going to go to a different place, because it's not the cutest look, to be honest, on me.
Yeah, I keep my cool. It's like the guy who approached me at St. Joseph, Michigan last week. I had my P1000 set up because it was getting toward sundown. I was wanting to film the sunset, and I was sitting right across the sidewalk, the boardwalk. It's actually a boardwalk, and the guy walks by and he goes, "Is that your camera?" And I go, "Yeah," and he goes, "Yeah." I said, "I'm looking at sunset, and someday I'll look at Chicago." And he sits down next to me and he takes his hand and he goes, "You can't see Chicago," and he puts his hand in a ball. He waves his hand like in a ball shape. "You can't see it because of the curvature of the earth." And I'm going, "Yes, you can." He goes, I come from a family of mechanical engineers," and I'm going, "That's cool, bro. You just got a little more indoctrinated than anybody else." I told him that, and it's just like you got a little bit worse than the rest of us. And we talk, and when it gets a little bit hectic, I throw out my wrist, throw out my fist, and we bump fists, let him know that I don't hate him and he doesn't hate me, and he leaves, and he comes back like 5 minutes later and he brings up Jesus in the Bible. It's like, okay, And so, the Bible talks about pillars, foundations, ends of the earth, and four corners. And you don't see those on a ball. So it's like, what are you going to do? I mean,
That's so interesting, Jim, too, 'cause that you said that part that he came back about Jesus, because I was thinking when you were first telling that story, when he first came up to you, I was thinking God brought him to you, so for you to have that conversation with him, and he couldn't accept the knowledge yet, but he's somebody's trying to help him. That is, and then you brought up that he came back and talked about Jesus. That's amazing.
It was pretty funny, man. I tell you what. I think I can go after people on biblical cosmology. I think I can go after them on measurements and observations. I think I can go after them on the heliocentric hoax, going back to Hermes Trismegistus and Copernicus and Newton, because they both wrote about in the Emerald Tablet and on the revolution of the heavenly spheres. They gave homage to Hermes Trismegistus. So I think I can go on them on that, and then I can go on them on a little bit of relativity now. And so, so if somebody wants to come at me, it's just like, okay, let's talk. Don't get mad at me. If you get frustrated, I'll throw my fist out there and we'll bump fists. Just let us know that we're okay. This is one guy who came by. Is a couple. I don't know, it might have been May 10th, whatever. I think he kind of agreed with me on the Earth thing, but then I got into the virology thing. He said, I have 5 people that died in hospitals, and I said nicely, I said, hey, I'm not going to say it on YouTube here, but I just told him, I said, hey, this is what happened, and he visually got kind of upset with me. And I said, I'm not going to go into it further. I bumped wrists with him. I said, hey, we're all cool. And I left. And so it's just like, I don't want to get into competition. I don't want to shake hands with people because they might not like the shaking hands thing because of what happened in the last 39 months. So I'll always try to bump wrists with them. Bump hands with them, just to let them know that, we're cool. We don't hate each other.
It's funny how having someone close to you die, and then the reason why you're told they die is a lie, but it just in your mind reinforces that lie even stronger.
Yeah. I just let people know. It's just like, hey guys, this is what's happened the last 39 months. And let's don't even talk about that thing 100 years ago. Oh my goodness. I don't want to go there.
Well, it's so weird. It's such a weird psychological thing too, that they can't even have the conversation, right? Just because they know somebody that lost their life, and so they can't even speculate. They don't want to have the conversation at all for that reason. That doesn't make any sense to me, because that used to happen to me with 9/11 too, and I would want to confront people about that subject, and people would get so pissed because they'd have a family member that was currently in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Or that they died over there, and they would get so mad and couldn't have the conversation just because of that. It's crazy.
I'm sorry. I don't sure. Obviously, if it goes on YouTube, you got to sugarcoat it a little bit, because you want to respect the server, and you don't want to get a strike against the server, because YouTube's going to give you a strike, or Discord doesn't like it. And so you obviously want to respect it. But if you're on Rokkin, and where you can speak your mind, or if you're on Telegram where you can speak your mind, just let it go, man. Whatever you got to say, just let it go. Don't worry about being politically correct. Just let it go. I mean, just tell them. If you're out in the real world and they're not holding a gun to you, just let it go. Just let it fly. Let the truth fly, and let it go. Where if they get visibly upset with you, bump wrists with them, let them know you don't hate each other, and just move on. Just let the truth fly. Just let it fly.
Hello, everybody. Jim, I got a question for you.
Hi, how are you today?
Hey, I'm doing good. I'm off work, just headed home. So are you married?
Well, 36 years, but because of my belief system, it will probably be over in January or February. So,
because of FE?
Because of virology and cosmology, yes.
Okay.
I've gone off.
Well, I don't know.
I've gone off the deep end, my friend.
Yeah. You know, I don't know. You probably heard me tell the story about my blue pill wife. I actually had my wife and mother-in-law join me at a FE meet that we had down at the beach where Mark Sargent was last weekend.
Uh-huh.
And the host, Renee, his wife, also is non-FE. So her and my wife had a bit of a discussion. It was interesting. But
it would be so interesting.
Well, you know, you've probably been through what I'm going through. You know, she's actually, you know, brought up stuff about, you know, making a choice.
Yes.
So.
I had a. Go ahead.
Well, I spent a bunch of money on a race car, took it out, and raced it around, and she put up with it. I went through after California decriminalized certain things. I decided to go ahead and do some of my own harvesting, and ended up getting in trouble for that. But she still stuck by me. But now you talk about FE, and that's when, you know, what the hell is it about FE that's so much worse than anything else?
Oh, it's been ingrained into us, just like the virology lie.
It's the foundational lie.
It is.
Well, you know, that's another thing that is a touchy subject, the virology.
Yeah.
You know, she was in intensive care for 3 weeks, and they were going to have her sign a DNR. That's how close it came. So she's very pro, and I'm very con.
Yeah.
Hey, Jim, if you don't mind talking about it, I'd be interested in knowing when you were doing your deep dive into virology, what was she doing? Because I'm sure you were trying to share the information with her, right? And be like, hey, honey, check this out. And you were probably reading her, trying to show her stuff. Was she just totally disinterested and didn't want to listen, or what was going on?
Well, for March 17th, or actually March 16th, when Judge Clay Davis in Dallas County Judge closed down basically the Dallas area at 5-6 o'clock, closed down my favorite place to go work out and swim, right? And then Trump closed everything down on March 17th. I kind of went along with it until mid-May. And then I realized I don't know what I was doing. June 3rd, I was sitting somewhere, and I just realized Trump lied to me, and the other things I lied to. And so from there, I started my dive into you know what was going on. I didn't get introduced to terrain theory and stuff like that until May of 2022. No. 2021. I didn't get introduced to terrain theory until May of 2021, and so I kind of saw that things, you know, were totally different. No, my wife had the opportunity, and they knew where I stood. My wife had the opportunity. I had no idea it happened. It was May. It was August. No, it was August of 2021. And my wife supposedly had a conversation with my two daughters, who are 31 and 28 now. And she basically said, do whatever you want to. And I had no idea this was going on. I had no idea. And one of them ran out and did the thing. And the other one said, support her for doing the thing. And it's just like, oh my goodness. I mean, there was no conference call. There was no, you know, four of us getting together in a video chat. One lives in Iowa and one lives in Tennessee. And of course, my wife and I were in Dallas. And there was no meeting of the minds, because they knew where I stood. but and she tells him something different. And then I find out December 17th of 2021 when we're going to Nebraska Furniture Mart, which is the biggest retail establishment in the world, owned by Warren Buffett. It's in the colony of north of Dallas, Texas. We were going to go get a new rocker, for our home for a Christmas present. And she told me on the way there, it's about 20 minutes, what happened in August. And I'm sorry, guys, I got upset. I got upset because my youngest daughter was pregnant at the time, and they saw nothing. They saw absolutely nothing wrong. And so my one and only granddaughter has gone along with what her parents have been told by the CDC to do. I'm not going to repeat it because it starts with a V, but
gentlemen,
I'm kind of like done. I'm kind of like done with that thing. So,
hello.
So that's what started the marriage going downhill. Go ahead.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
That's what's so disheartening about.
Hello.
Trying to speak.
Yeah. Can you not talk about this in here, please? Go somewhere else and talk about all this, please.
We're done. We're done talking about it.
Yeah. I mean, I could easily mute you or just, stick you in Cogdes or boot you off the server. I mean, I would rather not do that, guys. There's other rooms in the server, eh?
We're done talking about it. My apologies. We're done talking about it.
Yep. I apologize too. I asked the question. But even when we're talking about flat Earth, and you're trying to have that discussion with people you love, for them to, have that attitude with you about it,